Young master, please, are you awake? Are you all right? I opened my eyes on a face I had never seen before in my life, and the face was crying. Old man, 60 maybe, white stubble, watery eyes, hands shaking like he'd been holding my wrist for hours and had forgotten how to let go. He was crying about me. I had no idea who he was. I had no idea who I was, and honestly, that felt like the bigger problem. I tried to sit up and discovered three things in quick succession. 1, I was in a carriage. 2, the carriage was moving. 3, my body was about 6 inches shorter than the one I went to sleep in. Ouch! Make that 4 things. The carriage hit a hole the size of a bathtub and introduced my forehead to the ceiling. Young master, the carriage is stuck in a ditch. We should get out and let Fletcher pull it free. The fresh air will do you good. Fresh air, sure. Let me just review my recent life choices first, old man. Last night, the one I actually remembered, my girlfriend dumped me. Standard stuff. Then I did what any emotionally sophisticated adult does and drank enough to sterilize a hospital. Then I got into an argument with a stranger about something I couldn't recall. Then the stranger explained his position using a bottle. Then nothing. And now an old man was crying over me in a carriage. I climbed down on legs that weren't mine and stood in the middle of a road that had never seen asphalt, and looked around, and my brain filed a formal complaint. Dead grass to the horizon. No power lines, no planes, no sound except wind, and 12 men in black armor on tall horses in a loose ring around the carriage, hands resting on sword hilts, watching the tree line the way you watch a dog that's already bitten someone. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here? The 3 questions. Every man asks them eventually. Most people get to ask them in a bar at 2 in the morning, not on a dirt road surrounded by armed strangers. Then the memories arrived, and they arrived the way a truck arrives. The world was called Noah. Humans, orcs, elves, dwarves, sea races, undead, and I want to be very clear that I did not make this part up. Dragons. Knights, warriors, mages. The kind where a man punches a bull to death and then complains about the weather. Nations warred constantly, and when they got bored of that, the beastmen came over the mountains every few years and took everything that wasn't nailed down. The Alpha Kingdom, northeast corner of the continent. Old, powerful, extremely fond of stabbing. Nobles at the top, slaves at the bottom, nothing much in between. And me. My name, this body's name, was Ethan Vance, second son of a very small baron in the very boring South. 16 when my brother inherited the title and threw me out of the house for refusing to join the army, which, in hindsight, I respect. So Ethan and his old servant went to Tulip City to make their fortune, and Ethan got exactly one asset out of the deal. A face. A really good face. Good enough that Seraphina Bloom, Marquis of Tulip, owner of the city, the famous beauty of the kingdom, 21 years old and already sitting on a title she'd taken from her own uncles, looked at him across a crowded room and decided she'd marry that. A month ago, there was a wedding banquet. At that banquet, the previous owner of this body got so catastrophically drunk that he turned the most important social event of a marquis's life into a nationwide joke. Which is where my head started making a noise like a smoke alarm, because his wife's response was not to divorce him. It was to grant him a baronial title and a fief and exile him to it while keeping the marriage legally intact, a title and land. For a nobody like the old Ethan, that was a lottery ticket. He was thrilled. He practically skipped to the capital to register it. Then he found out where the fief was, northeastern border, past the last fortress, on the front line of the war with the orcs. He fainted. Then he lay in this carriage in a fog for 5 days without speaking, and somewhere in there he stopped, and I started. I stood on that road for a while, letting it settle. Well, same boat, buddy. We both got killed by a woman and a drink. I hope your afterlife has better customer service than mine. Then a big man in black plate rode up on a horse that cost more than my old apartment, performed a bow with actual footwork in it, and said, "Your Excellency, this place isn't safe. We should move." Right. Yes, absolutely. Let's move. The old man practically threw me back into the carriage. Half an hour later, I finally had it straight, and I'd like to state for the record that I took it extremely well. I've time traveled. Fine. Great. Can't drink my way back, and even if I could, I might come out the other side with a stroke and no thumbs. So the options are 1, panic, or 2, be a devastatingly handsome baron in a world with actual magic in it. Is this harder than the exams I sat through? Is it worse than working 90 hours a week? Is it more dangerous than housing prices? I set myself a goal, a small one, achievable, survive. Old Silas, where are we? How long until we reach the territory? That was his name, Old Simus. He'd been given to me by my mother when I was small, back in the Baron's house, and since my mother died young and my father was busy dying later, this man had basically raised me. When my brother threw me out, Silas walked out with me. When I disgraced a marquis and got shipped to the frontier to die, Silas packed the bags. He was, as far as this body's memory could tell me, the only person in the world I could trust completely. Ah? Oh, young master, we've reached Frostmoon Province. 2 more days to Leon Viscount territory. Good. And past Leon is Fort Grey, where the Northeast Legion garrison sits. Fine. And 2 or 3 days past Fort Grey, we reach your territory, Stormwind. I sat with that. So we go past the last city, then past the last fortress. Then we keep going for 3 more days. That's not a territory, that's a decoy. I want you to understand the geography, because the geography is the whole joke. To the north of the kingdom runs the barren mountains, thousands of kilometers of rock separating us from the Beastman Great Plains. Every few years the Beastmen come over it. Fort Grey sits in the pass, and Fort Grey is where civilization stops. My fief was on the other side. Young master, are you all right? Silas's eyes were wet again. You're speaking. You haven't spoken in days. I'm fine. Thank you for the hard work. He burst into tears properly then and told me it wasn't hard work as long as I was all right. And then he wiped his face and said the thing he'd clearly been building up to for 100 kilometers. Young master, now that you're awake, let's not go to that cursed place. Several barons have already died there. The people in the capital made a mistake. Lady Seraphina would never assign you such a territory. We'll turn around, go back to the capital, and explain. And that's when I understood that old Silas was a very good man and a very bad political analyst, because I had the memories now, and the memories were extremely specific about my wife, Seraphina Bloom, only daughter of the old Marquise. When her father died, she beat her uncles and her elders in a family war and took the title at 20. That is not a woman who makes clerical errors. That is a woman who wins. And here's the thing about being married to her. She was 21 and the family demanded she marry, and her marriage was going to be the single most valuable political asset in the southeast. Every ambitious noble house in the kingdom and a few members of the royal family were circling the position of husband of the Marquis of Tulip like sharks around a swimmer, and she married a country baron's second son, a nobody with a nice jaw. She detonated every one of their plans in a single afternoon, which made the previous Ethan, personally, the most hated man in 3 provinces. Now, that drunken disaster at the wedding banquet? Somebody arranged that. And the somebody was probably her, because the marriage was already sealed, and having a pretty idiot husband hanging around the mansion was inconvenient. And this way, nobody could ever use him as a lever against her. So they exiled him, and the proof was the title itself. Titles in the Alpha Kingdom are almost impossible to get. You bleed for them for 3 generations. She bought me one at enormous cost, and the moment I accepted it, kingdom law stripped me of any right to Tulip's territory, because nobody may hold rights to 2 domains. She locked me out of her house with a gift. That part was her. The location of the fief, though, the front line, the one where every previous baron came home in a bag, that was somebody else. Because if I die inside the kingdom, that's murder, and she gets to burn someone for it. But if I die on the border, playing hero, trying to win back my wife's affection with military glory, that's a tragedy. That's nobody's fault. That's a widow who now has to remarry. So if I went back to the capital now, I'd be giving up the title. And after that, even Seraphina wouldn't need me alive. No, I said, we're going forward. Not because I wanted to. I was already working on how to run. I had modern knowledge, a good face, and a strong preference for not being eaten. Give me a safe city and a year, and I'd be fine. And that was the exact moment a warning went off inside my skull. It didn't sound like anything. It was more like someone had reached into my head and set down a note. Then a panel unfolded in front of my eyes. Blue, weightless, hanging in the air where only I could see it. Name, Ethan Vance. Flame breathing technique. Apprentice Knight, 79 out of 100. Flame // Beginner, 8 of 10. Riding, beginner, 3 of 10. Attribute points, 2. Special class, super precognition, basic, passively foresees danger once a day, within 1 kilometer, up to 3 days ahead, can sense malice at close range, energy essence, 0. I sat in that carriage and did not move a muscle for about 4 seconds. There it is. The standard issue Transmigrator care package. It's late. It's very late, actually. I'd like to speak to a manager about the delivery time, and then I read it properly, and I stopped being sarcastic because the numbers were better than I deserved. Getting flame breathing to 101 would awaken something called the life seed and turn me into a real knight. Normally that requires life source liquid, which is controlled by the royal family and the highest nobles and can only be earned with military achievements. You have to go kill people for it, and then hope somebody important remembers your name. I didn't need it. I just needed points, and I got 1 point a day, every day, forever. There are 9 ranks of proper knight above apprentice, junior, intermediate, senior, great, silver, gold, earth, sky, holy, and above all 9 sits legendary. And the panel was telling me, very calmly, that as long as I stayed alive long enough, there was no ceiling. None. Just time. And the last line, innate talent. In this world, maybe 1 knight in several hundred is ever born with 1, and the Alpha Kingdom has never produced a man with 2. I already had 1, and I could awaken more. Ha ha ha, young master, please, calm yourself. Silas grabbed my arm. It will be all right. When we reach Stormwind, we'll ask Lady Seraphina for help. Silas, I'm fine. Don't worry about the territory either. I'll handle it. I even meant it, because that first talent, the one that had just gone off in my head, was a life-saving talent, and it had just told me something. In the bushes 1 kilometer ahead, 55 bandits lying in ambush. 1 tier 1 professional warrior, 5 elite soldiers, the rest, garbage. Old Fletcher, stop the carriage. I climbed down. The knight captain rode back looking mildly annoyed, which was fair since as far as he knew I'd been a vegetable for 5 days and had now decided to sightsee. My Lord Baron, I told you this place isn't safe. There may be magical beasts, If you want to rest, let's clear this thicket first. I wasn't angry. I understood him perfectly because I had his file too. Captain Gareth, 12 knights under him. They weren't mine. They were Tulip family men, assigned by Seraphina for exactly 2 years to help me stabilize a new territory. It should have been an easy posting. Escort the pretty boy, sit in a nice little fief in the south, go home with a bonus. Instead, someone moved the pin on the map, and now they were riding to the same grave I was. Of course they were rude to me. I'd have been rude to me too. Captain Gareth, I said. Haven't you noticed how quiet those bushes are? He opened his mouth to say something dismissive, then he actually looked. No birds, not one. I watched his face change, and I watched him recalculate the pretty boy in front of him from scratch. My apologies, Your Excellency, that was my oversight. Then, immediately, Duncan, Finley, stay with the Baron. The rest, with me. Formation. 10 apprentice knights peeled off into a wedge and went forward at a walk. I wanted to go with them, and I'll tell you exactly why, and it wasn't courage. According to the panel Energy Essence, the thing I needed to awaken more talents came from one place only, personally killing extraordinary professionals and absorbing their soul power. Not farming, not meditation, killing. And there was a tier 1 professional sitting in those bushes with my name on him. There was also the small matter of me being an apprentice knight who had never hit anything harder than a pillow. Let's survive to knighthood first. In the bushes, meanwhile, 55 men were having a management meeting. I got the details later from the survivors, and it's my favorite conversation in this entire story. Boss, they've spotted us. Should we pull back? These cavalry look very well equipped. Bullshit. That lord said they're mercenaries. All for show. I'm a first-tier professional. Why would I run? But, say one more discouraging thing and I'll chop you up. Yes, of course, boss. Our boss is a professional warrior. Even a real knight is no match for him. For the record, warriors are generally weaker than knights. Everybody in the world knows this. His men knew it. He knew it. But he had a title and a temper, so 55 men charged a line of armored cavalry in the open. Click. 11 heads left 11 bodies in the first pass. A full knight, the bandit boss screamed, which was the exact moment he understood he'd been sold. He tried to break the formation and hunt Gareth in the confusion. Gareth had been waiting for him to try that since the moment he saw him. Click. The head went up. It came down somewhere else. 23 dead. 6 escaped. 27 kneeling with their hands on their heads. Total elapsed time, about 4 minutes. I stood there next to a carriage, holding nothing, having contributed a comment about birds, and thought, so that's the difference between an army and cannon fodder. Gareth came back and reported. He was noticeably more polite this time, on account of the birds. Captain Gareth, your men absolutely live up to their reputation, every one of them a brave warrior. I meant it, and I also had an angle. You'll be rewarded when we reach the territory. Your Excellency is too kind. It's our duty, neither humble nor arrogant, perfectly professional, cold as a well, and that wouldn't do because I was going to be spending 2 years hiding behind these men. So I did the thing you're not supposed to do with subordinates in a hierarchical slave-owning aristocracy, which is tell them the truth. Gentlemen, I know it's because of me that you're being marched to Stormwind. It's understandable that you're bitter, but the territory was not my doing. Somebody is framing me, and in framing me, they framed all of you. All you have to do is spend 2 years with me. If we work together, maybe we all walk out of it. Think about it. Silence on the road. The knights looked at each other. Then Gareth gave me a long, careful look, and his voice changed. Thank you for your understanding, sir. We will fulfill our duties. Then here's to a pleasant collaboration. And then I gave them the last piece, because I'd been chewing on it since the fight ended. By the way, Captain, doesn't it strike you as strange? Bandits run from armored cavalry. They don't charge it. Gareth's face went very still. Then he walked over to one of the prisoners and conducted a conversation involving a lot of shouting. It took about 90 seconds. My lord, spare us. We didn't know you were a great noble. Our leader had orders to ambush you. We didn't know there were knights. We swear we'd never have dared. So, there it was, out loud, in front of 12 witnesses. It'll be the people who gave me the new territory, I said. But why send garbage like this? Gareth asked, and he was genuinely puzzled, and that told me he still didn't understand how these people think. Because of Lady Seraphina. I can only die in Stormwind. I must not die inside the kingdom. I nodded at the corpses. These men were meant to grind you down. If we'd walked into that ambush blind, that tier 1 would have cost you casualties. Fewer knights at Stormwind means I die faster once I get there. And it cost the man who arranged it nothing, because who investigates bandits on a border road? Gareth thought about it. Then he thought about it some more. Then his jaw set. The other knights had gone quiet, and when they looked at me now, something behind their eyes had moved. We were in the same boat. Neither of us could get out of it. We should send a rider back to Tulip City to report this to Lady Seraphina, Gareth said. Heh, I couldn't help it. They don't want me to die inside the kingdom. That courtesy does not extend to you. Do you think anyone you send would reach Tulip territory? He stood there for a second. Damn despicable bastard, he said quietly. Let's go. There's no road back, only forward. And I had the bandits chained up, because Viscount Leon was on our route, and buying live prisoners is a legitimate business, and I was going to need money. 270 gold coins, as it turned out. Which, added to the 500 Seraphina had given me, made me a man with 770 gold and a death sentence. 5 days later, we came out of the hills, and I saw Fort Grey for the first time. It's built into a pass in the Grey Mountains, and it has no business existing. The orcs fought for centuries to keep the Alpha Kingdom from fortifying that pass. Every southward invasion, they hit it first, specifically to stop anyone building there. Then, 250 years ago, someone found a gold mine on the other side, and the royal family decided that, yes, actually, we will be having a fortress there, and parked 3 legions in the mountains until it was finished. The gold ran out a century ago. 2 legions went home. What's left is the Northeast Legion, and what's left of the Northeast Legion in the pass on any given day is the 8th Battalion. Commanding it, Captain Sterling, Tier 5 Silver Knight. Under him, 2 vice captains, 1 Silver Warrior and 1 Great Warrior, plus another Great Warrior running the 1st Cavalry Squadron. And there was a reason I cared who they were, which was that Fort Grey was where I was supposed to collect my startup package. The kingdom does this deliberately. When a soldier bleeds enough to earn a border fief, you can't just hand him a patch of grass on the front line and call it a reward. He'd starve, or get eaten, and then everybody would notice that military merit is worthless. So the crown provides serfs, food, weapons, livestock, soldiers. A man met me at the gate before I'd even dismounted. Your Excellency, I'm Roland, quartermaster of Fort Grey. I've been informed you're heading to Storm's End, so I've prepared everything the adults require. Would you care to inspect it now? Sure, let's look. Gareth, you too. He led us to a camp, and I smelled the camp about 100 meters before I saw it. Then I saw it. I have never in my life seen human beings arranged the way those human beings were arranged. Thin, filthy, sitting in their own waste in the open. And every single one of them was either old, or a woman, or a child under 10. Roland gestured at them like a man showing off a used carriage. Everything here has been prepared according to the kingdom's regulations. 1,000 serfs, 200 tons of grain, 6 sets of iron armor, 50 leather, 10 bows, 100 arrows, 50 long swords, 50 spears, 20 wooden shields, 20 oxen, 30 draft horses. In addition, 50 elite soldiers, though you'll pay their salaries yourself. Half a gold coin per man per year. Then he showed me the 50 elite soldiers. They were, and I want to be precise here, exceptional. Not one of them had any muscle on him anywhere. Behind me, Gareth made a sound like a kettle. Are you sure the kingdom's regulations stipulate this much? And what is this junk? Did you scrape it out of a garbage pit? Because it wasn't just short, the bows would break. The armor was rust with ambitions. The serfs couldn't lift a hoe, let alone clear land. Every single item was a joke, and every joke was aimed at whether Gareth's men lived through the winter. Roland maintained, in the mild voice of a man who has done this before, that this was all that was available, and that he was simply following the rules. Gareth started forward. I put a hand on his arm, because it was obvious that a quartermaster does not do this on his own initiative. And because in 5 days of travel and 1 arrival at a fortress, not 1 captain and not 1 vice captain of the 8th Battalion had come out to greet a baron. The reason for that was standing right in front of me, pretending to hold a clipboard, so I smiled at him. I'd like you to imagine a very friendly smile. Sir Roland, did your captain prepare these for me? Or your vice captain? Huh? No, nothing like that. I prepared it according to regulations. And then he made a face. A little one. The face of a man realizing that the briefing he received described a different person. I found out later he was thinking word for word. Wasn't he supposed to be a pretty boy? What bastard sent that report? Excellent, I said. Since it was prepared personally by Lord Roland, I'll need a list. The kind I sign, with my fingerprint on it. He blinked. You may have heard I'm the newlywed husband of the Marquis of Tulip, exiled here for offending my wife. I let that sit. Which means everything I own still belongs to Lady Seraphina, including these supplies, including these people. All of it has to be reported to her. Roland's face did something remarkable. It went from mildly bored to actively wet in about 3 seconds. Your Excellency, no, I mean, I don't believe there's such a rule. Of course he wouldn't sign. If a marquis started asking questions with his signature on the paper, he'd be finished. And finished in this kingdom means finished. I watched Gareth out of the corner of my eye. He was staring at me like I'd grown a second head. A few sentences, and the arrogant quartermaster had turned into a puddle, and Gareth could not work out how. It seems Lord Roland has difficulties. Well then, I won't trouble you. I accept these things, Roland brightened. But I'm not planning to leave the fortress for a while, so I'll trouble you to keep them safe for me. And I flipped him a gold coin. Storage fee. Keep a close eye on it, or your boss will give you trouble. Then I smiled again and walked away. I'll keep it safe. He stood there holding my gold coin, and what he said to himself, out loud, in an empty camp was, did he accept them or not? How am I supposed to explain this? Why do these big shots keep dragging us little people into their squabbles? On the way back, Gareth couldn't hold it in. Sir, how could you let that despicable quartermaster go? And how could you say you accepted those things? That's Captain Gareth. I was enjoying myself now. When did I take those things? Aren't they still sitting in his warehouse? He opened his mouth. As for letting him go, making his life difficult accomplishes nothing. He's a clerk. We need supplies, not a feud. This way, nobody loses face, and everybody keeps a door open. But how will they ever willingly hand them over? That's the good part. Didn't I just say we're not leaving the fortress for a while? I watched him work it out. We do not go to Stormwind until they've prepared everything properly, and Fort Grey is much safer than Stormwind. Wouldn't you agree? As for the deadline, fine, that's not their problem. That's a matter for the royal family and the Council of Nobles. And if I miss my posting date and have to explain to the capital why, Gareth's eyes lit up. Then Lord Serafina finds out everything. Do you think they'll allow Lord Serafina to find out? He laughed. Actually laughed. First time. What I didn't tell him was the other half. I had 7 attribute points. In 15 days, I'd have 22. And 22 points made me a real knight. So we rented a courtyard in Fort Grey and settled in. And that night, I sent Silas out to buy wine and meat for everyone. And while my men were getting drunk on my money, the quartermaster was standing in a room across the fortress being screamed at. I got the transcript later. It's short. So he accepted the goods, but asked us to hold them until he leaves for Stormwind. Just a pretty boy, and he wants us to babysit his supplies while he lives it up in my fortress? Did he say when he's leaving? He didn't say when, but I'm sure he'll leave before his term expires. Pause. What exactly happened? How did you hand things over to that pretty boy? Tell me the truth. And Roland, who had been sweating for 8 straight hours, went down on his knees and told him about the list. Vice Captain Thorne put his hand through a table. Is he threatening me? Trying to intimidate me with Tulip Duchess? That damned pretty boy. And then, after Roland ran away, alone in a room with a broken table, Thorne said the sentence that told me everything I needed to know about him. Why didn't he confront me on the spot? Was he genuinely cowardly, or does he simply not want to falling out with me? We'll just have to wait and see. Hopefully, as Malachi said, he really is a stupid, cowardly pretty boy. Otherwise, I'm out of options. Malachi. I didn't know that name yet. It would take me a year and 4 assassination attempts to learn what it meant, but somewhere in a warm room in a city I'd never seen, a man I'd never met had written a report about me and gotten it wrong, and other men had believed it. The next morning, I woke up on my own, stretched, and felt genuinely good for the first time since I'd died. Turns out a world with no nightlife sets your body clock to factory default. Panel said 8 attribute points, 15 days to knighthood, and I had a shopping list. I washed my face, rinsed my mouth with salt water, and made a mental note to get a toothbrush made because I had already seen enough of this world's hygiene to know I was not going to be one of those nobles who never bathes and uses the hem of his coat as a napkin. There are lines. Then I took Silas, Gareth, and 6 knights and went to the slave market. I need blacksmiths, stonemasons, carpenters, bricklayers, veterinarians. Because I know theory. I know a great deal of theory. I know how a blast furnace works in the sense that I once watched a video about one. Ask me to actually build anything, and I will hand you a very confident drawing and then leave the room. In my previous life, I was in sales. The slave market was in the western corner of the fortress, and I could not physically put my feet on the ground in some sections. I'm not going to describe it. Naked people in cages with nothing behind their eyes, and me walking through it holding a handkerchief over my nose like a tourist, telling myself I'd fix it later. Prices, since prices are the part that stays with you. A healthy young man, 10 gold. A woman, 5. Anyone over 35 or under 10, half a gold, because the old ones break and the children have to be fed for years first. Skilled slaves cost double. And professionals sign contracts instead of wearing collars, 200 to 300 gold for 10 years, and when it expires, they walk free, because a first-tier professional will not go quietly, and everyone knows it. I had 500 gold to spend. I moved on very quickly. The trader I found had a face like a weasel and the enthusiasm of a man who smells a commission. Ha, young master, excellent taste. All my stock is top quality. Veterans, medics, barbers, carpenters, tailors, cooks, bulk discount. Blacksmiths? Stonemasons? Yes, but more expensive. Price is fine. Carpenters, bricklayers, vets, 20 each. Stonemasons, 25. Blacksmiths, 30. 2 vets, 3 carpenters, 5 bricklayers, 4 stonemasons, 5 blacksmiths. 450 gold, and I won't haggle. Throw in a tailor, a cook, and a barber. His face fell like a dropped plate. He'd been expecting a lord who'd spend tens of thousands. He got a man buying 19 people and a barber. Young master, that's worse than haggling. You're asking for too little. Slaves are cheap here. Take them south and you double your money, Gareth snorted. Gareth had been watching me operate for a week now and had apparently decided he liked it. The stock here is what the mainland traders couldn't sell. If my master hadn't just taken Stormwind territory and needed craftsmen, who'd buy your leftovers? Don't be ungrateful. The trader heard Stormwind territory and something changed in his face. It was pity. It was the pity you give a man buying a lottery ticket with his last coin. Another one going to his death. Ah, Lord Stormwind, my apologies for not recognizing you. Of course. I'll include the tailor, the cook, and the barber, and naturally I'll send along their families as well. Their families. I actually felt something warm about that. Look at this world, I thought. There's decency in it after all. He brought out the families. 2 middle-aged women and 2 children who looked about 6. That's it. That's all of them. This is all the family you're talking about? Yes, Your Excellency. The cooks and the tailors' wives and children. The others are all bachelors. Hee. Damn it. He'd read me perfectly and sold me a feeling. Very good, I said, smiling in a way that I hoped conveyed something. What a generous trader. What's your name? I'll come back to you next time. You flatter me, sir. My name is Rorik. Rorik was not worried about me coming back because Rorik did not believe I would be alive, so I threw a bag at him. Deposit, 250 gold. I'll be here another 10 days or so. You'll keep them for me. Feed them properly. They'll be working for me when we get to Stormwind, and I'll cover their food. 250, sir. This isn't right. I was already walking away. Because it isn't right. He'd asked 450. I'd handed him half, publicly, in front of my knights, and left. Now the goods are mine, the money is his, and the balance is a leash. Try to resell my blacksmiths to somebody else, and you'll have to give back money you've already spent. Then we went to look at the other half of the market, where they keep the ones who aren't human. Two types: orcs, goblins, pigmen, goat-headed men, all of them cheap because they eat enormously and can't be tamed, and mostly bought by royalty and high nobles for magical experiments. And I chose not to think about that too hard. And demi-humans, human faces, animal eyes and ears and teeth, and a tail. Human society calls them cursed and ominous and won't have them, so they live among the beastmen, who are more relaxed about that sort of thing, being 9 different species themselves. And I turned a corner and stopped walking. She was sitting in a cage. White wolf demi-human. Blue eyes, pointed ears, and a stillness that had nothing to do with being beaten. I'd like to state, in my own defense, that I had been living like a monk in a medieval hellscape for a week. A beast-eared girl, I said, out loud, in a voice I did not recognize. And I started asking about the price. And the panel said, very quietly, into the middle of my brain, the white wolf demi-human female has been discovered. She is a 4th order great warrior. She is extremely dangerous. I would like to describe my reaction as measured. 4th tier, mid-level professional. There were 4 mid-level professionals in the entirety of Fort Grey, and every one of them commanded troops. My lord, this beautiful white wolf is only 1,000 gold, an absolute bargain. Can't afford it, can't afford it, can't afford it. I shook my head like a man denying a crime and physically dragged Gareth away by the arm. I got 200 meters before my hands stopped shaking, and then I started actually thinking, and the thinking was worse. Because here's the sequence. She'd been sitting in that market. The panel said nothing. I asked the price. The panel screamed. It only flagged her when I formed the intention to buy her, which means the danger isn't that she's strong. The danger is what happens to the man who takes her home. And in that same moment, I'd felt it directly, the malice coming off her, cold and specific, the way you feel a draft, not general hatred of the world, aimed. She'd have killed me in my own house the first night. A 4th-tier professional had gotten herself into a slave cage inside a frontier war fortress and was waiting to be bought. That's not a slave, that's a key. Back at the courtyard, I called Gareth into a room and told him, "What? 4th tier? Are you certain, sir?" "I'm certain, and there's something you don't know about me. I'm unusually sensitive to hostility." I said it lightly, which is the best way to lie. The malice she aimed at me felt exactly like the malice the 4th-tier official in the capital aimed at me when I signed for the territory. Gareth's face went through several things. First, disbelief. Then he remembered the birds in the bushes. Then he decided that the pretty boy came with sensors installed. "Sir, then we have to report this to the captain or vice-captain of the 8th Battalion. But one of them is trying to kill me, yes." That was the whole problem in one line. Fort Grey falling would not be an inconvenience for me. If Fort Grey falls, Stormwind territory isn't a dangerous place anymore. It's a sealed jar. But I'd been in this fortress for a week, and the only person I knew was a slave trader. Then here's what we do. Tomorrow, go find Rorik. Buy him lunch. Buy him a great deal of lunch. Ask him whose men the officers are. Here's 10 gold. Yes, sir. Gareth came back the next evening looking like a man who had eaten too much on purpose. These slave traders are difficult. I fed him the best food and drink all day and got almost nothing. He grimaced. But he wouldn't say directly whose men they were, so he told me where they're from instead. Captain Sterling is from the Lincoln Duke family. Vice Captain Thorne is from a Viscount family. Vice Captain Brennan came from the Royal Guard. I sat back. The Lincoln Dukes hold the northwestern border, one of the 3 great northern dukes. Almost no connection to the southern nobles, and none at all to whoever in the capital moved my pin on the map. So of the 3, only Captain Sterling is clearly clean. Which is how, the next morning, I ended up walking into the residence of the highest-ranking soldier in Fort Grey to tell him something I had no way to prove. Sterling saw me coming and headed me off before I'd sat down. "Baron Ethan, what brings you here? If it's about supplies, I'm sorry, that's not my responsibility. I can't help you." Translation: I know exactly what happened to your supplies. I know who did it, and I am not putting my hand into a fight between a marquis and whoever's behind Thorne. Please leave. Captain Sterling, I'm not here about anything as trivial as supplies. I have something else. Oh? A flicker of interest. Then speak freely. I looked around the drawing room. Servants. Soldiers. 2 more by the door. Captain Sterling, this matter is extremely serious, so... He looked at my face and stopped being polite and started being a soldier. He waved everyone out. I sent Gareth out too. Speak. I've found an orc mole inside Fort Grey, a 4th-tier great warrior. He came out of his chair. Impossible! And I want to defend him here because his reasoning was excellent. Fort Grey was built with magical early warning arrays at both gates. Every professional entering the city registers, lie to a detection array, and you're an enemy spy, and they kill you on the spot. It has worked for 200 years. Also, and he did not say this out loud, if a fourth-tier professional had walked into his fortress without his knowledge, then whether or not anything actually happened, the Supreme Commander eats a dereliction charge afterward. His career would be over regardless of the outcome. Captain Sterling, I'm telling you the truth. She's a white wolf, demi-human woman, and she's sitting in the slave market right now. She's likely carrying an artifact that conceals her strength. Go and look for yourself. He was already moving. Then wait here. I'll go personally. And at the door, I said the thing that changed the entire rest of my life in this world, though I didn't know it at the time. Captain Sterling, go quietly before she notices. He stopped, because if she realizes she's been made, the slave market becomes a battlefield. And then it isn't a mole anymore. It's a massacre inside your walls with your name at the top of the report. He turned all the way around and looked at me. He genuinely had not thought that far. He'd been planning to walk over there and kill her, and I watched a man do arithmetic. Slave market destroyed, and given who backs those traitors, he'd be paying for it. Fourth-tier infiltration exposed. His political enemies eat him alive. He loses his command, and he loses the merit he earned resisting the orcs last year. Thank you for the reminder, Baron Ethan. Then he was gone, and while he was gone, he was thinking something else, which he told me much later over a drink. There are discrepancies in the rumors about this pretty boy. Was that arranged by Tulip Duchess on purpose? If so, I might be able to make a friend here. He was gone over an hour. He came back looking ill, which is the best confirmation you can get, and he bowed to me. A proper aristocratic bow, from the commander of a fortress to a baron with no army. I am very grateful to Baron Ethan. There is indeed a fourth-order great warrior in the slave market, and she is very well hidden. Without your specific warning, it would have been extremely difficult to detect. A pause. Baron Ethan must have magical detection equipment, and there it was, the out, handed to me by the man who needed it to exist. Captain Sterling, you're too kind. I do carry magical equipment from the Tulip family. Cost of that sentence? Nothing. Value? Enormous. Because now Fort Grey believed the Tulip family had quietly armed me, and nobody was going to risk offending a marquis to verify it. Sterling swallowed it whole, because it explained everything. An apprentice knight cannot detect a hidden fourth tier, and every previous Storm Baron had been a fourth or fifth tier professional, and every one of them died out there, so it made no sense at all that Tulip would send a boy who wasn't even a professional with a guard of first tier knights. Unless Tulip had plans it wasn't sharing, unless the rumors were a screen, which is precisely the effect you want when you use somebody else's name loudly and let people fill in the rest. So, I said, what are your plans for her? Sterling's face did a thing. He didn't have any. He'd gone to look and found she was watchful as a wire. The moment anyone approached to ask her price, she went taut and ready. There was no quiet way to remove her, and a loud way meant Thorn reporting him to the capital by nightfall. It seems Captain Sterling has concerns. Fortunately, this is quite easy to resolve. Oh, Baron Ethan has a way? He leaned in. Tell me, if you resolve this smoothly, I will naturally repay you, and I can certainly solve your supply problem. Which was, I noticed, exactly the trade he assumed I'd come to make. Fine by me. There is a way, but I need to know which of them you're worried about. He smiled, because now we understood each other. That's easy. Vice Captain Thorn. We're both fifth tier. I'm a knight, he's a warrior, so I'm slightly stronger. But he's attached to a powerful figure in the capital whose background is no worse than mine, and he's wanted my chair since the day he arrived. Then he added casually, and incidentally, Thorn is the one who took your supplies. The quartermaster Roland is his man. I hadn't expected that. The person robbing me and the person blocking Sterling were the same person. That made everything simpler. What a coincidence. My method is very simple. All you need to do is lure Vice Captain Thorn out of the fortress. On what grounds? Grounds he can't refuse. You tell him a large number of orc tracks have been found outside and order him to sweep for them. It's a military order from the Supreme Commander. He can hate it. He still has to go. But I have no orc intelligence. When he comes back empty-handed, he'll report me for disrupting military order. We don't have intelligence, I said. She does. He went very still. Put a squadron leader on her. Watch her day and night. The moment she moves unusually, it means her rendezvous with the orcs outside is close. That is when you order Thorn out. And then, once he's gone, you explain to everyone that you deliberately allowed a fourth-tier demi-human into the fortress in order to draw out the orcs lurking outside, and that you sent Thorn to cut their retreat and complete the encirclement. I watched him get there. And when the orcs escape, it's because Vice Captain Thorn failed to block them in time. Perhaps you can take the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Sterling's eyes lit up like a lamp. It does seem feasible. Let me be clear about what I actually sold him, because I want credit for it. The fourth tier had already infiltrated. That could not be hidden. So the only survivable move was to bury a small dereliction inside a large heroic operation. A perfect trap that failed because of one man's incompetence is a story that gets you a commendation. A mole nobody noticed is a story that gets you a rope. And no, we weren't actually going to ambush the orcs. If they can plant a tier 4 inside the walls, whatever's outside is not weak, and wiping them out would mean letting them into the fortress, and Sterling would sooner resign. Also, that kind of plan has to be reported to the Legion in advance, or the men who execute it get the credit and the commander in charge gets punished for freelancing, which was the actual reason he agreed. I hadn't offered him a victory, I'd offered him an alibi. However, Baron Ethan, there's a problem. We can't let Thorn actually run into orcs. If his 3 squadrons get slaughtered out there, that's my intelligence failure and my command failure, and my responsibility is worse. He won't. The orcs have already planted a 4th tier inside your walls. They want the fortress. When they see 3 squadrons ride out, they'll do exactly nothing, because attacking them exposes the entire operation. They'll wait until the fortress falls and then deal with Thorn at their leisure. Indeed, with a force that small, storming a fortress after being exposed is wishful thinking. He stood. Baron Ethan, thank you for today. I will certainly help you with your matter. Then he invited me to lunch and changed how he addressed me, which in this kingdom is a formal event. Brother Ethan, since your supplies aren't sorted out, why don't you stay at Fort Grey a while? You still have more than a month before you take office, and once I've dealt with Thorn, I'll arrange the supplies for Stormwind personally. Better than what you were shown, I guarantee it. You'll be satisfied. There is a particular joy in having a plan and then having someone hand you a bonus on top of it. Then thank you very much, Captain Sterling. 10 days went by in a blink. I did not leave that courtyard once. Every morning, breathing technique. Every afternoon, archery, alone, in the yard, badly. 10 days of training moved my flame breathing by exactly 2 points, from 79 to 81, which tells you something about the previous owner's talent, and something about people I'd been hearing about, geniuses who master the breathing technique in 3 days and make full night in 3 months. I had a different plan. I had 20 attribute points, but the archery mattered more than the 2 points did, and here's why. On the second to last day, I finally hit the target with something like consistency, and the panel added a line. Basic archery, getting started, 0 of 10, which meant I'd been right. The panel doesn't hand me skills, it records skills. Learn the rough shape of a thing yourself, badly, in a courtyard, and once it appears on the list, I can pour points into it and skip the 10,000 hours. I could learn anything. I just had to be bad at it first, in public, on my own time. The morning of the 11th day, I told Silas I needed to rest and was not to be disturbed until noon, and I went into my room and became a knight. Gareth had explained the process to me without knowing why I was asking. Normally you drink life source liquid, your body absorbs the drug, and then the life seed awakens. Half a day, total. No fireworks. It all happens inside your own chest. I skipped the drug and dumped 19 points into flame breathing. What happened next is difficult to describe honestly, so I'll just tell you. First came the memories, not mine. Practice sessions I had never done, flashing past like someone riffling a deck. Except riffling isn't right, because I felt every one of them. I stood in courtyards I'd never seen and made 10,000 corrections to a stance I'd never held, and my muscles believed all of it. Then my body started changing while I sat there. Muscle tightening, skin going wrong, then peeling, actually peeling, like a snake, and underneath it something smoother with a transparent film over it that I could feel adding weight against my nerves. Physical defense, magic resistance, built in. Then my heart tried to kill me. Everything in my body, every scrap of energy in every vessel, turned around and went for my chest at once. I have never felt anything like it, and I would very much like to never feel it again. It was not pain in the sense of injury, it was pressure. It was my heart being told it was going to be something else now, and my heart having opinions. Endure it and the life seed condenses. That's the whole test. There's no technique, you just don't die. Time stopped meaning anything. Then the last wave broke and my heart went quiet and there was a transparent layer over it that hadn't been there before. And then it began to pump, and what came out of it wasn't blood. I opened my eyes. Flame breathing technique, Tier 1, Novice Knight. I sat on the floor of a rented room in a border fortress and felt power move through my arms, and understood in a very direct way that I could probably take on 10 of myself from an hour ago. Because that's the actual line in this world. Apprentice knights are still men. Some men are strong and some aren't. That's all it means. A first-tier professional is not a strong man. A first-tier professional is something else that is shaped like a man, and killing a bull with one punch is considered an understatement. Total time elapsed, a little over an hour, much faster than the men who need the drug. I checked the panel for the next step because of course I did. Tier 2, Intermediate Knight, 0 out of 10,000, 1 point a day, 3 years. I sat there and laughed at myself because I'd just been handed the greatest cheat in the world, and the greatest cheat in the world was telling me to come back in 3 years. 3 years is fine if you're a lord in a peaceful interior province. I had watched, in 10 days, a 5th-tier vice captain rob me because he felt like it, and a 4th-tier great warrior sit in a cage waiting to open a gate for an army. So I needed the other track. Energy essence. Kill professionals. Take their soul power. Awaken talents. And with the practical experience of a man who had killed exactly 0 things, killing a Tier 1 face-to-face was not on the menu, which left the bow. I spent the next 5 days doing almost nothing but archery. Not the breathing technique. I'd stalled it deliberately, because I was a 1st-tier knight now, and nobody in Fort Grey knew it, and I intended to keep it that way. When somebody in the shadows is arranging arranging your death, the most valuable thing you own is the gap between what you are and what they think you are. 5 quiet days. Then Roland turned up at my door. My lord, your things have been with me for over 10 days. If this continues, I'll have a hard time explaining myself. What do you think? What's the rush? My term hasn't ended. Just pretend I was never here. Then you won't have to explain anything at all. Thorn was either impatient or testing me. Either way, I wasn't in a mood to be agreeable, so I said something meaningless and had Gareth throw him out. Roland was a first-tier warrior. Gareth was a knight. It went quickly. Then, in the middle of the night, the panel woke me up. Fort Grey is in danger. 3 days from now, at midnight, 2 Knoll Battalions, 2 Tier 5 Knoll Warriors, 4 Tier 4 and Tier 3 will join with the White Wolf Demi-Human to attack Fort Grey. I sat up in the dark and did the math. 3 days. Which is not much if Thorn needs a day or two to organize troops and drag his feet about it. So the order had to go out now. So the next morning, I walked into Sterling's office and told him 2 large knoll formations had arrived and would probably move within 2 days. And then, because a man will believe anything if you attach it to a name he respects, I let him assume the Tulip family had told me, and helpfully pointed out that orcs cannot lurk near a fortress for long without being spotted, so it had to be soon. Sterling thought about it for 4 seconds and then became a completely different man. In that case, I will order Thorn to take the 3rd, 5th, and 8th squadrons northeast to scout for orc tracks. Squadron leader Rogue is already watching the demi-human around the clock. We'll give these orcs a surprise. 3 squadrons? 700 men against 2,000 orcs. I did the arithmetic out loud on my face. Haha, don't worry about that. Even facing a full orc legion, the 8th Battalion holds Fort Grey. As long as we don't go out and fight them in the open, 2,000 gnolls is nothing. Which is when I learned something I should have known already. Orcs are terrible at sieges, and Alpha Kingdom fortresses routinely hold against orc armies 10 times their size. I had been quietly terrified for a week over a math problem that didn't exist. The military meeting happened that afternoon, and I got the transcript from 3 separate people because it was the most entertaining thing to happen in that fortress in a year. Thorn heard he was being sent out to look for orcs and detonated. Captain Sterling, how could there be a large orc force at this time? The orc army has been gone less than 6 months. You are disrupting the order of the army, which, as an accusation, is a serious one. The Alpha military permits faction fighting. It assumes faction fighting, but there are lines, and men who cross them get destroyed regardless of who backs them. I know perfectly well whether it's true, Sterling said. I am the highest military commander of Fort Grey. I've given you the order. You go whether you like it or not. Whether I disrupted military order is not for you to decide, but you're welcome to report me to the Legion commander when you return from your mission. And then he put the written order on the table, signed, sealed, Supreme Commander of the Fortress. Thorn stood there with nothing. Fine, I will absolutely report this. Then he stormed out because there was nothing else to do. And Sterling turned to his other vice captain, a 4th Order great warrior named Brennan, who had been dozing pleasantly through the entire meeting and had no ambitions whatsoever. Brennan, you'll work hard these next few days. Personally oversee the North Gate. Huh? Okay. I've always liked Brennan. On the morning of the 3rd day, Vice Captain Thorn led 3 squadrons out of the North Gate at a leisurely pace and rode northeast into the wilderness, and I stood on a wall and watched him go and felt my shoulders come down about 2 inches. If he hadn't left that day, it wouldn't have been only Sterling who was finished. Half of what I was planning needed him gone. Out in the western hills, meanwhile, Knoll scouts watched 3 squadrons ride northeast and had a conversation that has stayed with me. Teague, 3 squadrons just left Fort Grey heading into the Barren Mountains. What are they doing out there? Have they spotted us? Are they trying to flank us? Dom, you're overthinking it. If they'd discovered us, they'd never come out. Those cowardly humans only dare hide in their castles when they fight us. How could they possibly come out? That makes sense. So should we move early or wipe out those 3 squadrons? No, we only have 2 battalions. We still can't break into the fortress. We stick to the plan. We wait until the White Wolf opens the gate at midnight. I want to note for the record that everything that happened next happened because 2 orc commanders correctly identified that the humans were cowards and then drew every possible wrong conclusion from it. That same afternoon, I shot an arrow in my courtyard and felt something click. Basic archery, 3 of 10. I dumped all 8 attribute points I'd saved, and I stood in a rented yard in a border fortress while a lifetime of arrows fell into my head. Thousands of them, across seasons I hadn't lived, until my hands and my eyes and the muscles in my back all agreed on something they'd never actually done. Basic archery, 1st order. Then I knocked an arrow and shot at a target 20 meters away, and the arrow went through the bullseye and buried itself in the courtyard wall behind it. I fired 10 more. 10 bullseyes. Across the yard, Gareth's knights had stopped their sword drills and were staring, because 4 days ago the Baron had been hitting the target 3 times in 10, and now the Baron could not miss. Lord Ethan? Gareth came over carefully. With your current archery, this range is no longer suitable for you. You're right, let's go find out how good I am. The 8th Battalion had a proper range, and I got permission to use it, and I would like to explain the latter because I climbed it in a week and it takes everyone else a life. A competent archer hits 3/4 at 50 meters. Above him, elite marksmen, 6 and 10 at 50, 3 and 10 at 100, and those men are already the best in an ordinary army. Above them, sharpshooters, the ceiling for a normal soldier, and even a professional needs exceptional talent and years of it. Above sharpshooters are archers and masters who need an enchanted bow and a professional's power to exist at all. I walked to the 50-meter line and put 7 of 10 into the target. I walked to the 100-meter line and put 3 of 10 into the target. Elite marksman. 4 days after learning which end of the bow the arrow goes in, Gareth was standing behind me having a private crisis about whether his employer was an archery genius. I let him have it. Explaining that I'd purchased the skill wholesale would have raised questions I couldn't answer. That night, I told everyone to stop training and rest because there'd be fighting before morning. Midnight came and I lay awake and fully dressed, and then the North District exploded. The fighting started somewhere in the city, sharp, brief, moving. That was the White Wolf and whoever Sterling had put on her, and I did not go anywhere near it, because getting caught between 2 mid-tier professionals is not bravery, it's litter. The sounds moved east, then stopped. Then the North Gate went up in flames and the horns started. It started, let's go look. By the time I got to the North Gate with the knights, the gate was shut again, and there were gnoll bodies stacked around it, which told the whole story. Sterling had opened it on purpose, let a portion of them inside, and closed it behind them. The ones he let in were already dead. Up on the wall, it was chaos and shouting. Over on the east side of the gate, I could see Sterling himself, casually holding off 2 Tier 5 gnolls at once. I went west. Fast. Because I had an extremely clear sense of my own value, and it was not near the 5th tier fight. Vice Commander Brennan was directing from the west wall, and he took one look at my little squad of knights, decided we were reinforcements, and pointed us at the 4th Company. The 4th Company had about 70 or 80 men where it should have had 150, and 8 professionals total, 1 Tier 2, 7 Tier 1. Now I understood why he'd sent us there, because coming up their section of wall were 4 gnoll professionals, 2 Tier 2, 2 Tier 1, with about 10 more below, driving 100 bodies up the ladders. The company commander, a middle-aged Tier 2 named Valerius, was fighting 4 professionals at once while shouting corrections to men defending the wall. And as I came up the steps, another Tier 1 gnoll got a leg over the parapet. I didn't think about it. My arms did it. The arrow went through his throat. He had exactly enough time to be delighted about reaching the top, and then he clutched his neck and fell backwards off the wall. And then a ribbon of white light drifted out of the body and came across the air and went into my chest. Energy Essence, 1. That's what a Tier 1 is worth. I had my first one, and I had it standing on a wall in the middle of a night battle, and for exactly 2 seconds I forgot where I was. Then I came back to myself, and my legs informed me of their opinion of the situation, because that first shot was reflex. Now I was awake, and there were bodies on the stones, and the noise was unbelievable, and I was a man from an office building standing in a medieval siege. Good archery, brother, Valerius roared, without looking, still fighting 4 things. First take care of the 2 Tier 1 on the wall, then work on the ones below. Being given a job is the best thing that can happen to a frightened man. I took a breath. Clear! I drew on a Tier 1 who was busy fighting. A Tier 2 gnoll saw me knocking and decided that the archer was the problem, shrugged off the 2 Tier 1 humans on him, and came for me. Gareth hit him from the side, and Gareth, a first-tier novice knight in Tulip family armor, against a Tier 2, actually pushed him back, started grinding him down. That distracted my target for half a second. The arrow went into his eye. He screamed once and stopped being a problem. The 4th Company's warriors swarmed the last Tier 1 immediately, which is when the Tier 2 fighting Valerius roared something in the beast's tongue, and the gnolls at the base of the wall raised slings. A hail of stones came up over the parapet. Men went down instantly. One of my apprentice knights took a rock square in the chest and only survived because Tulip family armor is very good armor. I would like to describe my own performance during the first volley. My legs stopped working. Completely. I had never in my life been on the receiving end of something like that, and my body simply resigned. Second volley. Third. The line started coming apart, and Valerius, who had a sword wound opening on him as he did it, gathered everything he had and put a holy light cross slash through the Tier 2's chest. Then he turned around and started shouting at his men, and I have thought about what he shouted more than once since. Don't back down. Retreating will only hasten your death. Summon your courage. Slaughter these orcs with me. Victory will belong to the 4th Company. The line held. My legs came back. I started shooting. The last Tier 2 turned and ran, actually ran off the wall, and Gareth was a half step too slow to stop him, but got a heavy strike into his back on the way down, and I turned and put an arrow into a falling man who had no way to dodge in the air, straight through the heart. He hit the ground, already dead. A second hoodie of light came up, slightly bigger this time, 10 points for a Tier 2, not 10% more, 10 times. Then another wave came, and this one had a Tier 3 in it. I put 5 or 6 arrows into him, and it barely slowed him down, and he came up over the wall anyway. That was the moment I understood the actual gap between tiers. And Valerius pulled a crossbow off his back and pointed it at him. The thing glowed blue. A beam of light went out. And then the section of wall the Tier 3 had been standing on was just empty, with some pieces rolling around on it. Magic crossbow, I said, out loud, like an idiot. Yes, Gareth said, appearing at my elbow. A regular squadron's crossbows are 2nd tier. That looked like a 3rd tier explosive bolt, which is why he killed a Tier 3 in one shot. I made a note. I made a very large note. The gnoll assault broke. The remaining professionals dropped off the ladders and pulled everyone back. I leaned out over the parapet to shoot them in the back and earn more essence, and Gareth grabbed my collar and yanked me down, and half a second later a volley of stones went over the place my head had been. "Thank you," I said from the floor in a slightly higher voice than usual. He just shook his head, watched, waited for the stones to stop, and said, "Sir, you may fire now." We chased them off 2 more sections of wall that night. I killed another tier 1, Gareth killed one, the knights killed one together, and somewhere in there I stopped shaking. Not because I got brave, because you can only be terrified for so long before your body gets bored. Then a horn went, the north gate opened, and the elite 1st Cavalry Squadron came out and put itself through the retreating knolls sideways. Squadron leader Roke, 4th Order Great Warrior, riding a tier 1 flame horse, cut through the formation like the formation wasn't there. 6 or 7 Knoll professionals died in the charge, including a 4th tier deputy captain who Roke killed personally. And that broke the 2 tier 5 captains' concentration for 1 second, which was all Sterling needed. He killed one of them outright. The other jumped off the wall and ran, with Sterling after him. Brennan sounded the recall before the cavalry could chase too far into the dark. The soldiers on the wall started cheering. I looked around at what was on that wall. Limbs. Actual severed limbs. And the smell, which nobody ever mentions. And I went to the side and threw up until there was nothing left, and then kept going for a while after that. Gareth and the knights stood there watching their employer, unable to reconcile the man vomiting into a corner with the man who had been putting arrows through eyes for 2 hours. Nobody laughed. I found out later why. Their own first battles had been maybe a 10th as good, and what they were actually thinking was, he held it in until the fighting stopped. That's the part they respected. Valerius came looking for me afterward. He'd been trying to find the archer who'd saved his section. He found a young man with a bow, white as paper, still dry heaving. He was so surprised he laughed. This brother is truly admirable. To perform like that on your first battlefield, that's impressive. Captain Valerius, you flatter me. If it weren't for the knights, my legs would have given out an hour ago. And Valerius stopped, because he'd forgotten the archer came with a squad of guards and a 1st-tier knight in them, which is not a thing that ordinary volunteers have. He straightened up. "Thank you for your assistance. May I have your name so the military judge can record your merits?" "I'm Ethan, the new Storm Baron." I watched it land. "Stormwind territory!" Then he saluted me, properly, because a company commander with no connections is nothing next to a hereditary baron, and I said the world's most awkward, "Please don't." And he said, "Understood, Your Excellency. You may return. I'll compile your achievements." And I went home and fell asleep instantly. I did not lie awake. I want to be honest about that, because everyone assumes you lie awake. I was so mentally spent that I was unconscious before I'd finished getting my boots off. I had nightmares, though, vivid ones. Silas's knocking pulled me out of one. "Young master, Lord Sterling is here. He's come specially to see you." Sterling was in my sitting room at dawn, grinning like a man who'd won a bet. "It's nothing. I'm just so happy I came early." "Was last night fruitful?" "I came straight back after the fighting. I was exhausted." Brother Ethan is truly extraordinary. Not just an elite marksman, but that performance in your first battle, and then sleeping well afterwards? That's amazing. I smiled bitterly and did not mention that I had changed my shirt twice. Then he told me the numbers, and the numbers were absurd. 865 gnolls dead, 35 of them professionals, 1 tier 5, 1 tier 4, 3 tier 3, 10 tier 2, 20 tier 1. 34 captured, including 2 tier 1 professionals. And on our side, 51 dead. 3 of them professionals, all tier 1. 8 wounded. Better than the last orc invasion 6 months earlier, by a lot. Fort Grey hadn't had a night like that in years, which meant the collective merit for the army and the officer command merit alone would come to no less than 2 6th-class merits, and the 8th Battalion had just had the best night of its decade. By the way, Brother Ethan, your battle achievements have been tallied. Check for discrepancies. Stormwind territory, 5 tier 1 professionals, 1 tier 2, and 30 ordinary soldiers, 1 8th class merit and 6.5 9th class, of which mine personally, 1 8th class and 3 9th class. Should squad leader Gareth's achievements be recorded under Stormwind territory or Tulip territory? Tell me, I need to report it. I looked at Gareth. Gareth nodded very slightly. The numbers are right. And then I made a decision I had been building towards since the road. Exchange 1.5 9th class merits from Stormwind territory for 15 first tier explosive arrows. The Night Squad's 9th class merit goes under Vice Captain Duncan's name. Squad leader Gareth's goes under his own. Everyone in the room stopped. "My lord, this is inappropriate," Gareth said immediately. "Our battle merits are usually collected by the lord. That's how it works. Their bodies, his ledger. I don't care about the past. With me, every merit earned in the first year belongs to you." Gareth bowed so fast I thought he'd hit the table. "Thank you, sir." Sterling watched all this and nodded to himself. Sure. Also, the 8th Battalion's collective merit will come to at least a 6th class, about 70 gold per man. You're not 8th Battalion soldiers, so you can't draw it. But I've discussed it with Vice Commander Brennan, and we're deducting 500 gold from his officer's commendation as compensation for you. Plus, I'll add something extra to the Stormwind supplies. In short, brother, I'll make sure you're satisfied. 500 gold, free, to a man with 220 in his pocket. No problem at all. Thank you in advance. Settled. However, you'd better leave Fort Grey in the next couple of days, before Thorn gets back and starts making trouble. This was originally his responsibility, after all. Then he stood, and I remembered something. Lord Sterling, that 4th tier White Wolf demi-human from last night. Was she captured? No. Too fast, too agile. Roke wounded her badly, but she still got over the wall. She got away? That's a shame. Sterling looked at my face and got entirely the wrong idea. Ha ha ha. What, brother Ethan, you're into that too. How about I send you a demi-human girl? An ordinary one, mind. I don't have any 4th tiers lying around. Ah, no. I just regretted losing a 6th class merit. Which was true. That is what I was thinking about. Merits, mostly. He was almost out the door when he turned around. By the way, you should be due for full knighthood soon. If you haven't got life source liquid, I'd suggest exchanging your 8th class merit for a dose. You already hold a title, no need to hoard merits. Then he explained the economics, and the economics were interesting. Life source liquid runs 1,000 to 1,500 gold on the black market. An 8th class merit only converts to 500 gold. So the kingdom deliberately prices the drug at half its value in merit, 1 dose per person, ever, because the kingdom would rather have knights than gold. Certainly, and please use my 3 9th class merits for a 1st class magic crossbow as well. A wise choice. I signed a military document and he took it and left, and I turned to 12 knights. I'll take 300 of the 500 gold. Each of you 12 apprentice knights gets 20. Gareth gets 60. Silence. Because that 500 wasn't merit. It was a courtesy payment from 1 battalion to 1 lord. They had no claim on a single coin of it, and I'd just handed them more than half on the same morning I'd handed them their own merits. They were doing the arithmetic on their faces. If they lived through this posting, 1 year with me was worth more than 10 years in Tulip. Thank you, sir. You're welcome. We fight together, so we get rich together. Then, because a man should never let a moment become a speech, Gareth, take the other 200, go to the slave market, and bring back the slaves I bought. Remember, don't pay for their food. Then get them washed and bring them to the yard. Then, finally, alone in my room, I opened the panel and looked at the number I've been waiting all morning to see. Energy Essence 13. Click to randomly awaken. 13. 1 tier 1 at the start, then a tier 2 for 10, then 2 more tier 1s. 13 points to awaken an innate talent. The thing that maybe 1 knight in several hundred is ever born with. The thing the Alpha Kingdom has never seen a man have 2 of. 13 points. That's it. That's the price. It has to be a strong one, I said out loud to nobody in an empty room, like a man at a slot machine. Otherwise, it'll be hard to make a living. And I clicked. Ultimate speed, basic speed, increases current attack speed, movement speed, reaction speed, and agility by 2 times. I sat down. Because here's what 2 times means in a world with tiers. Between a 1st tier and a 2nd tier of the same class, speed goes up about 35%. 2nd to 3rd, about 45%. So a tier 3 is not twice as fast as a tier 1. Nowhere near. I had just doubled, from a standing start, as a tier 1, which put my speed past a 3rd tier, and knights run about 30% better attributes than warriors to begin with, meaning, with the right opening, I could kill a 3rd tier, and if it went wrong, I could leave, and nobody could follow me, attack and escape in the same package. That is worth more than raw power, because raw power only wins the fights you've already decided to have. There was a catch, and the panel was very clear about it. The 3rd talent required me to reach 2nd tier intermediate knight first. The gap between talent and base level can't grow too wide. But upgrading the 2 I had was unrestricted. So, keep hunting orc professionals, push speed from basic to intermediate, and stop pretending that daily attribute points alone were going to get me anywhere. That evening, Sterling's personal guard delivered a tier 1 magic crossbow and 15 tier 1 explosive arrows, and told me the Stormwind supplies would be ready that night, and that Captain Sterling suggested I leave first thing in the morning because Thorn had almost certainly gotten word from inside the fortress and was on his way back. So I passed on my thanks, said we'd go at dawn, invited him to visit Stormwind if he was ever bored, and told everyone to sleep. And in the morning I sent Silas and half the knights ahead to the north gate with the craftsmen, and took Gareth and the other 6 to the warehouse. The man waiting there wasn't Roland. It was Sterling's own guard, who looked like he hadn't slept, which made me extremely curious about what was inside. Your Excellency, your belongings are all here. Please check them, and if there are no problems, take them. I went in. Holy crap! Serfs, 1,000. And it was 1,000, exactly as promised, except almost all of them were young men, with 200 young women. Sterling had apparently sat down and thought about the demographic composition of a frontier colony, which is more thought than most kings give it. Grain, 400 tons plus 20 tons of smoked and dried meat that keeps. Oxen, 50, all in their prime, 15 of them cows. Horses, 100 nags, and 12 military war horses hidden in among them. Equipment, 12 sets of brand new iron armor, 100 leather, 20 bows, 200 arrows, 100 longswords, 100 spears, 50 shields. All of it current military issue. And 50 elite soldiers who this time were actually elite and who had unmistakably been in battles because you could feel it standing near them. 10 of them were visibly disabled, missing fingers, missing an eye. Sterling's guard got in front of it before I could ask. Your Excellency, these 10 are all retired 8th Battalion men, discharged for injuries, but their combat strength is not weak. They're experienced veterans who can help you expand and train recruits. They're old comrades. The captain wanted to offer them a way out. Their pay stays at 1 gold a year. Of course, if you find it unacceptable, I can change them out right now. I looked at 10 crippled soldiers whose commander had spent political capital to smuggle them into somebody else's colony so they wouldn't starve. We'll take them. They're veterans. How could we possibly switch them? 800 young men in that yard, every one of them a potential recruit, and a squad of professional instructors thrown in on top of it. Sterling, you good bastard. Then I climbed onto something and made a speech, and I want to be clear that I hadn't planned it, and that I meant every word, and that it was also the single best investment I ever made. Gentlemen, since you are willing to follow me to that dangerous place, Stormwind, and try to carve a way out of it, I, Ethan, Baron of Storms, promise you this. Stormwind is dangerous, but if we are brave enough and strong enough, we can hold it, and we can leave that land to your descendants. 800 faces looking up. Nobody had ever addressed them. And even if you die on the way, I will make sure your families live out their years in peace. In the honor of Lord Stormwind, I hereby establish the Stormwind Pension. I said the numbers out loud because numbers are the only part of a promise that can be checked. If an ordinary soldier dies in battle, the compensation is 30 gold coins, paid over 30 years, 1 gold a year, to his family. Nobody moved. If a professional dies in battle, the territory will train one of his descendants to be a professional. Free. And the yard made a sound like the air going out of it. 3 times the kingdom's pension. And that second clause, that was the one. Because in this world, becoming a professional is the only door out of the bottom, and it costs money nobody at the bottom will ever have, and I had just told 50 men that their sons walked through it automatically if they died for me. 50 elite soldiers went down on one knee in the dirt. I swear to serve you to the death, my lord. Set off, I said. That's the promise. Remember it. I'm going to have to pay it in about 2 months, in a valley, over 3 men I'd never spoken to. Fort Grey to Stormwind is 80 kilometers as the crow flies, on a decent road, the kingdom built back when it still had ambitions for the place. Gareth's knights alone could do it in half a day. With 1,000 serfs, 50 oxen, and 100 horses, it was going to be 3 or 4. First day, uneventful. We camped at dusk and Silas got fires going, because it was early spring and northern nights still kill people, and I did not have warm clothing for 1,000 serfs. I organized the 50 soldiers into an infantry company and promoted the 2 most respected of them on the spot. Brendan, blind in his right eye, Rowan, missing 2 fingers on his left hand. Both early 30s, which in this world means both of them had about 2 years left to become professionals before their vitality started dropping and the door closed forever. I gave them their first job, pick out the 182 strongest young men on the road, 50 to fill out the company, the rest to be trained when we arrived. Then I sat down by a fire and put my 2 save points into flame triple slash, and felt a long sword swing itself a few thousand times inside my head, and opened my eyes as a man who now knew a sword form he had never practiced. I didn't test it against Gareth. Testing it would have told him I was a knight. Second day, just before noon, the warning came. 1,000 meters ahead, a human tier 3 high-ranking knight and a white wolf demi-human 4th order great warrior are in battle. Danger. Her. The one who'd escaped over the wall. And I had 1,000 civilians on an open road. Brendan, Rowan, there may be danger ahead. Get everyone into those woods to the south. Now. People go deep. Supplies can stay on the edge. Move the livestock back down the road. And be quiet. They moved instantly. No questions. And I made a note about both of them. Brendan took soldiers and drove the animals back the way we'd come. Rowan herded 1,000 terrified people into the tree line. Gareth, with me. North side. We took the knights into the woods on the other side, and I told him what was coming. And Gareth, who by this point believed I could smell the future, passed the order down without blinking. Yes, sir. If we're outmatched, ride for Fort Grey and ask Captain Sterling for reinforcements. He could already hear it. It was that close. A few minutes later, 2 figures came out onto the road we'd just left. It was her, and she was in a bad way, moving on reflex, blood everywhere, barely holding a defense. Behind her, a human knight in good armor was taking her apart at his leisure. Sir, is that the 4th tier? Is that 3rd Company's squadron leader Gideon fighting her? Must be. She must have run into Thorne's group while escaping. Then I frowned. But why isn't Thorne doing this himself? That's strange. Then Gideon unloaded and put her down. She hit the road and did not move, and I couldn't tell from that distance whether she was alive. He walked up slowly, confirmed she wasn't a threat, and then he pulled something out from under his armor, a ring, and fastened it around her neck. Gareth, what is that? That's a demonic artifact, sir, an enslavement ring. It's used to forcibly enslave. Gideon straightened up, and then he noticed the fresh marks in the dirt where 1,000 people had just been. He surveyed the ground, then the tree line. Then he shouted, "Come out, you inside! I am Gideon, captain of the 3rd Squadron of the 8th Battalion of Fort Gray." Well, so much for that. "Sir, what should we do?" I was still looking at the ring on her neck. "Go out and take a look. Stay alert." We rode out of the tree line in formation, and Gideon saw a squad of knights come out with a young man in the middle, and he recognized me instantly, and a small, mean smile appeared on his mouth. "Isn't this the Stormwind pretty boy who angered Lord Thorn? How lucky I am. Are you that pretty boy Baron?" I gave him about 1.5 seconds of my attention. "I am Baron Ethan of Storms. Now that Captain Gideon has completed his mission, he should return and report." And I waved my hand. 50 elite soldiers came out of the woods on the south side of the road behind him. I watched the smile fall off his face like something coming unglued. He was doing arithmetic now. Elite soldiers. Real ones. That's not something the pretty boy is supposed to have, and it certainly isn't something Thorn gave him, which means sterling. "Since Ethan has said so," he said, "then I shall take my leave." And he bent down to pick her up. "I said you can leave," I said. "The White Wolf stays," and I drew my sword. I want to be honest about why. It wasn't chivalry. There was a 4th-tier professional lying in the road with a control artifact already fitted to her neck, and the man holding the other end of the leash worked for the man trying to kill me. That is not a woman being rescued. That is a weapon being carried past me. Gideon stared for a beat and then went from 0 to murder in one breath. "Since you're courting death, don't blame me. I'll use your head to vent Lord Thorn's anger." And he moved first, going straight for me before the soldiers could close. Gareth was faster than I expected. The knights hit him in a charge formation, and apprentice and 1st-tier knights in formation are genuinely dangerous, and he was already injured. Gideon sidestepped the entire charge with one movement. Their swords rang off his armor without marking it. And on the way past, he unloaded one slash that threw the 2 rearmost knights off their horses. They hit the ground and stayed there, armor split open, bleeding, and I could not tell if they were breathing. Gareth wheeled around, saw the armor, and said one word, "Enchanted," and then went straight back in anyway and called the 50 soldiers up around him. Gideon looked at knights in front and 50 spears behind, and understood he could not let himself get caught in the middle of that. 3rd tier or not, enough swords will kill anything. So he stamped his foot. The ground under Gareth's horse sank about a hand's width, and the horse went down face first at a gallop. A magician! That was Gareth, in midair, sailing toward a 3rd-tier knight who had already raised his sword to meet him. And then Gideon's eyelids twitched, because a very large amount of death was arriving from his left. He turned the sword he was about to kill Gareth with, and parried it instead. Clang. Then boom. Gideon went backwards through the air in a cloud of dirt. Gareth landed in a heap, covered in cold sweat, and looked across at me. I was standing there reloading the magic crossbow. "Thank you, sir." "He's not dead. Don't relax." Cough. Cough. Gideon wiped blood off his mouth and stared at me with an entirely new expression. A magic crossbow. Damn it. And he was right to be annoyed, because that should have been the end of him. He only survived because a magician's mental perception let him feel the bolt coming and get the sword up, and because his armor was enchanted. He looked at 50 spears closing in and made his decision. He used Earthsync again, this time under the soldiers and the knights, and their whole line stumbled. Then he changed direction and came straight at me. His logic was sound. We weren't far apart. At 3rd-tier speed, all he had to do was dodge one 1st-tier bolt, and then he'd be on top of a pretty boy who wasn't even a professional. Killed the Lord and the morale of the entire column collapses. Then intimidate the rest. And these 50 soldiers hadn't reached Stormwind yet, so they weren't legally Stormwind troops, so nobody would ever be held accountable. He could just go back to the fortress. It was a good plan. "My lord! Careful!" Gareth was already running. I raised the crossbow and fired. And Gideon, who was watching my hands, not the bolt, moved before I loosed and was somewhere else when it arrived. Then he leapt high and came down at me with the sword and a grin. "Ha ha ha! Prepare to die!" And then he saw that I was smiling back at him. Is this kid scared out of his mind? No, I just had 2 attributes he didn't know existed. The world went sideways. I moved at twice the speed of a 1st-tier knight, and I was simply not there anymore, and his killing blow went through empty air. His eyes went enormous. So fast! Then he felt something behind him and threw himself sideways on pure instinct, and still felt the cold on his neck. How is this possible? I opened his throat. Blood came out of him like a pipe had burst. He was finished, and he knew it, and he still turned around to try and take me with him. And then a longsword came out of nowhere and hit him square in the forehead. Gideon died standing up. Gareth had thrown his sword from 20 meters. I let out a breath I'd been holding since the woods. That was close. That was much closer than it looked. Here's what actually happened, from inside. I let him think he had me. I deliberately stayed within his reach instead of backing off with a crossbow because Gideon had no idea I was a knight, let alone how fast, and a man who thinks he's about to win stops being careful. So I let him commit, went behind him at double speed, and put the first strike of flame triple slash through his neck, and a 3rd tier facing death still nearly dodged it. Half his neck open, and he was still turning to counterattack. If Gareth hadn't thrown, I'd have had a very interesting last 2 seconds. Also, technically, that means Gareth killed him, which cost me 100 energy essence and an innate talent upgrade, and I would like it noted that I was extremely gracious about it. Sir, are you all right? I wiped my forehead and pointed down the road. Go check on Eric and Thomas. Duncan, go, quickly, they should still be alive. Give them the medicine now. Then Gareth came back and stood in front of me and didn't know how to start. Sir, you just… I gave him the smile of a man caught doing something embarrassing. That's right, I've already broken through to full knight. The reason I didn't back off with the crossbow was to bring it in. I explained the whole thing. Gideon had no idea I was a first-tier knight, and no idea about the speed. The moment he believed he had a clean kill, he stopped defending, which gave me exactly one opening, and I needed exactly one. Then I made a face. I just didn't expect a third tier to be that hard to kill. Thanks for the assist. Gareth was, at this point, deeply impressed and also professionally horrified, and he gave me the first piece of real combat advice I ever got. My lord, your resourcefulness and your courage are admirable, but your combat experience is insufficient. If a charged strike fails to kill, you retreat immediately. A man 2 tiers above you can produce a ferocious counterattack in the face of death. I wrote that one down too. My lord, you've broken through to full knight. Is that… He was fishing for the speed. He was a first-tier knight himself. He'd seen it happen, and he knew what he'd seen. And you cannot hide something like that from the man who fights beside you. So I told him the truth, which is occasionally the strongest move available. That's right. I've awakened an innate talent. Keep it to yourself. He'd suspected. Hearing it confirmed still hit him. Because an innate talent is the ultimate dream of every knight alive. 1 in hundreds, 1 in thousands. A knight who awakens one is considered the equal of a mage of the same level, and mages are the class everybody else complains about. My lord, you are truly blessed by the goddess of dawn. I thought you'd awaken something in perception. I never expected speed. Hahaha, neither did I. Then Duncan shouted from down the road. Sir, Captain, Eric and Thomas are out of danger. They just need rest. I went limp about 2%. Let them recover properly. Their pay continues as normal, and I'll cover their medical costs. Then I pointed at the corpse. Now go see what he's carrying. This one was a knight and the mage, which I hadn't known and which the warning had never mentioned, because the warning ignores threats that don't actually threaten me. And to a talent that measures danger, a magic apprentice is background noise. Good to know. Dangerous to know. Gareth went through him with the enthusiasm of a man who has heard that magicians are rich. Enchanted armor first, stripped straight off, then the inner leather, 1,000 gold note, a magic bracelet, a swordsmanship technique, a magic spell, and a warrior's breathing technique. The breathing technique was Silver Wolf, standard army issue, cultivable to 3rd tier advanced warrior. The spell was the 0 ring one he'd used on Gareth, Earth Sync. The sword skill was Holy Light Cross Slash, also army standard. Isn't this guy a magician? Why are there spells and no meditation technique? Gareth had a theory, and his theory taught me how this entire world works. Perhaps he learned magic from someone else and signed a noble's seal contract, so he couldn't copy it. It's like him being a knight without carrying the knight breathing technique. His was issued by the army under the royal seal. He could use it personally, but to pass it on, he'd have to wait until he was near death. That is the practice among military families. You hold the technique in your own head your entire life, and when you're dying, you hand it to your child. The royal family doesn't object. That's the whole point. That's how the officer class of the Alpha Kingdom exists, one deathbed at a time. Which is also why most knights try to acquire a warrior technique on the side, because the warrior door is cheaper. Life Source Liquid costs a fortune. The warrior equivalent doesn't. So the Silver Wolf technique in Gideon's coat was almost certainly bought or stolen for his own descendants. I see. And then I said the thing I should have thought about first. So he learned magic from Thorn. Gareth shook his head, and his face went grim. No, only high-ranking nobles hold noble seals. Thorn is from a Viscount family. They must have an earl or higher behind them. I went very quiet. So this wasn't a vice captain with a grudge. There was an earl's house or better behind the man who moved my territory. And then I did the healthy thing, which is to notice that worrying about it changed nothing. I couldn't touch an earl. I couldn't touch a viscount. I couldn't currently touch a moderately annoyed farmer. What I could do was get stronger, and everything else was noise. Last thing, what's the bracelet? Gareth picked it up, and his voice changed. My lord, this looks like a 4th-tier magical artifact. It should be the controller for the enslavement ring Gideon just put on the White Wolf. Master this bracelet and you completely enslave a 4th-order great warrior. I would like to describe the internal experience of hearing that sentence. It was extremely loud. How do you use it? How? It can't be magicians only, right? Gareth was trying not to laugh at me. Anyone can, sir. Activate it with knightly power. Then you control her through the bracelet and she will submit to you from the bottom of her heart. That's it? That's the whole thing. I put it on and pushed power into it, and I felt her. She was still unconscious. Vitality low, consciousness low, everything running on fumes. And underneath that, clear as a signal, was hatred. Enormous, structural hatred. For the gnolls and for humans, and I noticed more of it aimed at the gnolls, which made no sense. She'd been working with them. That question sat with me for 2 more days. One more thing. Can it be cancelled or transferred? Of course, sir. It isn't disposable. Use the bracelet to remove the ring from her neck and it's cancelled. Put it on anyone else and they're enslaved instead. But it's a 4th-tier artifact, so it only works below 4th tier. It won't hold anything above. Right. which meant the leash was only good while I was smaller than the thing on the end of it. I filed that away too. Gareth, clean up the body, then we get out of here before Thorn tracks us. We moved to a wider road and skipped lunch entirely, and it wasn't until evening, after we'd crossed the Cane River and set foot on the Stormwind Cape Peninsula, that I let anyone rest. And here, since we've arrived, is why my fief existed at all. The kingdom wanted its line pushed past the Grey Mountains, and the plan was that Stormwind would grow strong enough to justify a second barony between it and Fort Grey, and then the two would link and lock the orcs out entirely. Stormwind is a small peninsula, sea north, sea south, one entrance west with a river across it. Marching armies don't bother with it because both ways in are expensive, and there's nothing there worth stealing. Hold the castle and the orcs are a nuisance, not a sentence. That was the theory. Then a pack of Gale wolves moved into the eastern mountains and started raiding whenever they felt like it, and a Naga tribe migrated into the waters to the south and did the same from the other direction. Between them, nobody could farm. A territory that can't feed itself doesn't grow. A territory that doesn't grow can't fight. And every Storm Baron who tried to break that deadlock went out to war with the wolves or the Naga and came back in pieces. So my actual problem, stripped of romance, was secure a food supply and don't get eaten by wolves. At noon on the third day, I saw my castle. The kingdom built it, which means it was built as a fortress and nothing else. Small, but structurally perfect for this world. Circular wall 12 meters high, 1,000 meters around, sitting on a hill with a baron's mansion inside it, barracks beside that, and an outer city for the serfs behind a low wall. A serious storm hits every few years, which is where the name comes from. Since the last baron died, Fort Grey had been holding it with a reserve squadron who were not responsible for developing anything, so they'd taken the serfs away and left 3 slaves to sweep the mansion. The reserve squadron leader, a Tier 1 warrior named Pete, saw us coming and nearly wept with joy. 60-odd men, 2 professionals total, holding an entire baronial castle on a war frontier with no possibility of reinforcement. They had been living like that for months. The handover took under an hour because they did it at a run. They declined lunch. They declined a drink. They packed and left and did not look back, and I stood in my own gatehouse watching men flee my new home as fast as their legs would carry them. Welcome to Stormwind. I climbed the wall and looked out over all of it. Plains and forest to the horizon, my castle, my hill, my genuinely alarming quantity of nothing. Then I turned around and started giving orders, because feelings are for people who've already eaten. Old Silas, take men, store every supply properly, and guard it. Clear out whatever farm tools the previous barons left. If they're broken or short, the 5 blacksmiths make more, starting now. Rowan, 10 men, settle the serfs. Tell them they get 3 days of rest, then spring planting begins. If we're late, we starve next year. Brendan, the rest of you, inspect the entire castle, including the inner mansion. Anything cracked, the stonemasons and bricklayers fix it immediately. Yes, sir. Yes, young master. Gareth, with me. It's still early. Let's go see what's out there. The patrol was a cover story. What I was actually doing was walking a circle around my own territory, carrying a talent that screams when something wants to kill me, and mapping the silence. South first, toward the sea, because that's where the Naga came from. I walked all the way to the water and got nothing. Not a whisper. Which told me exactly where they were, more than a kilometer out in the water, out of range. And then I looked at what I was standing next to, and I stopped. It was a bay, a proper one, a ring of small islands with gaps between them, so it was less a coastline than a lake with doors. So that's why the kingdom put the castle here. They'd seen it. Of course they'd seen it. And then the Naga moved in, and it stopped being an asset and became a wall. There were Naga out there right now, and sea monsters with them. Naga run about elite soldier strength as a baseline, with a good number of professionals. The sea monsters are cannon fodder, but there are a great many of them, and the best ones reach professional level. Gareth, if we drove these Naga off, would they come back? No, sir. Naga live in family tribes. They control the sea monsters in an area and settle there. If they're driven out by foreign enemies, they generally settle somewhere else. A pause. But Naga from elsewhere might migrate in. That's luck. 2 or 3 years of clear water minimum. 2 or 3 years of a bay full of fish right next to a territory that could not feed itself. I filed that under things to do after the planting and went and checked the fields. 1.5 kilometers north of the castle, there's a tributary running down to the Cane. I named it the Storm River because it was mine and nobody could stop me. Along its valley, previous barons had cleared about 1,000 mu of paddy. West of the castle, another 1,000-odd mu of dry field. Yields in this world, 60 kilos per mu on dry land, 150 on paddy. 2,000 mu, all in, gives you 210 tons a year. Consumption. A soldier eats 1.5 kilos of grain a day. A young serf, 3/4 of a kilo. Old people, women and children, half. I was planning an army over 200, with 600 able-bodied men and 200 women left over, plus knights and craftsmen. That's about 350 tons a year. 210 in, 350 out. Take out next year's seed, and I had enough food to survive exactly 1 year, and it was too late in the season to clear new land. I stood in a field at dusk doing subtraction and understood the shape of my life for the next 12 months. The moment planting is done, I have to find grain, and I have to find it somewhere that isn't a market because I don't have money. That night, alone in the study, I drew the whole thing out. Spring planting first, 600 able men, 200 women, 50 oxen, 90 horses. More than enough for 2,000 mu. So while they plant, they also clear. Another 2,000 mu around the castle, half paddy, half dry. Then irrigation channels and turn the dry fields into paddy over time. Then the army, 182 recruits. From those, take the best 12. Give them the 12 war horses hidden in Sterling's nag herd and the 12 sets of new iron armor, and that's a second night squad. Duncan, Gareth's vice captain, commands it. Have them all learn my family's flame breathing, but only to first level. Pass that costs merit. And Duncan himself gets the life source liquid I traded my 8th class merit for. Lent, not given, to be returned once he's a knight and can earn his own. The other 170 learn silver wolf breathing, the technique we took off Gideon's corpse, which was intended for a dead man's children, and is now going to make 170 serfs into soldiers. Also to first level only. 18 with any archery talent become 2 archer squads. The rest split into 2 companies. Brendan gets 50 shields, 100 leather armors, and 100 longswords, elite infantry. Rowan gets the raw recruits and 100 spears. Final tally, 2 knight squads, 2 archer squads, 1 infantry company, 1 spear company, 3 professional knights once the drug arrives, plus 1 unconscious 4th order great warrior in a guest room. With that, we could hold a castle, even against a large orc force, on paper. Second day, I called every officer and old Silas into a room and handed out the plan. Farmland went to Silas, with rules attached, and the rules were not gentle. Record who you allocate every single mew to. If something goes wrong with a mew, you find the man responsible and punish him accordingly. A whipping for something small, half rations for something serious. And reward good work, a meal with meat in it. Yes, young master. Then group them in 10s. They eat together, live together, work together, and they answer for each other. If one runs, the other 9 are punished. Silas accepted the order without a flicker, and I want to be honest about that policy rather than pretty about it. Collective punishment is a vicious system. It's also the reason I still had a territory 2 years later, and I put it in on day 2 while I had 800 people and nowhere for any of them to run, precisely so that it would already be normal by the time I had 40,000, and they could. Then the army. Duncan, I'm lending you the life source liquid I traded my 8th class merit for. Return it once you're promoted and have earned merit of your own. Acceptable? Duncan stood up so fast his chair moved. Thank you, sir. Duncan is more than willing. He had already reached the peak of apprentice knight. He'd been sitting there for a while. He simply hadn't earned enough merit for Tulip to spend a dose on him, and 1 dose of that liquid trades for a peak apprentice knight, serving you 10 years. That's the exchange rate on a human being. Then you're captain of the new knight squad. I need them combat capable in 3 months. Can you do it? He hit his own chest with his left fist. Yes, sir, I guarantee it. Then the rest went out. Tristan and Kalen to the archer squads, both with bad legs, which is why they were perfect for wall defense. Rowan to the spear company, plus 3 veterans. Brendan to the infantry, stationed south of the castle, with orders to keep the Naga and the sea monsters off the planting. Gareth, take your night squad and patrol where the peninsula meets the barren mountains. If you find gale wolves or orcs, report immediately. Then, Harder, your task is to patrol. Do not engage there unless you have no choice. Understood, sir. Then I put a stack of animal parchment on the table, and this is the part where they all looked at me like I'd started speaking backwards. These are recruit training manuals I've written. They're simple drills. They won't improve any individual soldier's combat strength. Confused silence. But they will improve cohesion and execution, and they will make your commands run smoothly. Use them as you see fit. Formation drill. Marching in step. Responding to a called order without thinking about it. In my old world, that's the first week of basic training. Here, nobody had ever bothered, because armies are groups of men who fight next to each other rather than one thing with many arms. They took the parchment. They were polite about it. Not one of them believed me. Give it a month and they'd be shouting my cadence at each other without noticing they were doing it. The flags, semaphores, and horns at least already existed, so I didn't have to invent an entire signal corps on my second day. Right, Gareth stays. Everyone else, go pick your soldiers. Knight squad and archers choose first. Infantry and spears form up after. 2 days. I'll inspect before planting. Once they'd gone, I asked Gareth about Eric and Thomas, and it turned out they'd only been concussed by a knight's aura. No internal damage, no broken bones, 10 days to recover, which was a relief because those men were Tulip's investment. The family had been grooming all 12 to become full knights eventually. I sent Gareth out on patrol immediately because the Gale Wolves needed permanent eyes on them, and then, as I was about to go inspect my own castle, I felt her wake up. She was lying on the bed in a daze, and the second I came through the door, she went from limp to lethal. That specific stillness of an animal that has decided which of your arteries it wants. Then the bracelet on my wrist flared, and she looked at me with total confusion for one heartbeat, and then something went out behind her eyes, and she said, in the most respectful voice imaginable, "Owner, I would like to be a better man than I am." I heard owner from a beautiful demi-human woman with wolf ears, and I felt a distinct and disgraceful surge of something, and then I got hold of myself, because there was a war coming, and this was not the time. Also because, and I only understood this later, the thing that had just happened to her was not consent. The ring rewrote her loyalty. It did not rewrite her. From now on, just call me sir. Yes, sir. May I have your name? My name is Lyra, sir. Lyra. Good name. Then I asked her what she was doing in a slave cage, and why she hated gnolls more than she hated me, and she told me, slowly, and her voice kept changing, angry, then flat, then something worse than either. Sir, I am of the White Wolf tribe, from the easternmost tip of the Barren Mountains. 2 years ago, a pack of gale wolves migrated into our range and forced us to relocate west, near Mist Valley. Mist Valley, shrouded year-round, so thick that almost no magical beast or orc will go in. Then, more than half a year ago, 3 gnoll units were caught inside when the fog suddenly expanded. They wandered in it for over half a year. 2 months ago, the fog receded, and they came out and found our tribe. She stopped for a second. They seized the tribe. They killed my father. And then they used my people to make me infiltrate Fort Grey. So that was the answer to the question I'd been carrying for 3 days. She hadn't been an orc agent. She'd been a hostage with a job. The tribe was the leash, the fortress gate was the task, and if she'd failed, her people died. And she had failed, and been driven out of the fortress bleeding, and run straight into a human knight who put a slave collar on her before she was even conscious. And now she was standing in my bedroom calling me owner because of a piece of jewelry. I want to record that I did not feel good about that. I want to record that I did not take it off either, not for a year. But I did get the rest out of her, and the rest was gold. There had been 3 gnoll battalions, not 2. They'd gotten lost during the orc invasion last year and were too frightened to go home, and attacking Fort Grey was an attempt to buy their way back with a victory. The 3rd battalion never came. Those ones had decided they'd rather stay in the White Wolf tribe and be bandits. Then, the part I actually wanted. What happened to Thorn? The Tier 5 gnolls who fled the fortress that night ran straight into Thorn's 3 squadrons, and there was a real battle. Only about 500 gnolls had regrouped by then, so Thorn's men eventually routed them, at heavy cost. The Tier 5 escaped. Thorn himself was badly wounded, which is why Gideon was chasing Lyra instead of Thorn. And one more thing she'd overheard, which I kept turning over for months. Thorn wanted her alive because he intended to present her to someone. She never heard the name, but the thing I actually needed was the Gale Wolves, and what she said about the Gale Wolves ruined my week. The pack at the eastern end of the range is over 500 wolves. The Wolf King is a 7th tier magical beast, and under him are dozens of 4th, 5th, and 6th tier Gale Wolves. Legend has it they only migrated east in the first place because they offended a 9-stage dragon deeper in the mountains, which tells you what kind of animals we're discussing. And when they arrived, they drove out orcs, demi-humans, and beasts alike, the White Wolf tribe among them, until they annoyed the actual overlord of the eastern range, a black-white giant bear. 8th tier, and only just adult, meaning not yet at its peak. The species tops out at 9th, and the strongest of them reach legendary. Apparently, even the laziest, least aggressive monster in the mountains eventually got sick of them and went to teach them manners. The wolves lured it into a narrow canyon and hit it from both sides where it couldn't turn around, and beat it, and it fled with terrible wounds. But it cost them. The pack was cut in half. Only about a dozen of the 4th, 5th, and 6th tiers survived, and the 7th tier Wolf King himself was seriously injured and is still recovering. And after that, nobody in the eastern Barren Mountains ever bothered them again. I sent a rider after Gareth immediately. Tell him, if he sees a Gale Wolf, he does not attack, not even one on its own. He returns and reports. These things are lunatics. Do not touch them. Then I sat there. The previous Barons almost certainly died out on patrol because they crossed a wolf. And I couldn't kill them, and I couldn't drive them off, and I couldn't hide in the castle every time they came, because a territory that hides doesn't plant. I had no answer. So I did the thing you do when you have no answer, which is put it in a drawer and go do the work in front of you. I got Lyra looked after, a month of rest for damaged organs, which for a demi-human is remarkable. A human with those injuries would have needed a year or a coffin, and told the staff to feed her a great deal of meat. Then I assembled my craftsmen. I explained mortar. I explained lime and sand and clay. I explained brickmaking, as best a man can when his entire knowledge of the subject comes from a documentary he half-watched, and I finished, feeling quite pleased with myself, and looked at a room full of skilled artisans, and said, "So, what do you think? Any ideas?" And a group of grown men shook their heads violently in unison. They couldn't. They didn't do that. I pushed. I explained that they should think about it, and try things, and see what worked. And one of them explained, in the tone of a man clarifying something obvious, that if he did that, his father would have beaten him to death, or his master would have. That's not stupidity. That is a system working exactly as designed. You are taught one method by one man, and you reproduce it exactly for 40 years, and then you teach it to your son. Deviation is not innovation, it's insubordination, and it gets you killed for ruining materials that belong to a noble. I had inherited a workshop full of extremely skilled people, with the initiative surgically removed. Fine, start smaller. Then make these, I said, and drew them a curved plow and a water wheel. Suddenly they were fine. Show a craftsman a picture and he becomes a genius. It's originating the idea that's forbidden, not executing it. And then, because I had one lever and I was going to pull it, I said, if you carpenters and blacksmiths get these built in time for this year's planting, I will restore your status as commoners. You will be free men of Stormwind City. The blacksmith and the carpenter, men who had been standing there like furniture 10 seconds earlier, went down on their knees so fast their tools clattered. Thank you, my lord. You are truly a benevolent lord. Don't thank me yet. If you fail, you stay slaves for life, and so do your children. I let that land. Then I turned to the stonemason and the bricklayer. Same offer. Go back and think about what I told you. Try it a few times. And whoever succeeds first doesn't just get their freedom, I'll assign him a wife, and she'll be a free woman too. Yes, sir. They practically ran out of the room. And I stood there watching men leave a courtyard at a sprint and said out loud to nobody, that's more like a human being. All that dead-eyed shuffling. I couldn't stand looking at it. 3 days later, the 16th of March, dawn calendar 6637, my 5th day in Stormwind City, I had a curved plow. I also had a blacksmith shortage because we ran out of iron, and I ended up having them melt down every useless iron farm tool in storage just to finish the plows, which meant that when the army expanded, there would be no iron left for weapons. Another thing for the drawer, right next to grain, the water wheels were worse. The carpenters produced 4, and every one of them was wrong, and I said so, and instead of being crushed, they got enthusiastic, because it turns out that a man who has been told exactly once in his life that his work is being evaluated on whether it functions, rather than whether it matches his father's will, run through a wall for you. The next batch worked, and on the 16th, planting day, I called the entire territory into the military ground because the barracks was the only space big enough. Everyone, except the 3 house slaves, and Lyra, and Eric and Thomas in their beds, and Gareth's squad out on patrol. 233 soldiers, 818 serfs. That was Stormwind City. That was all of it. And I walked in, and the first thing I saw was an army standing in crooked lines, looking like they were waiting to be beaten, and a camp that smelled like an open sewer, because it was one. So before I said a single word about policy, I issued 3 sanitation regulations, and I would like it noted that I have never been prouder of anything. 1. No urinating or defecating anywhere except designated latrines. Violators punished regardless of rank, officers and civilian soldiers lose pay, soldiers get 5 lashes, repeat offenders are discharged and sent back to farming. 2. Everyone in camp bathes every 2 or 3 days, washes and changes clothes regularly, and folds their bedding. 3. Soldiers take turns cleaning the barracks and the training ground daily, and I appointed duty officers to inspect it every single day and told them that if there was no improvement in a month, the entire unit would be punished together. I had been disgusted by this world's hygiene since the day I arrived. Now I had my own turf, and I was going to reform it, and I was going to start with the army, because once soldiers have the habit, you can send them to enforce it on everyone else. Then, having established that I cared where they defecated, I announced how much I'd pay them to die. Tier 1 professional officers, 10 gold a year. Ordinary officers, 5. Elite soldiers and apprentice knights, 1. Ordinary soldiers, half a gold. And every single one of those tiers keeps a payment for life and a job in the territory if the war takes a piece out of you. And the pension, exactly as promised, on the road. The 50 elite soldiers and the promoted officers were vibrating, several times better than the kingdom's own army, which gives you pay and a pension and nothing else. Stormwind covered injury, retirement, employment, and your children. But the serf recruits stood there with the blank faces of people listening to a language they don't speak, because none of it applied to them. So I gave them theirs. Any serf who earns half a 9th class merit, or reaches elite soldier level in the breathing technique, immediately reverts to civilian status. Nothing. And enjoys the full military benefit system from that day. No delay. And 100 odd faces caught fire all at once. Not the elite soldiers, not the officers, the serfs. Because I had just told men who were legally property that there was a door, and that it was 2 things wide, and that both of them were things you could do with your own body, they were still cheering when I raised a hand and let it go quiet. And then I changed my face. Generous systems and rewards are offered to you. But if you fail your missions, neglect training, waste time, or desert, complete silence. At best, you are expelled and your family is barred from employment for 3 generations. At worst, you are beheaded and your family is enslaved for generations, with no possibility of pardon. Nobody moved. The kind Lord had just turned into something with teeth, which was exactly the point. So I'm giving you a chance. Anyone who doesn't want to join the army may withdraw now. I won't pursue it. Not one man stepped out. And I want to be honest about why. Because it wasn't loyalty and it wasn't courage. Survival in this world is already brutal, and for a serf on the northern border, joining the army barely changes your odds of dying. It just changes who profits when you do. I nodded, sent the army off to work, and turned to the serfs, who were even more frightened than the recruits. Farm the land continuously for 5 years and complete every task the territory assigns, including natural disasters and beast attacks, and you are restored to civilian status. And then the part that actually mattered. On becoming commoners, you are allocated land. Men, 5 mu of paddy, women and children, 3. You pay 50% of the allocated land as tax, and the rest is yours. And Stormwind City abolishes the head tax for commoners. Half. In a world where a serf keeps nothing at all. And at the next expansion, serfs may volunteer for the army. Those selected enter the military assessment system. 2 doors, 5 years of work, or a spear. And the change in that territory over the following month was not subtle. Before, walking through the outer city felt like walking through a morgue where the bodies were still moving. Within weeks, there were people going back and forth between the fields and the castle every day who had started, without noticing, to have expressions. Some of that was hope. A lot of it was that I never once shorted their rations. In 3 days, they plowed 2,000 mu and cleared every stone and weed that had been left in it. Deep plowing, ridging, sowing, and irrigation took about 10 more, and after that the crew shrank and everybody else started clearing new land. 15 days after planting began, I had 21 attribute points saved and dumped every one into archery. Basic archery, second order. Limit. That's the ceiling. Basic archery doesn't go past 2, and second order means sharpshooter, the level a professional soldier reaches after a lifetime, if he's exceptional. I went to the range to confirm it, and on the way I looked at what my recruits had turned into. They were training like they'd been electrocuted. 2 of them had actually broken through. A man named Hill had mastered flame breathing and become an apprentice knight. A soldier named Martin had mastered Silverwolf and reached elite soldier. Both of them were serfs that morning. Both were free men by noon, with the pay and treatment to match, and I made sure everyone watched it happen. The effect on the rest was chemical. Then Brendan's messenger arrived at the range at a dead run. The Naga were moving. Some of them were already ashore, and they were coming toward Stormwind City. I sent Rowan to pull every serf out of the fields and back inside the walls, and took the new night squad, both archer squads and 50 spear recruits, south. The new night squad went on foot, incidentally. They'd been farmhands 3 weeks earlier and would need 3 months minimum before they could fight from a saddle. Duncan himself, though, had broken through 2 days before on the life source liquid from Fort Grey, which made him the 3rd Tier 1 knight in Stormwind City. By the time we got within 1.5 kilometers of the water, Brendan's company was already fighting. And I want to explain why I did not want this fight, because it's the least heroic reason in the world. Merit accounting. The kingdom pays merit for the heads of enemy soldiers and orcs and certain named enemies. That's it. Naga are not on the list. Kill 100 of them and the crown gives you a receipt for 0. So every Naga my men killed, I paid for out of my own pocket. I set Naga at half the value of an orc and magical beasts at full, and then went and helped kill things I was being charged for. 200-odd sea monsters were hitting Brendan's line. Cannon fodder mostly, under 1.5 meters, thin, armed with stone knives and shell weapons and clubs. No match for armored men at all. 20 or 30 were already dead. And the fight was going nowhere because half of Brendan's men were serfs with 12 days of training, and Brendan had never commanded anything. There was no unit. There were 100 individuals standing near each other, fighting privately. Also, and I noticed this and did not like it, the actual Naga professionals were sitting back and letting the sea monsters die. They were wearing us down with cannon fodder on purpose. So I took command. Shield bearers, right side, covering the spears. Spearmen, thrust in unison. Second rank fills the gap when the first rank thrusts. Alternate, follow my count. 50 shields from Brendan's company and 50 of my spear recruits in 2 long ranks. 1, kill. 2, stab. 1, kill. 2, stab. Puff, puff, puff. And 100 men who had been drowning started killing things at a rate that was frankly embarrassing to watch, because it was so simple. Nobody had to be brave. Nobody had to be skilled. They just had to move when I said a number. Brendan and Duncan stood there with their mouths open. I never imagined, Brendan said, that you were such an outstanding military commander. I did not tell him that I had learned it by being made to march in a rectangle as a teenager. We advanced step by step, and the sea monsters that broke got herded back into us by the Naga professionals, who then sent more around our flanks. Archer squads, ready. First squad, fire right. Second squad, fire left. Loose. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Reserves, intercept anything that crosses the archer's line. Brendan, take over. Keep commanding exactly the way I did it. Duncan, when those Naga professionals commit, you go in and hold them. I'll support from behind. Yes, sir. Brendan took the count over and kept it perfectly, and I have rarely seen a man so happy. And I went hunting. A Tier 1 Naga warrior came inside 100 meters. I raised my hand and shot him in the face. White light came up and went into my chest, and I relaxed for the first time all day, because that was the whole reason I was standing there. Naga strength scales with size, which is extremely convenient because it means the professionals are labeled. I picked out a Tier 2 and shot at him. He blocked it with a spiked club because he'd seen the first one die and was watching for archers. Unlucky. 2 more. The first got blocked as well. The second went through his throat. He went down thrashing and stopped, and I collected a second tier's worth of essence. 10 Naga professionals had come ashore, 3 Tier 2, 7 Tier 1. Inside a minute, I'd killed 2 of them, 1 a Tier 2 at 100 meters. The remaining 8 went flat on the ground and stopped moving. They had just worked out that there was a sharpshooter on the wall of the sea. Duncan was staring at me, doing arithmetic that did not resolve. Hadn't Lord Ethan only just reached a lead archer? Duncan, help clear the sea monsters. Those professionals will bring reinforcements. We need to be back behind walls. Because the Naga aren't insane like the Gale Wolves, but they had killed human lords in this territory before, and they were not going to let this go. I cleared the beach and got everyone home and had about 10 minutes of feeling competent. Then Gareth's squad came back at a gallop. The Gale Wolves were coming. Damn it! Nobody comes to bother us for 20 days, and now they all turn up at once. Did they coordinate? Then I thought about the seeds in the ground and stopped joking. Gareth, how many Gale Wolves? What strength? 20 or 30, sir. They're fast. I didn't dare get close. But the leader is a Tier 5 Gale Wolf. Tier 5. And then Duncan came in behind him to report that the Naga army had arrived. 2 Tier 4s, 3 Tier 3s, more than a dozen Tier 1s and 2s, and nearly 500 sea monsters. I started laughing. I couldn't help it. How can we play like this? Damn it, whatever. And then I gave the only order available. Gareth, Duncan, you two hold the walls. Don't worry about anything outside. I'm going back to rest for a while. If you can't beat them, endure them. A Tier 5 Gale Wolf cannot clear a 12-meter wall, especially uphill. The Naga are structurally incapable of taking a fortress. They have no answer to human castles at all. Gareth and Duncan watched me walk away, and they knew what I knew, which is that the fields we'd just planted were going to be destroyed, and there was not one single thing to be done about it. Half an hour later, the Naga arrived at the foot of the hill, sent the sea monsters to hit the castle twice for form's sake, used up a quantity of our stones and logs, hesitated for 10 minutes, and then decisively went around Stormwind City and headed north. Sigh, the plowing's finished. This winter and next year won't be easy either. The real problem is still those Gale Wolves, Gareth said. If we don't deal with them, I'll be in trouble for years, not just next year. Yeah, I really hope that black-white giant bear comes back soon. That's Duncan, praying for a monster. An hour later, Gareth heard wolf howls from the northern valley, more than one, and then screaming, Naga screaming. He got Duncan. Duncan confirmed it. Duncan came and found me at a dead run, shouting my name through the mansion, and I heard shouting and assumed the wall had gone and sprinted for the south gate without asking a single question. My lord, no, north, north! Gale Wolves and Naga are fighting. I stopped so hard I nearly fell over. What did you say? We got up on the north wall, and I did not need Gareth to confirm anything, because west of the city there were Naga and several hundred sea monsters running flat out for the sea, and a pack of Gale Wolves running them down from behind. We moved along the wall to the west and looked down at it. Fewer than 10 Naga professionals still running, only one of them Tier 4. Just over 100 sea monsters, and about 20 Gale Wolves chasing them, led by a Tier 5 with a scar across its eye. They hit pretty hard, I said. Then I invited Gareth and Duncan out to watch, because I am not a man who lets a spectacle go unwatched. 10 minutes later, the 3 of us were lying in a grove on a hill a kilometer from the beach, and I'd like to note that this was the moment I decided I needed a telescope. We were too far to see clearly, but what was certain was that the Naga had sent out a Tier 5 of their own, and the two sides were tearing each other apart on the sand with blood going into the water. Because those 20-odd Gale Wolves were all at least Tier 2. Every Tier 1 in that pack had already died in the valley fighting the Naga's main body. I lay in that grove for over half an hour and watched 2 forces that had each independently ruined my life spend themselves on each other. The Gale Wolves would not stop. Would not. The Naga eventually got frightened enough to retreat into the water, and it went quiet. And by then, the wolves were down to 5, the Tier 5, 2 Tier 3s, and 2 Tier 2s. The Naga were worse. Dead sea monsters were stacked along the whole beach, no fewer than 500, and a great many Naga professionals, including a Tier 5. 2 of my 3 problems had just cancelled each other out while I lay in a bush. And then a trident came out of the sea and pinned a Tier 3 Gale Wolf to the ground. The Tier 5 Gale Wolf backed up, slowly, still snarling but backing up, and that told me everything. Then the owner of the trident came out of the water and landed next to it, and pulled it out of the corpse like a man collecting a coat. I looked at how big it was. 6th rank? 6th. Damn it, where have I ended up? One minute it's a 7th tier wolf pack, the next it's a 6th tier Naga. We have to move. We absolutely have to, danger. Extreme danger. A wounded Tier 8 black-white giant bear is heading this way, 1 kilometer to the east. I didn't react. My brain filed it and then refused to process it. Then something roared in the east, and the trees moved, and I came back online. Don't move. It's an 8th tier black-white giant bear. Gareth and Duncan had heard the roar and were wondering what had arrived. They heard 8th tier and went white and lay down flat and did not move a muscle, because our hill was northeast of the beach, and it came past us, close. And I lay in the grass with my face in the dirt while something the size of a building went by at a run, and then it went for the wolves. They turned and ran the instant they heard it. The tier 5 didn't get a kilometer before it was cut off just west of us. Within minutes, all 5, tier 5, tier 3, 2 tier 2s, were dead. And then it stood there and roared at the sky. And it was not a victory roar. It was the sound of something venting a grudge it had been carrying for a long time. And I finally looked at it properly, and I rubbed my eyes, hard. Then I looked again to make absolutely certain. Giant panda? Because that is what the so-called black-white giant bear is. Black and white fur, 2 enormous black eye patches, a giant panda, 5 meters tall, plump, massive. Is this the black-white giant bear? I asked in a voice I did not fully control. Yes, sir, Gareth whispered, as if raising his voice would draw it. A high-level magical beast comparable to a dragon. On reaching adulthood, they can reach 8th order sky level. Their complete form is 9th order Saint Realm. The bear kings among them reach legendary. Sir, what do we do? Duncan asked. Judging by that thing's size, Stormwind City can't stop it at all. Stormwind City? Gareth said weakly. Let's pray we get back first. Then all 3 of us shut up because there was nothing else available. And while we were lying there praying to a goddess I did not believe in, the panda turned its head and looked directly at our grove. All 3 of us went cold at the same instant. It's over. It started walking toward us. On the way, it stopped, turned its head to the sea, and roared once. And a 6th tier Naga vanished into the water and did not come back, and every other Naga went with it, and in about 4 seconds the sea was flat and quiet as if nothing had ever happened there. Only the red water and the mountains of corpses said otherwise. Then it resumed walking toward us. We got on the horses and split 3 ways, on the theory that it couldn't catch all of us and maybe 1 or 2 would live. It tilted its head, considered, stared at me for 1 second, and jumped. Boom! 5 meters of magical beast landed in front of me and made a crater. My warhorse simply collapsed under me. Gareth and Duncan turned around and came back. I want that recorded, because they didn't have to, and it roared once and froze them in place. And then a voice appeared inside my skull. A young man's voice, amused. Human boy, don't be so nervous. If I wanted to kill you, you'd be dead already. I stared at it. Yes, it's me talking to you. It was still looking at me with that idiotic, honest face. Brother Bear, aren't you 8th tier? How come? Because telepathic communication with other races requires 9th order Saint Realm. That's the rule. That is a hard rule. You'd better tell your men to stop. If they keep provoking me, I won't hold back. Ah, yes, yes, yes. I waved Gareth and Duncan down like a man landing an aircraft. And then I did the only sensible thing available to a 1st tier knight lying in a crater under an 8th tier magical beast, which was to grovel. Brother Bear, is there anything you need? I'll definitely help. Ha, I have a grudge against those Gale Wolves. How about you go and kill the Wind Wolf King for me? I have never in my life smiled so hard at a joke I hated so much. Brother Bear, I know you have a grudge against them, but I can't beat him. How do you know the Gale Wolf Pack has a grudge against me? Well, I heard from a White Wolf demi-human that you were tricked by those damned wolves while trying to uphold justice for everyone. So, White Wolf demi-human, I think there is such a tribe. A pause. Since you know about it, that makes things easier. And then, in the tone of a man handing over a business card, my name is Storm Panda. You can just call me Panda. Don't call me Brother Bear. It makes me sound like one of those silly bears on the ground. I came to see you today because I want to offer you an opportunity to cooperate. You do a few things for me. Don't worry, it's not about the Gale Wolves, and I'll spare your life. How about it? He said it sincerely. He said it in the exact tone of a man offering a genuine partnership. I want to be clear about what I was thinking, which was, this is not cooperation. This is being mugged by something that has decided to be polite about it. Hee, of course, just give the order, Panda. He nodded, satisfied, and laid out 3 demands. First, get me some of your human spirits, the more the better. I blinked. This giant panda likes to drink? Second, help me get some fire attribute magical beast cores, at least level 6. I need them to restore my strength. Third, keep a close eye on the Gale Wolf Pack. That Wolf King was already at the peak of the 7th rank. I estimate he's about to break through to the 8th. If he breaks through first, we'll be in trouble. Then he thought about it. That's all for now. I'll come to you if there's anything else. My lips did something involuntary. This is not a collaboration. This is worse than being murdered and robbed because I have to keep working afterward. So I tried to negotiate. Brother Panda, the liquor is no problem. I guarantee I'll get you the best and strongest liquor there is. Remember that sentence. But I'm a 1st tier lord. I cannot obtain a monster core of rank 6 or higher. And the Wind Wolf King, that's an area full of monsters and orcs and demi-humans. I'm a human. I can't go in there, so I can't investigate. He looked at me for a while. What a waste. Thank you. It's not like I'm asking you to get them yourself. You can buy monster cores in your human kingdom. There are plenty. And you can send your men to investigate. And this is the moment I understood who I was dealing with. Because there is no arguing with a creature that has decided a thing is simple. Brother Panda, I don't have any money either. I gestured at Gareth and Duncan, standing motionless in the middle distance. As for subordinates, those 2 are my strongest, and they were borrowed from someone else. There's also an injured 4th tier demi-human currently lying in bed in my castle. He stared at me some more, which was extremely unpleasant, and then delivered his verdict. So useless, so poor, so worthless. And I thought, this isn't poverty. A single Tier 6 magical beast core costs 2 to 500,000 gold coins. Outside of the highest nobility in this kingdom, who could afford that? Nobody. That's the answer. Nobody can. I nodded humbly because circumstances. Since you can't do anything, then we can't cooperate. Ah, we can collaborate. I'm very skilled at brewing. I can definitely make the strongest and best liquor in the world. That is what a man sounds like when his life is being held by something that is bored of him. Besides, I'm good at making money. Once my territory is safe, I can earn a lot, and then I'll help you buy monster cores. Really? You can even make alcohol? The best and strongest alcohol? And the entire creature changed. 5 meters of 8th tier magical beast crouched down on the grass to get closer to my face, with an expression of open, undisguised hope. Seriously, I said. Give me time and I will definitely make the best and strongest liquor. Otherwise, you can just eat me. I nearly raised my hand to swear it. He sat down, on the ground, and chuckled. Come on, tell me how long it will take. Do you have any right now? Give me some to try. The other 2 conditions, the monster cores, the surveillance on the Wolf King, were simply gone. He had forgotten them completely. Brother Panda, I haven't been here long. I haven't started brewing yet, but it should only take a month at most. I can go to Fort Grey and buy some, then process it for you. It'll be much better than any wine you've ever had. And I knew that was true, because in the Alpha Kingdom there are only cheap beers, weak drinks, and slightly better fruit wines. This thing had been drinking orc-made fruit wine, which is worse than the Alpha Kingdom's fruit wine, which is already terrible. He had never in his life tasted distilled spirits. All I had to do was buy the worst wine in the fortress and put it through a still. Another month? I haven't had a drink in over a year. Oh dear, we need to hurry. Let's go back to the castle first. He stood up cheerfully and invited me to take him home. Brother Panda, what's wrong with… I gestured at all 5 meters of him. If you walk into the castle, you'll frighten those timid serfs to death. He looked down at himself, considered, and then shrank, down to the size of a human head. Instantly, looking, and I mean this precisely, incredibly cute. Then he hopped up and sat on my shoulder. Is this okay? Let's go. Ah, okay, let's go. Telepathy at the 8th rank and free control of body size. Amazing. Genuinely amazing. Also, sitting on my shoulder. I went over to Gareth and Duncan since my horse was still lying in a crater and would need hours. Duncan, watch my warhorse. When he recovers, bring him back. Gareth and I will go on ahead. The 2 of them looked at the teddy bear on my shoulder with sweat running down their faces, stammered, and did exactly what they were told without asking a single question. Then, riding back, I noticed all the corpses and had a thought. Brother Panda, do you still want these? The little bear on my shoulder made a face of open disgust. No. Gale Wolf is wind attribute, Naga is water attribute, and they're not magical beasts, so they don't have magic cores. They're useless to me. Then, however, I'll keep the meat from that Tier 5 Gale Wolf. I eat a little meat occasionally. I want you to understand what he had just done. Gale Wolf hides, bones, and magic cores are premium magical materials, and magic cores from any magical beast are extremely valuable, and the higher the tier, the worse it gets. Their flesh and blood carries magical power. A knight or warrior who eats it accelerates his cultivation. Not too much, or your chi surges and you wreck your own meridians, but still. And Naga and sea monsters may not have cores, but their scales are excellent material for enchanted leather armor. There was a fortune on that beach, and he just told me it was garbage. Gareth, go back immediately, get men, and transport every Gale Wolf corpse and every useful Naga corpse here to Stormwind City, and send people to collect the ones in the Storm River Valley to the north. Gareth looked at the beach and his eyes lit up. Then he looked at the little bear on my shoulder and hesitated. It's all right, Panda agreed. We just keep the flesh and blood of that Tier 5 for it. Oh, really? Okay, I'll get right on it. He turned to go, then stopped and looked at the sea. But sir, isn't it dangerous collecting bodies on that beach? There were mid-level Naga professionals out there, and Panda's voice arrived in both our heads at once. It's all right, I've already warned those Naga. This is my territory. If they don't want to die, they should move out soon. If they cause trouble while you're collecting bodies, just mention my name. Gareth and I looked at each other, and what I was thinking was, the bay. Because if the Naga leave the bay, the food problem I had been carrying since the first night is not a problem anymore. And the fields don't have to be defended from the south, and the population can grow. And if I can manage this Panda, then maybe the Gale Wolves stop being permanent, and then the entire territory comes off its knees. I waved Gareth off and waited until he was out of earshot. Brother Panda, how long will it take for your injury to heal? Without a fire-type magic core, 5 years, maybe 10. Oh good. However, if I had 30 to 50 6th tier fire-type magic cores, I could recover to 7th tier strength within a year, and 8th tier in another 2. If it were 7th or 8th tier cores, faster still, I might even reach my complete form ahead of time and enter the 9th order Saint realm. He said all of it perfectly casually. He also, incidentally, told me his current real strength, somewhere between 6th and 7th tier. And I shuddered because 30 to 50 6th tier cores is between 6 and 25 million gold coins, and I had 400 and something. I could not afford to keep this animal, so I had better get the still working. Back at the castle, I put him in a courtyard, assigned him the whole yard, promised to plant him a bamboo grove, and posted a squad of spearmen outside to make sure nobody wandered in and got eaten. Then he told me to fetch fresh bamboo shoots from a grove 10 kilometers east, and honey. You surely have some honey, right? I did not have honey. If you don't have any, send people to look right away. I just saw you have quite a few people in your castle. Although they're all weaklings, they should still be able to find some honey. Then he lay down in the middle of my courtyard and went to sleep. I went and found old Silas. Old Silas, tomorrow get the serfs cleaning up the damaged farmland. Plant whatever can still be planted, postpone the clearing, and tell them that for the ruined fields, they've met their quota for the year. Because they had planted it correctly, and then a war had walked across it. And if I punished men for that, I'd never get honest work out of them again. Yes, young master, I'll go reassure them now. No, tomorrow. I have a question. Is there any wine in this castle? Or honey? Silas stopped. You could see him thinking. At a time like this, the young master wants a drink. Young master, we have no honey. As for wine, there seems to be a barrel of inferior stuff left by the previous lord. Would you like some now? He was gearing up to offer me counsel about drinking my problems away. I'm not going to drink it. It's for someone else. Move the barrel to the kitchen. Then bring earthenware jars, bamboo tubes with holes punched through, animal hides, and mud. Don't ask. Just go. Half an hour later, I was standing in my own kitchen at midnight, attempting to remember high school chemistry. Large iron pot. Water in the pot. The jar of bad wine standing in the water. A water bath, because I did not want to boil it directly, and I was not confident I could control anything. Bamboo tube into the mouth of the jar. Seal it with hide and mud. Second tube angled downward, joint sealed, and the whole tube wrapped in wet cotton cloth to condense it. Then boil. Now. I had no thermometer. I had no hydrometer. I had a barrel of bad wine, an old man, and a fire. Silas and I stayed in that kitchen until well after midnight, running batch after batch at different heat, tasting what came out, which I do not recommend as a scientific method, and adjusting. And eventually, we produced something around 40 or 50%. It was bad wine to start with, so it was not good spirits. It tasted like a mistake. But it was spirits, in a world that had never made any, and it was going to be more than enough for a panda. And it was past midnight, and I did not care in the slightest. I sealed the kitchen. Actual orders. Nobody enters. Grabbed Gareth, who had just come back from hauling corpses off a beach, made him drag the fresh bamboo along, and went to wake up an 8th tier magical beast. I went into the yard alone. He was still fast asleep. You really do look down on me, I said out loud, to a sleeping bear. I called him. Nothing. I called him again. Nothing. Fine. I opened the jar. Brother Panda, the wine's here. Would you like to try some? Whether it was the word or the smell, I will never know. The black-white giant bear came off the ground like a spring, black eyes wide open, head swiveling. Brother Panda, here, I spent half the night making it and brought it straight over. He did not say a single word. He took the jar out of my hands and started drinking. Glug, glug, glug. 5 pounds of 40-proof spirits, gone in a few swallows. Is there anything else? There's only one jar left, brother. Drink slowly. There's no more wine in the castle. Then quickly, if it suits your taste, I'll send someone to Fort Grey in a couple of days to buy cartloads of wine and cook it for you. Gareth brought the second jar forward like a man approaching a wolf. Ha ha, this is just what I like. I've never had such delicious wine. And then, Ethan, you're amazing. You'll be working for me from now on, and I promise no one will dare bully you. I want to note the exact structure of that sentence because it is the entire relationship in one line. He praised me, hired me without asking, and offered protection, all in the same breath, and he meant every word of it sincerely. He took the second jar, realized there wasn't much left, and immediately started sipping it because he'd worked out that there wouldn't be more for days. Then he asked for the bamboo. Gareth and I left him sitting in the middle of my courtyard with a jar of moonshine and a pile of bamboo shoots, going at both alternately. We got about 50 meters before I let out a very long breath. We finally dealt with him. We should be safe for now. Gareth wiped his forehead. My lord, I still feel like I'm dreaming. That is an 8th tier black-white giant bear, capable of mental communication at the 8th rank. It might have the potential to become a bear king, perhaps even a legendary bear king. Don't think too much about it. Being alive is good enough. And that was the first day I ever spent in Stormwind that ended with more than it started. The next morning I got the count. 28 Gale Wolf carcasses, 1 tier 5, 6 tier 3, 10 tier 2, 11 tier 1. 36 Naga professionals, 1 tier 5, 3 tier 4, 7 tier 3, 10 tier 2, 15 tier 1. 12 sea monster professionals, 1 tier 4, 2 tier 3, 3 tier 2, 6 tier 1. Every officer in that room made a sound, because when those things were alive, they could have erased Stormwind City 12 times over. Keep all the Gale Wolf flesh and bones, and keep the Tier 5's magic core. How much would the rest sell for? Gareth had already done it, because Gareth had learned in 3 weeks that I asked that question about everything. By your instructions, sir, the total value of the cores and hides to be sold is approximately 15,100 gold coins. Nobody in that room said anything for a while. Most of them had been born owning nothing. Even Duncan, who came from a marquis's territory, had been an apprentice knight, which is to say, a man with a wage. Yesterday, I was a man with 400 gold and a food crisis. Today, I was a man with 15,000 and a food crisis. I want to record what I did with it because it is the single most important decision I made in my first year, and it was not a heroic one. This world eats people who sit on money. Gold that isn't converted into force is just a reason for someone stronger to come and take it. So I converted all of it. 2 more companies, 1 infantry, 1 spear. 100 sets of leather armor and 100 longswords, 5,000 gold. 100 spears, 500. 3 archer squads means 30 bows and 1,000 arrows, 610. A set of Tier 1 enchanted armor each for Gareth and Duncan, because professional combat is where people die, 400. I already had the Tier 2 enchanted armor off Gideon's corpse. And then the part that isn't weapons but is, 500 able-bodied male serfs and 500 young women, 7,500 gold. Because an army eats. If I conscripted every man I had, I'd have soldiers and no one to feed them. And within 2 years, I'd be unable to pay anyone. That's 14,000 of the 15. The remainder went on grain to raise the serfs' rations, and on cheap, awful, low-alcohol wine, in quantity. That one was not economics. That one was life insurance. I was still working through the list when a very small panda flew in through my door and landed on my desk. Ethan, is that drink from yesterday really gone? I have never heard of a magical beast that enjoyed drinking more than a human, and I have now met the exception. Brother Panda, I told you yesterday, Stormwind City is out of alcohol, and brewing isn't something you do in an afternoon, which is why I'm about to send someone to Fort Grey. I'm planning about 10 tons of ordinary liquor, which should process into more than a ton of the good stuff. That'll definitely be enough for you. And I showed him the purchase order because I am a man who likes documentation. You're not bad, kid. I knew I was right about you. He studied the order at length. Then, how much is a ton of liquor? I probably drank about the same as the 2 I had last night. My mouth moved on its own, so you can't read it all. And also, 20 pounds of spirits a day? You're a magical beast, not a drinking beast. The wine I'm buying should last you about 2 months. He thought that was pretty good. Okay, when it's ready, send it all to that bamboo grove on the east side, and send me some honey there. Brother Panda, don't you live here? I'm not used to constantly shrinking, and reverting to my original form isn't convenient here. Then, patting his own chest, but don't worry. If a Tier 6 Gale Wolf or any other Tier 6 magical beast comes looking for trouble, I can sense it immediately, and I'll definitely come and help. What if it's a 5th tier? I don't have any 5th tier experts here. He looked up at me and said without a flicker, what do you take me for? Your Warcraft pet? Don't think I don't know. Your castle can hold off most level 5 magical beasts. Of course, if you insist on me coming to help, you'll have to pay. Since your wine is good, I'll give you a discount. Here it comes. Kill a level 5 enemy, you give me a level 6 fire type magic core. Kill a level 6, you give me a level 7 fire type magic core. How about that? A good deal, right? I stood in my own study being quoted rates by a bear. You want me to hand you a level 6 core for a level 5 kill, and it has to be fire type. Do you think I'm stupid? Then I won't trouble you, Brother Panda. By the way, what if that 7th tier Wind Wolf King comes? Oh, if that wretched wolf comes, I'll wait for you on the small island outside the bay. 7th tier magical beasts can't fly. Even if it comes, it can't get there. Then, brightly, if it breaks through to the 8th rank, then you'd better send all the wine over to me right away. You run away at level 7, why are you drinking at level 8? Alright, I'm leaving. Get your wine ready quickly, or you'll be in trouble when I wake up. He yawned and flew out of the window, and I stood there looking after him with genuine regret, because if that bear had stayed in my castle, Stormwind would have been the safest place on the northern border, assuming, of course, the panda didn't go crazy. 3 days later, the corpses were all processed, and Lyra's recovery had jumped forward. Gale Wolf Flesh and Blood will do that, and she was back to full 4th tier strength. So I pulled Gareth off patrol, replaced him with Duncan, and took Gareth, Lyra, and 100 men to Fort Grey to convert dead monsters into a future. I picked 50 from the infantry and 50 from the spears, under Clear, who was the best of the 40 elite soldiers Sterling had smuggled to me and had already been promoted to deputy company commander by Brendan's recommendation. 28 years old, sitting at peak elite soldier, 1 dose of Phaeton potion away from being a 1st tier warrior. I loaded the hides and scales onto wagons, the magic cores I carried myself. 2 days, no incidents, and at 3 kilometers out, I stopped and hid 25 infantry and 25 spearmen in a fold of ground, with Lyra in command. Lyra, you walking into Fort Grey would cause unnecessary trouble. Stay here with these men and keep out of sight for a few days. When my business is done, we'll go back together. Yes, sir. Because a 4th tier demi-human matching the description of the one who nearly opened the North Gate 2 weeks ago would have been a rather short conversation. The 4th company had the North Gate that day, which meant Valerius, and Valerius came out of a side door personally to greet me. Your Excellency! Captain Valerius, what a coincidence. It is quite a coincidence. What brings you here, Baron? I've come to see Captain Sterling. Please register us by the rules. The wagons are full of animal hides. Then, casually, oh, and I've broken through to full knight, so don't register the wrong one. I had covered the Gale Wolf hides and Naga scales with ordinary furs, and the gate guards only count heads. They have no authority to search goods. Valerius stopped moving. Because before he'd broken through, Baron Ethan had been a frighteningly good elite archer, and now he was a knight as well. Congratulations, Your Excellency. The registration took a few minutes, the gates opened, and I told him not to see me off since he was on duty and promised him a drink when I was done. And the arrival of half a company of soldiers at Fort Grey was, naturally, reported to the fortress command within the hour, including to Thorn. What's that kid doing back at the fortress, and why is he going straight to Sterling? Looks like she really is involved with Sterling. Then, to his personal guards, send men to watch them. I don't care what happens at Sterling's residence. I need to know everything they do anywhere else in Fort Grey. Report to me the moment they leave. Then he coughed hard enough that his guards worried about him and gritted out alone. Damn Noel. Damn Sterling. Damn pretty boy. Because Thorn had had a very bad month. Driven out of the fortress on a fabricated errand, no merit from the great victory. Then, on the way back, he'd found a badly wounded 4th-tier White Wolf demi-human, a genuine prize, deliverable to an important person for a fortune, and while personally holding off a Tier 5 and a Tier 4 Knoll to make the capture possible, he'd sent Gideon after her with a precious 4th-tier enslavement ring. Result, his 3 squadrons and the routed Knolls mauled each other. He was seriously wounded. And Gideon never came back. No demi-human, no ring, and 1 dead 3rd-tier high-level knight captain, 60 of his men dead or crippled, reprimanded by Sterling, reported to Northeast Legion headquarters, and docked a 6th-class merit. Plus he owed compensation to 60 families or his unit would come apart. And then he learned through his own channels that the pretty boy Baron had made considerable merit during the Knoll invasion. I was planning to deal with you later, but since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, don't blame me. He drank a potion for his injuries and walked to the slave market. Meanwhile, I was sitting in Sterling's living room being welcomed like a returning brother. Brother Ethan, you miss me already. Sorry to bother you again. I hope Captain Sterling doesn't mind. You're being too polite. You did me a huge favor last time. Not only did you resolve the crisis, you gave Thorn a thorough dressing down. Ever since he transferred here, he's given me no end of trouble. This time, I finally taught him a lesson. Oh. What happened to Thorn afterward? And Sterling told me, at length, with enormous satisfaction, and it was better than Lyra's version because Sterling had the paperwork. Thorn hadn't just been mauled. He'd lost his best unit outright, the 3rd Company, because Gideon's disappearance, combined with Sterling's new prestige, meant the vacancy went to Sterling's man. And the new 3rd Company commander then conducted a thorough purge, transferring every officer loyal to Thorn out through entirely proper channels. The only reason Thorn was still at Fort Grey at all was that whoever backs him pushed hard. That's really tragic, I said, and silently sympathized with Thorn, who had lost a company, a knight, and an enslavement ring, and given me a 4th-order great warrior for free. Then Sterling remembered to ask why I was back at all. Brother Ethan, is Stormwind in some trouble? No, I want to sell some things, and I have no connections in Fort Grey, and Frostmoon City is too far, so I've had to trouble you. Oh, you've already had some luck? He grinned. Let me see what you found. If it's suitable, I'll just buy it myself. I looked around the room. Sterling understood instantly, waved out the servants, and said, Speak freely. These are all my personal guards, absolutely reliable. So I took out 3 packages and opened them. 27 Gale Wolf magic cores, 6 Tier 3, 10 Tier 2, 11 Tier 1. Sterling stared at them and did not speak for a long time. Because the Gale Wolf problem is the problem that has killed every Storm Baron for a generation, and a boy who'd been in the territory for 1 month had just put 27 of their hearts on his coffee table. I pulled out a second list while he was still processing. Then there's some material on the wagons outside. 28 Gale Wolf hides, including the ones matching those cores, and 1 Tier 5 Gale Wolf hide. In addition, scale armor, 1 Tier 5 Naga, 3 Tier 4 Naga, 1 Tier 4 Sea Monster, 7 Tier 3 Naga, 2 Tier 3 Sea Monster, 10 Tier 2 Naga, 3 Tier 2 Sea Monster, 15 Tier 1 Naga, 6 Tier 1 Sea Monster. Sterling's mouth was open far enough to fit an egg. All right, that's all. Captain Sterling, how much do you think we can sell it for? I looked up and found him staring at me like I'd confessed to something. Captain Sterling? Captain Sterling? Brother Ethan. Did you take care of the Gale Wolves and the Naga? I nodded. Then I shook my head. I don't know either. I picked these up. We only killed a few of the Tier 3s and Tier 2s. The rest we found. Which was, incidentally, true. And also the most important lie I told that year. Because if Fort Grey believed Stormwind could kill Tier 5 Gale Wolves and Tier 5 Naga on demand, then the next time orcs came, someone would expect me to. Sterling looked at me with an expression I can only describe as strained. So I explained it, and the explanation was so ridiculous it was convincing. It's true. I'd just finished plowing. The Naga came ashore, so I organized the army to intercept them. Then a stronger Naga appeared, so I hid in the castle. Then, while the Naga were destroying my fields, a pack of gale wolves came running over, and somehow a fight broke out. The Naga lost and fled into the sea. The wolves chased them, and they tore each other apart on the beach. By the time I got there, all that was left were some second and third tier ones. I shrugged. You might not believe it. It feels like a dream to me, too. Every word true, minus one 6th-tier Naga and one 8th-tier Panda. And Sterling believed it, because nobody could invent that. My God, Brother Ethan, you must be blessed by the Goddess of Dawn. The Gale Wolves and the Naga, problems previous barons failed to solve until they died. Simply gone. You're so lucky. Lucky. Sure, I had met a tier 6 Naga and a tier 8 black-white giant bear in the same afternoon, and there were 500 Gale Wolves and a 7th-tier Wolf King in the mountains behind my house. The Goddess of Fortune had possessed me the way a bad tenant possesses an apartment. I'm not just here to sell, I also want to buy. Serfs, weapons, equipment, food, and alcohol. I handed him the list. Sterling called his housekeeper to calculate both sides, and then said the thing I had been angling for since I walked in. Brother Ethan, these are all really good things, so I'll take all of them and make a profit. But don't worry, I'll give you a good price, and I can get you whatever you need so you don't have to run around yourself. Thank you very much, Captain Sterling. That's exactly what I hoped for. Selling to Sterling was not the highest price available. It was the only safe price. A 20-year-old baron from a death trap fief walking into an open market with 15,000 gold of magical material is not a merchant, he's an event. The housekeeper came back with a list. The prices were within a whisker of what Gareth and I had estimated, and after offsetting my purchases, Sterling had left me 1,000 gold in surplus on top. So I agreed immediately, and then asked for 2 more things. Captain Sterling, one small request. I hope you won't spread this deal around. Also, I'd like you to send what I've bought out of Fort Grey for me. We'll hand over at the Cane River. Sterling raised an eyebrow, and I watched him decide it was about the Tulip family's political enemies, and watched him decide he didn't care because he wasn't in that fight, and the Lincoln Duke family is not a house you provoke over cargo. No problem, but I have a small request of my own. If you ever have anything good in future, you give it to me first. Of course, if I can't afford it, forget it. He wanted a supplier. A lord on the frontier next to the Barren Mountains, with far more freedom than a serving officer, sitting on a resource pipeline. Definitely, because there was no alternative. Haha, let's get rich together. Come on, let's drink. He made money, and more importantly, he'd acquired a large lot of magical material for the Lincoln family, who would remember him for it. Everybody won, so he broke out one of the finest wines in the world to celebrate. It was, I want to be fair, indescribably good, and I sat there drinking it thinking, in about 2 months, I'm going to sell you something that will ruin this for you forever. Next day was Valerius's day off, so I bought him lunch and had him show me around, and while we walked, I talked to merchants about what the world wanted and what the world paid for it. Fort Grey is a war fortress, but there are traders in it whenever the orcs aren't actively climbing the walls. They come to buy, not to sell, which tells you what the frontier produces. I was building a shopping list for a future I hadn't invented yet. And while I was doing market research, Thorn was recruiting from the slave market and sending his personal guard captain east, deep into the Grey Mountains. Let's see how you die this time. That evening, Clear reported. My lord, Thorn sent his personal guard captain out of the fortress this afternoon. He's a mid-tier 2nd-level warrior, so I didn't dare follow him outside, but he went east and hasn't come back. Because from the moment I left Sterling's residence, I've been able to feel 2 or 3 men following me, that low, constant scrape of hostility. So I'd put Clear and a handful of elite soldiers on Thorn's house. The Grey Mountains, so the journey back won't be peaceful. The Grey Mountains are full of savages and bandits. The savages are escaped serfs and criminals who couldn't survive anywhere else. The bandits are mostly deserters from noble private armies who went into the deep hills and became kings of very small mountains. And no bandit group survives long up there without a friend inside the fortress. I wasn't especially worried because there's a ceiling on how strong those bandits can get. The Alpha Kingdom went through a period, long ago, of quietly harboring bandits to pad out its own strength, and it ended with the bandits turning on them and enormous losses. So now the kingdom is savage about it, and it uses collective punishment. If bandits become a problem in your sector, every soldier stationed there is punished, from the Legion commander down to squad leaders. Nobody escapes, which means Thorn could hire bandits. He could not hire good ones. 2 days later, Sterling sent word that everything was ready. I said my goodbyes, arranged the handover at the Cane River for the day after next, and left. And then I did something petty and effective. Once out of sight of the walls, I changed clothes and put a soldier of similar build in my uniform and let him ride at the head of the column. Gareth took half the company ahead on the main road. I took the other half along a side path 500 to 800 meters behind. First day, nothing. I did not relax. Around noon on the second day, 200 thieves lying in ambush 1,000 meters ahead, including 1 Tier 3 advanced warrior, 1 Tier 2, 2 Tier 1, and 50 elite soldiers. A Tier 3. Thorn, you are bold. A Tier 3 bandit is capable of destroying an ordinary squadron, and if that happens, the Northeast Legion sends investigators, and then no amount of backing saves you. Gareth was about 600 meters ahead of me, which put him practically in their laps. I sent a runner. Gareth halted and formed up, and in the bushes, a masked man in black frowned at a defensive formation that had appeared for no visible reason. Lord Kent, it seems we've been discovered. What do we do? He wasn't worried. 200 against 50. Now that we've been discovered, let's just charge in and kill them. Gareth had put them in the formation I'd used on the sea monsters, shields and spears alternating. Most of them were recruits who'd fought exactly one battle against sea monsters, which is nothing like fighting men. Some of them took a half step back when they saw the bandits break cover. Hold your ground. Don't be afraid. They're a bunch of hapless thieves. You handled sea monsters. You can handle these. And remember the Baron's merit system. This is a golden opportunity to earn merits for free. That last part was the one that worked, and I want that on the record, because a promise you actually pay turns into courage about 4 weeks later. The veterans around the recruits were smiling and explaining that thieves are cowards who bully the weak and run from the strong, and by the time the bandits arrived, Gareth's line was steady. Meanwhile, I had Lyra and 50 men in the woods to the south. Lyra, when you go, straight for the Tier 3. Cripple him and take him alive if you can. If you can't, kill him. Yes, sir. Clear. 50 men, straight down. Flank them with Gareth. Keep the formation. Don't break it. Then I drew and shot a Tier 1 in the chest at 200 meters. Kill! 50 men behind me. Kill! Lyra went out first. Clear's line came down the slope behind her. I knocked again, aimed at the man in black, and he threw himself sideways, so I only got his shoulder. And then 200 bandits demonstrated what an untrained mob actually is. They stopped. Not all at once. The ones who heard the shout from the flank stopped, and the ones behind who hadn't heard kept running and ran into them. Gareth saw it and abandoned the defense. Kill! And the veterans took the recruits forward at a shout, at which point even the Tier 3 bandit leader was confused. Weren't we the ones doing the ambushing? He ordered a retreat instantly. The man in black would not have it, clutching his shoulder and screaming, "Don't retreat! Retreating now only hastens our deaths. Can't you see they don't outnumber us? Ignore the men around you, take the elites forward, break their line, and we still have a chance. And don't forget, this is a task assigned by the adults. If we don't complete it, both of us will." Puff! An arrow went through his throat, and he never finished the sentence, which I regret because I would have liked the rest of it. Lyra reached the Tier 3 at the same moment. He parried, correctly and quickly, and still went several meters through the air. He landed and screamed something that ended the battle by itself. "Fourth tier, retreat! Retreat now!" And 200 men who were already tangled turned into 200 men trampling each other. I switched to picking off the elite soldiers in leather armor to take the pressure off my recruits. There's an argument that hard fighting grows soldiers fastest, and it's true, and it only works if you have replacements. I had 100 men and no way to replace any of them, so I'd rather they grew slowly and continued existing. Then the cannon fodder started dropping weapons, and once one does it, it's over. Those who surrender will not be killed. Those who surrender will not be killed. Most of them did. Only the ones with things on their record that surrender wouldn't cover kept fighting. The Tier 3, still being suppressed by Lyra, made a run for the trees. Lyra was a 4th Order Great Warrior. He was not going anywhere, and if I hadn't asked for him alive, he'd have been dead 30 seconds earlier. I put arrows at his face, his throat, his legs, everywhere unarmored, not to kill him, but to keep his attention divided, and eventually Lyra took his sword hand off at the wrist, at which point I stopped caring about interrogation and put one through him, and a mass of white light much larger than a second tier's came out and went into my chest. Energy essence, 126. 100 points for a Tier 3. The battlefield was already quieting. 67 bandits dead, 109 captured, the rest gone north. Gareth had the men split 4 ways: perimeter, salvage, prisoners, wounded, without being told. I went to the wounded first because I have a rule about that. What's the casualty situation? Reporting, sir. Only 12 injured, and 5 of those may be left disabled. As for those killed in battle, none. I actually stopped walking. Not a single one? Are we that lucky? It wasn't entirely luck, sir. The main reason was the formation the Master assembled, plus the Master killing so many of their elites. That's why we didn't lose a soldier. I want to be honest, he was being generous. In a cold weapons battle involving hundreds, somebody always dies. Formation helps, archery support helps. 0 dead is a coin landing on its edge. I told the wounded the territory would cover their medical costs, and that if any of them were crippled, the territory would give them work, and as long as the territory stood, they would not starve. And 5 men who had been told all their lives that a broken body means a slow death started crying. That's twice now, remember it. Then I went and upgraded my talent, standing in a field full of bodies, because that's the world. I put 101 points into super precognition. There was no rush of memory this time. Nothing at all, in fact. Super precognition, intermediate, passively foresees danger twice a day, within 2 kilometers, 3 days ahead. More uses, wider net, same duration, which is worth more than it sounds, because the entire value of that talent is knowing before rather than during. And then the panel stopped displaying further values, which told me the same thing as before. To push the talent past intermediate, I'd have to push my base level first. The gap can't grow. Then the next focus is the knight rank. Gareth came over. By the way, did those professionals have anything good? Especially the man in black and the tier 3? Nothing, sir. Nothing but a suit of iron armor. That's not right. The bandit leader had nothing either? Or did he leave it in his hideout? And then, because it occurred to me, interrogate the prisoners. How far is their stronghold? How many are left? Gareth went fast and came back faster. Their stronghold is deep in the mountains, about a day's hike. Currently, it only holds 1 Tier 1 beginner warrior, the Tier 3's younger brother, plus about 10 elite bandits and 40 or 50 ordinary ones. Then he added, in the voice of a man who doesn't quite believe his own report, and they have over 600 serfs. I stopped. Why would thieves keep 600 serfs? My lord, there aren't many travelers or merchants in these border regions. Thieves here don't actually steal much, so they usually keep serfs to farm and mine for them. Oh, so it's not a bandit camp, it's a settlement. Because in the end, apart from a very few genuinely vicious men, these are people who couldn't pay their taxes and couldn't survive, and ran into the mountains and then still had to pay taxes to the thieves. There is land everywhere, and not 1 inch of it belongs to the poor. Since there are so many serfs, let's go rescue them. The territory needs people anyway. Gareth, speed up the cleanup and that is when the second warning went off. There is a Tier 3 high-level knight on the mountaintop 2 kilometers to the north. He also works as an archer. It's extremely dangerous. An archer, with an enchanted bow. I did not look north. I made myself turn my head slowly and drift casually until Lyra was between me and that hill. Because magic crossbows have largely replaced archers, powerful, convenient, any idiot can fire one, but they are loud and inaccurate at distance. Assassins still use bows. A 3rd-tier enchanted bow kills at 1,000 to 1,200 meters, and the arrows are almost silent, so if the first shot misses, you simply walk away. Lucky I upgraded the precognition, I said quietly, or I'd have been in trouble. Because that bow reaches past 1 kilometer, and my old talent only reached 1. 2 hours earlier, that man could have killed me from outside my own detection range, and I would never have known there was a warning to receive. I put my back to the hill and spoke low. What I'm about to say is very serious. Do not react. Lyra and Gareth both went still. Gareth had been listening to me plan a rescue 30 seconds ago. You must relax, I said, and watched Gareth force his shoulders down. I sense a powerful archer watching me from the north. I'm a sharpshooter now. I can't be wrong. He's stronger than me, and his professional level is higher. I estimate 2nd or 3rd tier. Lyra was fine. Lyra is from a primitive tribe and had no idea what an archer was, in the professional sense. Gareth's face went through something and came back under control, and then he turned casually so his back was to the hill. The Divine Eye Society, he said. It must be an assassin from the Divine Eye Society. That damn Thorn. How dare he hire the Divine Eye Society? What Divine Eye Society? The previous Ethan had no memory of it at all, which turned out to be the point. Sir, the Divine Eye Society is a professional assassination organization. They possess a secret technique for cultivating eyesight. Once mastered, it grants the ability to see extremely far, which makes it ideal for archers. Most of their assassins are archers or higher-level archery professionals. It's a very powerful underground organization. They used to be very active in the Alpha Kingdom and the countries around it. But 50 years ago, the Divine Eye Society took part in the Alpha royal succession and assassinated several important members of the royal family. That angered the royal patriarchs of the 9th rank and above, and they conducted a massive purge. Not just strongholds and assassins, any noble who dared ask the Divine Eye Society for a favor was severely punished. That purge has never formally ended, which is why they're rarely seen here anymore, and why Thorn is being audacious beyond belief. So the man who wanted me dead had reached past the line the crown drew in blood and paid a price for it, to buy 1 arrow. That is not office politics. That is somebody very high up who wants Baron Ethan to stop existing on a schedule. This is troublesome. He's a 3rd tier. And then Lyra, who knew nothing about any of it, said the useful thing. Since he's an archer with a great eye, let's hide in the woods. That's how we of the White Wolf tribe deal with powerful archers. We use the foliage for cover, close the distance, and fight them hand to hand. Gareth and I looked at each other, and both of us thought the same thing. That works on ordinary archers. This is not an ordinary archer. That's all we can do, Gareth said. If it doesn't work, you leave quietly and ride for Fort Grey for reinforcements. I nodded because there wasn't a better idea available. So Gareth rallied everyone and shouted, loudly, publicly, that we were moving on the bandit stronghold to finish the job, and the whole column, prisoners and all, walked into the dense forest on the south side. Clear, lead everyone in, don't stop. 1 kilometer deep, I stopped, sent the column onward, and the 3 of us dropped out of it. Gareth, take the crossbow. His level is higher than either of ours. Even in close combat, we probably aren't a match. I gave him the tier 1 magic crossbow and kept the ordinary bow for myself, and we spread out, 50 to 100 meters apart, close enough to support, far enough to surround, and we waited. He came out of the northern tree line in a cloak and a wide hat, crossed the road without hurrying, and stopped at the edge of our woods. And then he talked to himself, which is the only reason I know what he was thinking. That baron stayed behind the 4th tier demi-human the whole time. Could he have spotted me? Then he laughed at himself. What are you thinking? Even with my divine eye, I can only barely see 2 kilometers. How could a mere 1st tier ordinary knight discover me hiding in dense forest at 2 kilometers? I think I'm just being paranoid because of the Alpha Kingdom. 50 years of being hunted will do that to an organization. He slipped into the trees and followed our trail slowly. He walked past me, actually past me, paused for a second, and moved on. Then, as he approached Gareth's position, Gareth fired the magic crossbow at 8 meters. At that range, even a loud weapon can't be dodged. The man who had been so composed a moment earlier exploded with knightly aura and got a short sword up in the instant he heard it. Boom! He went several meters through the air. Gareth was already moving, backwards, using trunks as cover, working on the reload. And the assassin, blasted off his feet, ignored him completely. He surveyed the trees instead. He correctly identified Gareth as a 1st tier knight, therefore not a threat, therefore irrelevant. The threat was the 4th tier demi-human, and since the 1st tier was here, the 4th tier was near. I watched him do all of that in about 2 seconds. They're really cautious. He wouldn't move. He was waiting for Lyra to show herself so he could fix her position and then leave in the opposite direction. Gareth finished reloading, saw he wasn't being chased, and worked out exactly what the assassin was doing. And then Gareth did something I did not order and would not have ordered. He gripped the crossbow in his left hand and his longsword in his right and charged a 3rd tier high-level knight, alone, in a forest. The assassin's eyes sharpened. He backed off to make distance and sheathed the short sword and drew his bow. Gareth's hair stood up. He did not stop. He raised the crossbow and fired anyway. Whoosh, whoosh, puff. Both fired at once. But the assassin was not a man willing to trade, not willing to take a wound, not even a small one, so he stepped off the line half an instant before loosing, which meant he lived, and his arrow drifted. It went through Gareth's left shoulder and out the back. The crossbow hit the dirt. Gareth went over backwards, and the assassin didn't spare him another glance, because Lyra had committed. She'd come out the moment Gareth was hit and was already at his left side, sword coming in flat at his waist, and it should have taken him in half. It didn't. He'd kept most of his attention on his surroundings the entire time. That was the discipline of the man. And he blew out knightly aura and got clear by inches. Lyra wasn't upset. He was a 3rd tier high-level knight. She hadn't expected the first strike to land. So she went in close and stayed there. That was the correct read, and she made it in under a second. Grind down his aura, chew through the enchanted armor, and above all, never, ever let him get distance, because distance is where he keeps his weapon. They fought like that for nearly half an hour, and it was working. He was accumulating cuts, none fatal, and if it continued, she would kill him. I was starting to relax, and then his eyes turned red, blood red, with blood actually running from the corners. And when Lyra's eyes met his, the red intensified, and she lost focus for one instant. He put the short sword at her throat, and it hit the enslavement ring hidden under her collar. Damn it, the enslavement ring! He saw the cut collar, recognized what was under it, and immediately reversed the sword into her chest, splitting iron armor and opening a long wound. The pain snapped her out of it. She saw him looking at her again, gritted her teeth, and drove him back with a backhand strike. Then she flipped clear and landed on one knee, sword in her right hand, left hand pressed to her chest, sweat running off her face. She had come within a hand's width of dying to a stare. What was that with his eyes, I thought. Sharingan? He was already reaching for the bow. I put an arrow at him. It didn't wound him. It interrupted the draw, which was the entire point, and gave Lyra one breath. And Gareth, bleeding, on the ground, with a hole through his shoulder, threw away his longsword, picked the crossbow up with his right hand, loaded it one-handed, and fired. He couldn't hit anything. He wasn't trying to. He was buying seconds for a woman he'd known 3 weeks. Lyra went back in, and the assassin, having now been shot at twice from 2 directions, made his decision. He turned and came for me. It was the correct decision. He had a sharpshooter, a crossbowman, and a 4th-tier melee fighter around him, and no room to shoot. Kill the archer, kill me, and the 4th-tier demi-human loses her controller, and the whole thing collapses. I kept shooting as he came, and it was useless. Long-range archery in dense forest is decoration, so I drew my longsword, because with double speed I had one chance to do something unexpected. He closed, and I shouted, "Lyra, Gareth, together!" And they were perfect. Gareth put an explosive bolt in from the left. Lyra hit the right at full speed. The assassin did the only thing available, burst to maximum speed and drive straight at me, letting his 3rd-tier enchanted armor eat both attacks from behind, which was exactly what I wanted, because now he was committed to a straight line at maximum velocity. I went at him, and to his enormous astonishment, astonishment, we passed each other. Innate talent! That thought had time to form. His head did not have time to stay on. This time, I was ready. Third-tier reflexes and all, he was beheaded in a single pass. Unlike Gideon, where I'd only managed half a neck and nearly died for it. Lyra arrived and had to abort her swing mid-stroke. Gareth's explosive bolt went past my right ear and hit a tree behind me and detonated. I planted my sword in the ground and just breathed, and a ball of white light rose off the body behind me and came into my chest. Another 100. Ultimate speed could go to intermediate, but not now because Lyra had taken a few steps back, hit a tree, and was sliding down it. I got to her with 2 potions, tier 1 healing first. Then I had to get the split armor and clothing off the wound, and she covered her chest with both hands and said very quietly, "My lord, I can do it myself." I had entirely forgotten. I gave her the styptic, said something extremely intelligent like, "Oh, hee, I forgot, here," turned around and swallowed a few times. Gareth came over, having already dealt with the arrow through his shoulder himself. "Sir, are you all right?" "I'm fine. Go and see what that assassin has on him." Then Lyra stood up, pale as paper. "Are you all right?" "Don't worry, sir. No bone or tendon damage. The external wounds will heal in a few days." We walked over to the corpse together, and I looked down at a headless man and felt genuine respect, because he was only a 3rd-tier high-level knight, and in that state he had beaten 1 4th-tier and 2 1st-tiers. And then I remembered. "Lyra, why did you space out?" She frowned, working at the memory. "My lord, I can't explain exactly. I only know his eyes suddenly flashed red, and then I felt as if I had entered hell, and I was terrified by a bloodthirsty aura. A mental attack. The Divine Eye technique isn't just vision. That is why the organization is what it is. Because someone of higher level running into that unprepared simply dies and never understands why. And if it hadn't been for the enslavement ring on her neck, the collar Gideon had put on her to make her property, the collar I had kept, we would have lost. I stood in that forest doing that arithmetic and did not enjoy any part of it. This world is terrifying. Until my strength improves, I should avoid going out. As long as I stay in Stormwind City and cling to that panda, nothing below high-level professional should be able to kill me. Gareth stood up from the body. "Sir, the search is complete. This guy is really rich. His entire set of equipment is 3rd-tier enchanted. A tier 3 enchanted bow with 11 arrows left. A set of tier 3 enchanted armor. A tier 3 enchanted short sword. 3,000 gold in notes. And a secret manual and a potion recipe. The manual is an archery technique. Wind-chasing archery. The recipe is Dire Wolf Fire Potion, but this guy doesn't seem to be a magician and has no meditation technique. I don't know why he'd carry a potion recipe. Let me see those. Wind Chasing Archery, 3rd-tier technique. Harnesses the power of wind to make arrows as swift as the wind and as fast as lightning. Difficult for enemies to dodge. Dire Wolf Fire Potion, a knight's battle or a training potion. Increases the training speed of a 1st-tier beginner knight by 30% and a 2nd-tier by 10. Main ingredients, the blood or bone marrow of a 2nd-tier magical wolf. Bananas. Red mushrooms. I read that twice. Because I had 28 Gale Wolf carcasses sitting in my castle, and their bones were considered a byproduct. A cultivation accelerator, whose main ingredient I had a warehouse of, and whose supporting ingredients were groceries. These are all good things. I can start on the archery immediately, and I won't need another archery technique until 4th-tier Grand Knight. And this potion, no. I need to find a meditation technique. I need to become a magician, which was a sentence I had not expected to say that morning. "My lord," Gareth said carefully. "Among these enchanted items, apart from the armor, use the bow and the short sword with caution. You're a tier 1 knight. Using 3rd-tier attack equipment will be extremely difficult and might exhaust you, which is very dangerous on a battlefield." He was right. Aggressive enchanted gear runs on your aura, and a 1st-tier pushing 3rd-tier gear is a man carrying a rock uphill. Realistically, I could fire maybe 3 arrows before I was finished, but 3 arrows is not nothing. 3 arrows is a finishing move. I took off Gideon's 2nd-tier armor and put on the 3rd-tier. Then I handed Lyra the 2nd-tier armor and the 3rd-tier enchanted short sword. "Lyra, use these." She didn't refuse. "Thank you, sir." "Gareth, I already ordered you a set of tier 1 enchanted armor. Consider it a reward. And for this battle, you'll receive an 8th-class merit to the territory. If you need anything for it, ask." "Thank you, sir." He had, by his own reckoning, contributed the least. He'd been shot in the 1st minute and spent the fight on the ground. He was entirely satisfied. I have thought about that a lot since. Then I gave the order that made Gareth actually argue with me. "Destroy the body." "My lord, why? The kingdom can identify Divine Eye Society corpses. All we need to do is send this one back to Fort Grey with a bandit leader and Thorn's guard captain, and Thorn is finished. Nobody could save him. And a Divine Eye Society assassin is a 7th-class merit." He wasn't wrong on any point. Of course I know that, but compared to Thorn, the Divine Eye Society is far more terrifying. We are still too weak. We cannot afford to offend them head-on. He opened his mouth. "If we hand this body to the kingdom to bring down Thorn and collect a 7th-class merit, we are telling everyone that we killed a Divine Eye Society assassin in a remote frontier region. If even the kingdom can't control that area, how do you think the Divine Eye Society will respond?" Gareth stopped. "They'd send more, and they'd be at least tier 3, and then we're finished." He actually shuddered. "Yes, compared to bringing down Thorn for 1 merit, our lives are worth more. But this assassin came to kill us. If he doesn't return, won't they still suspect us? There's nothing to be done about that." But Divine Eye Society assassins take a long time over a job. They prefer to wait patiently for the opening, so they won't suspect anything, at least not for a while, and we still have time to strengthen the territory. He thought about it, then stepped forward, packed the corpse up, and put it over his shoulder. Then it's risky to handle it here, since we just wiped out a bandit group on the road. Safest to carry it away and put it in the Cane River later. Wow. I gave them a mental thumbs up. My night captain, 3 weeks into working for me, was now spontaneously improving my body disposal logistics. We caught up with Clear, split the force, left Gareth to guard prisoners, and took the other half straight into the mountains to the bandit stronghold. It went quickly. 31 prisoners, 682 serfs, about 200 tons of food, and under 500 gold and coins of all metals, which told me most of it had been going to Thorn as tribute, and a great deal of iron, 50 longswords, 100 spears, 20 leather armors, 6 sets of iron armor, plus enough damaged iron to reforge 50 more swords, equipment for 2 more squadrons. I did not burn the stronghold. There was cultivated land up there, and there would be more desperate people later, and it might be useful against the orcs someday. 2 days later, we met Sterling's men at the Cane River and made the handover, and I gave the guard captain the bodies of the bandit leader and Thorn's personal guard captain. He recognized the second one instantly, and he was very surprised to see him. He assured me he would deliver both to Captain Sterling personally, and then he left at speed because Sterling had wanted a lever on Thorn for 2 years and had just been handed 2 corpses with Thorn's fingerprints on them. Then I went home, and it had been, by any measure, an excellent trip. Upon returning, I put 101 essence into ultimate speed. Medium speed increases attack speed, movement speed, reaction speed, and agility by 3 times. 3 times, which put me past a 3rd tier advanced knight outright. A 4th tier grand knight is generally twice as fast as a 3rd tier, which put me at roughly 75% of a grand knight speed while being a 1st tier novice. Next, upgrade Flame Triple Slash, and with the tier 3 armor, I should be able to hold my own against a 3rd tier. Then I reorganized the army, a new infantry company under Clear, a new spear company under Russell, a full archer company under Tristan with Kalen as deputy, funded by the 3,000 gold I'd taken off the assassin's corpse. Less than a month in Stormwind, and I had nearly half a battalion. And it was around then that old Silas came to me with a strange report. Young master, among the serfs you brought back yesterday, one of them claims to be a businessman and wishes to meet you. A merchant from a bandit stronghold? Yes, he says he was robbed by thieves and taken into the mountains. Bring him, and get Gareth. 10 minutes later, Silas and Gareth came in with a dark-skinned, middle-aged man who did not walk like a serf. You say you're a merchant robbed by thieves. Where did your caravan come from? Tell the truth. Gareth and Silas both gave him a look designed to encourage accuracy. He shrugged very slightly and then composed himself and said the most ridiculous thing I had heard since arriving in this world. Your Excellency, I am not lying. I am indeed a merchant, but not of the Alpha Kingdom, nor of the countries around it. I am a merchant of the Gerald Kingdom in the south of the continent. The south? None of us had ever heard of it. Are you joking? The southern mainland? Did you fly here? He bowed again and smiled bitterly. Your Excellency, how could I joke with you now? My name is Arthur Penn. I am a maritime merchant. My ship met with an accident and eventually drifted here. Sea trade merchant, all 3 of us said something at once. Because that is impossible. The sea is Naga territory. Even the Alpha Kingdom and the Philo Kingdom to our south only maintain coastal navies to contest a few important shoreline resources, and those navies are built with the full strength of a nation. Gareth refuted him immediately, and Gareth had standing because the Marquis of Tulip's own territory is coastal, and the Tulip family is a magical family full of mid- and high-level mages, and even they cannot develop marine resources alone. That's impossible. How could a merchant possibly have the resources to travel the open sea? If you're going to lie, at least pick something believable. Silas and I were country bumpkins and less certain, but Gareth's point stood. So I asked a question with an edge on it. Then tell me, how far is your Geralt kingdom from our Alpha Kingdom? And how long were you adrift? He hesitated and watched my eyes go cold. Then he answered fast. I don't know how far. I've only heard nobles mention that there's a beastman race on this continent, perfect material for magical experiments, but that it's tens of thousands of kilometers from Geralt. There also seems to be some obstacle between our region and your north that makes communication difficult. Orc slaves are extremely expensive where I come from. As for how long adrift, probably more than 3 years. Our calendars differ, so I can't be exact. Tens of thousands of kilometers. For reference, from where I used to live to the other side of the world was a little over 10,000. You survived 3 years adrift alone? A man weak enough to be used as a serf by bandits? Your Excellency, I did not drift alone. There were over 100 of us at the beginning. 1 Earth Knight, 2 6th-tier Gold Knights, 1 6th-tier Archmage, numerous 4th and 5th-tier Knights and Mages. Every one of those was a rank above anything in this territory. We hit a natural disaster and the ship was crippled and went where the wind took it. We used the magic cannon on the vessel, and with very good luck, we drifted from the open sea into your coastal waters. Many died on the way. By the time we reached here, there were about 20 of us left, and the magic cannon was dead. Then, near the shore, we suddenly encountered a powerful 8th-tier sea dragon. I felt the room change temperature. The surviving Earth Knight and the 6th-tier Archmage fought it. More than 10 of the remaining 20 died immediately. Finally, our ship was completely destroyed. Because I was only a second-tier potion master, I hid in the hold from the very beginning, so I did not die on the spot. Afterwards, when the ship broke apart, I clung to wreckage and drifted to land, coming ashore near the river mouth to the west. At the time, I didn't know there was a castle there, so I went west and met bandits. Gareth had stopped disbelieving somewhere in the middle, so had Silas. And I had quietly moved Lyra to stand slightly in front of me, because a man who has just told me his companions included a 7th tier and a 6th tier is a man I want a body between me and. Tell me your full identity, in detail, so I can decide how to treat you. It's best not to hide anything. I understand, Your Excellency. My name is Arthur Penn. I am a freelance merchant of the Geralt Kingdom, or more precisely, a 2nd-tier potion master who also trades in potions. I have a wife and 2 children. My eldest son is an adult. My youngest daughter is 12. And his eyes went wet, and he composed himself and continued. My main purpose this voyage was to purchase potion ingredients from the Sapphire Islands. Then something unexpected happened. Furthermore, although I am a 2nd-tier potion master and my cultivation is 2nd-tier mage, I am not good at combat. Our Geralt Kingdom is different from yours. My status as a potion master is more than enough for me to live comfortably. There is absolutely no need to waste my limited energy on meaningless combat spells. So I only know a few 0-level spells and 1 1st-level spell. I have never learned a 2nd-level combat spell. When the thieves found me, I did not resist, hoping they'd take me for a lost, ordinary merchant so I could escape later. Before I could try, the Baron rescued me, and the 3 of us laughed. All of us. We couldn't help it. A 2nd-tier mage who never learned 2nd-circle combat spells because his life was too comfortable. That is, in fact, the entire difference between the north and the south of this continent expressed in one man. And in that moment, I decided to keep him. And I did the arithmetic openly in my head because it wasn't complicated. I needed basic knowledge of magic and potions. I needed someone to brew for me. I needed general potions to sell. And, most of all, I needed the Dire Wolf fire potion in my pocket to become real. One last question. Arthur, how many of your companions survived when you drifted ashore? And what happened to that 8th-tier sea dragon? He shook his head. I don't know. After the ship broke up, all I saw was the Earth Knight and the 6th-tier Archmage still fighting it. Then the Archmage used a flight scroll and carried the Earth Knight to land on the other side, with the dragon in pursuit. As for the others, I never saw them surface. They must all be dead. There's a 7th tier and a 6th tier loose somewhere in the world, I thought. But they won't care about a 2nd-tier potion master, and they certainly won't care about me. So I kept him. I sent Silas and Gareth out with jobs. Silas onto distillation full-time, which meant handing the farmland to Rowan, because distilling was too simple to be trusted to anyone unreliable. Gareth to survey the southern bay, now that the Naga had confirmed they were leaving. Duncan back to the northwest patrol, and then I told both of them the rule. Everything about Arthur is absolutely secret, especially that he comes from overseas. No one tells anyone. Then to Arthur, and you, now that you've decided to stay at Stormwind, you serve only me. If other nobles learn about you, I'll have no choice but to silence you. Understood? Understood, Your Excellency. However, I can assure you that you only need to serve me for 10 years. Once I obtain a contract scroll, we'll sign properly so we both have peace of mind. And 10 years from now, I will find a way to send you back to Geralt. If I can't, I'll compensate you with 50,000 gold coins, which is enough to do whatever you want. I was proposing to make him a contract slave, and I want to record his reaction. He relaxed, because a contract has terms, and terms can be enforced. He had no gold to redeem himself with, so a contract was the normal shape of his life. What he'd been afraid of was a lord who could simply decide. Then I asked him about the meditation technique, and he immediately started giving me career advice. Your Excellency, you are already a full knight, and so young. You are destined for great things on the path of knighthood. If you train as a mage now, it may interfere with your knightly training. Generally, people only pursue a second profession when they feel they can no longer advance in the first, which is excellent advice for a man without a panel. I know, I'm just keeping it. I don't necessarily intend to practice. If you'll trade your meditation technique, tell me what you want. Since Your Excellency has made up your mind, I'll say no more. My meditation technique can only be mastered to level 3. I'll write it down for you later. Then he explained what a magician actually is. In this part I want to lay out properly because it reframed everything. To become a magician, you need 2 things. First, mental strength above ordinary. Without it, you cannot enter a meditative state, so you cannot cultivate the meditation technique, so you cannot be a mage. Full stop. Second, elemental affinity, which determines your ceiling. Even with the mind, if your affinity is very low, you're finished. Where someone else takes a year to become an apprentice, you take decades. Not worth doing. Unless you're rich, in which case you can buy your way through, which I found reassuringly familiar. And everyone's affinity differs by element. Good with fire, cultivate fire. How do I test whether my mental strength meets the standard? And how do I learn which element I match? To measure it precisely, you need a specialized magical instrument or a magic array. I don't have one. Then, before I could be disappointed, However, I can determine whether an adult can cultivate magic at all, and whether they're suited to fire. My own best affinity is fire. My technique is fire-based, called lava meditation. It's a dual attribute technique, fire primary and earth secondary, so either affinity can train it, though fire is best. I can set up a simple magic array. If you can withstand the mental suppression inside it and resonate with the fire element, you can practice my technique. If you can withstand the suppression but not resonate, you have mental talent but not fire, and you'll need another element. And if you cannot withstand the suppression at all, then you lack the talent to be a magician and must give up completely. Can you cultivate multiple attributes? Because a magician who only knows one type of magic seemed extremely boring to me. He nodded and then shook his head. It's possible, but generally nobody does, because a person's energy and life are limited, and spreading them thin does more harm than good. I did not care, because I have a panel, and if the constraint is time, then the constraint is not a constraint. What do you need for the array? Can you build it now? Just give me an enchanted item. I also have a tier 1 fire magic core here. The thieves thought it was a rock, so they didn't take it. I had Lyra take off the second tier enchanted armor I'd just given her and handed it over. The bow, arrows, and short sword stayed where they were. You do not hand a stranger offensive weapons. He carved patterns on the ground with materials I couldn't identify, set the armor inside them, chanted, and every line lit up. He added the fire core, and the whole array went furnace red. I could feel the heat off it from 3 meters. Then he chanted again, and the red dimmed considerably. Your Excellency, it's ready. You only need to remain inside for more than 10 minutes to prove you have the mental talent. If you resonate with fire, you have fire affinity. My array can only give a rough result, but it's enough to determine whether the talent exists. What happens if I have no mental talent? You may experience a splitting headache and be unable to rise from your knees. I've reduced the power to advanced magic apprentice level. Since you're a first-tier knight, it won't harm you. I did not step into it. I gestured at Lyra. Arthur did not object, but he did offer a warning. Once this 4th Order Great Warrior goes in, she must not unleash power exceeding the first tier, or the array will be destroyed. A pause. And if the Baron lacks spiritual talent, he can simply release a knight's power and destroy the array himself. Lyra looked at me. I nodded. She walked in. 10 minutes later, she walked out unharmed and reported that the suppression inside was below first tier and there was no danger. Then I remembered something and stopped. If I destroy the array, does that destroy my enchanted armor? That's money. No, because I had no magic crystals, I used the energy in the enchanted equipment. Destroying the array won't damage it. Fine. In I went. And it was immediately deeply unpleasant. Something invisible pressing on my brain, not pain exactly, more like the moment before a migraine arrives and decides how big it wants to be. Dizzy. Nauseous. 10 minutes is not a long time. 10 minutes in there is a long time. I stood with my teeth locked and sweat running off my chin, and I had no idea how long it had been. And Arthur, who is a decent man, decided to stop it early because his array was not a professional testing instrument, and staying too long does no good. Lyra thought he was about to do something to me and stopped him. 10 minutes have passed, Arthur said carefully. You can let the Baron come out now. She pulled me out bodily. I put my hands on my knees and breathed for a while. So, do I have it? Congratulations, sir. You truly possess the mental talent of a magician. Then, I wonder, during the suppression, did you feel any fluctuation of fire in your mind? Red energy spots? I felt it. There was even a burning sensation in it. Arthur was visibly surprised, because he'd only tried fire on the assumption it wouldn't work, and I'd come back with the same affinity as him. Then you have fire affinity, sir. You can indeed practice my lava meditation. And I was, briefly, extremely happy. Because now I not only had a magician's inheritance, I had a working potion master in my house, and the potions could start immediately. So we traded, and I want the ledger on record because it's the most lopsided trade I ever made, and I made it on purpose. I gave him the 4th tier knight's flame-breathing valve, the 3rd tier warrior's silver wolf breathing technique, flame triple slash, holy light cross slash, the 3rd tier archery manual, wind chasing archery, the 0-ring spell earth sync, and the recipe for dire wolf fire potion. All of it, unconditionally, because if in 10 years he still couldn't get home, those things would let him found a family in the Alpha Kingdom and pass on his blood, and a man who has that has a reason not to poison me. He gave me his 3rd tier lava meditation, 3 0-ring spells, illumination, minor heal, energizer, 1 1st-ring spell, small fireball, and his potion knowledge, recipes for tier 1 healing, tier 1 recovery, tier 1 purification, the tier 1 warrior potion Phaeton, the tier 1 meditation potion Narcissus, and the tier 2 warrior potion Saffron Crystal, all of it unconditionally. And then he took the direwolf fire potion recipe away to study, because he had never seen a knight's potion before, and knight potions are far more precious than warrior potions, second only to meditation potions. I sat with those recipes for a long time, because one of them was Phaeton. The Phaeton potion formula is held only by the highest nobles of the Alpha Kingdom. It's a tier 1 recipe, and it is more precious than some tier 3s and tier 4s, because warriors need Phaeton to become professionals at all. Master it, and you can manufacture warriors indefinitely. Arthur was baffled by my reaction. In the south, he explained, the continent runs on mages and knights, and warriors are what sergeants and lower-class commoners become. Warrior potions are common and cheap. The recipes for 5th-tier warriors and above, he added, are still very precious. I looked at the ingredients for Phaeton, and the auxiliary materials came to under 5 gold coins. There was exactly one problem, and it was the main ingredient, something called the Radiant Fruit, which the Alpha Kingdom had apparently never heard of. Arthur said the tree isn't valuable in the south. One produces 50 to 100 fruit a year, and described it in detail, and I did not recognize a single thing about it. Which figures, if the recipe is monopolized by the nobles, the fruit vanished from the market centuries ago. The Narcissus potion needed a first-tier magical herb that grows in the sea. Arthur said he'd seen traces of it at the mouth of the Cane River to the west, but he'd been busy escaping at the time. The saffron crystal I could actually buy. Second-tier saffron and second-tier crystal are ordinary market goods at ordinary market prices, except it only works on second-tier intermediate warriors, so for now, it was purely something to sell. And then he told me what it would actually take to become a potion master: materials science, biology, mathematics, and then magic array drawing, which needs geometry, spatial theory, and material science on top of that. I sat there, a baron, a transmigrator, a man with a cheat code, and a magic bear, and felt my soul leave my body. Did I not already escape school once? Was the entire transmigration for nothing? But it was that or nothing, because the panel records what I actually learned. No basics, nothing to put points into. So I tried lava meditation and got nowhere for an entire day. Arthur, when I complained, told me it took him 3 full months to first enter a meditative state. Fine, I don't need to be a genius. I need to be persistent, and I have attribute points, and they take time to accumulate anyway. The next day I toured the castle, showed my face to every company, checked recruit selection, inspected the fields, and finally went to see how Silas was doing with the distilling. It was going well, and it was killing him. Managing every resource in every field in the territory had already been too much for a man his age. Now he had a still, so I told him to pick a few honest serfs and train them as household servants, and to hand off what he could. He let out a breath he'd been holding for a month, and then, because Silas is Silas, instead of thanking me, he immediately raised a problem. "Young master, why didn't you buy salt when you went to Fort Grey? The previous supply was only enough for 1,000 people for 3 months. With so many people joining the territory, there's definitely not enough." I stopped. Buy salt. Where does the kingdom get its salt from? Salt mines. With a salt mine, you have table salt. A salt mine is an inexhaustible treasure. Unfortunately, Stormwind has none, and I've heard no salt mines have been found in the whole of Frostmoon Province, so we can only buy from Laffy Province next door, which makes it expensive. Silas. My castle is 5 kilometers from the sea. Old Silas. What are the prices of salt at Fort Grey? Coarse salt, 3 copper per 100 grams. Fine white salt, 10 copper per 100 grams. Much more expensive than the interior, and the kingdom does not control the price of salt. I stood in a hallway and did the arithmetic, and the arithmetic was obscene. We're rich. We're rich. Silas jumped. Old Silas, take a big iron pot, and cotton cloth, and a wooden basin. Ah, young master, what are you doing with all this? Don't ask. Come with me. Because nobody in this world knew there was salt in the sea. Those magicians. Those absolutely useless magicians. Men who can freeze a lake and call lightning out of the sky, and not one of them ever boiled a pot of seawater to see what was left. And in a province with no salt mines, that made it very hard for me not to become extremely wealthy. We went to the beach, a different stretch from where Gareth was surveying, and I had Silas build a stove, set the pot, gather firewood, and fill the pot with seawater from a basin. Young master, what are we cooking? Just watch. From now on, this is yours. It's as important as the distilled spirits. The moment I said as important as the spirits, he became extremely attentive. When it was down to a third, I filtered it through cotton several times to take out most of the sediment, and then boiled it until crystals started forming around the rim. I scraped a little off with a stick and tasted it. Old Silas, try some. He took a bite and his eyes went enormous. Young master, this is coarse salt. My goodness, there's coarse salt in the seawater. And I want to enjoy that moment for one sentence, and then be honest, because what happened next was that I failed for 3 days. Because the crystals were bitter and astringent, and I said so. This coarse salt is no good. It's toxic. Long-term consumption is very harmful, and it wouldn't be competitive. It'd be hard to sell. It needs more filtering and boiling. There's no fresh water here. Take it back and keep cooking. So we hauled it back to the distillery kitchen, dissolved it, filtered it, boiled it, again and again, and it stayed bitter, and it never got anywhere near the color I remembered from a supermarket shelf. I could not work out where I'd gone wrong. I was fairly sure this was how it had been explained in a children's encyclopedia I read when I was 8. Silas, meanwhile, was delighted. Young master, this is already very good, much better than ordinary coarse salt. If we take it to Fort Grey, we can get 5 copper per 100 grams, maybe 10. No, this is still poisonous. Long-term consumption will cause problems. It can't be used in our own territory. And then I told him the real reason, because the real reason was better. And if we sell it outside and something goes wrong, we're in trouble. With our current strength, it's best not to cause any. Because the way nobles resolve trouble in this kingdom is compensation or a duel, and I could not currently afford either. Also, and this is true, I have a thing about clean. I could not stand not knowing why it had failed. Old Silas, go and call Arthur the potion master. Ah, this oomph, young master. He very obviously did not want an outsider learning that there was salt in the sea. It's all right, go. He's a magician. He might be able to help. Half an hour later, Arthur walked into the kitchen, bowed, glanced around at the pots and cloth and basins, and said, "Your Excellency, are you refining sea salt?" Silas made a noise. "I have never been so happy to be unoriginal in my life." "Yes, but it seems I've failed. After repeated filtering and boiling, it's still bitter and astringent, which clearly means it still contains a great deal of toxic material." Arthur was genuinely impressed. "I never imagined Your Excellency was also a seeker of truth. And yet, you're not a magician, and you already know about steaming, filtering, and toxic substances. I think you should consider abandoning the path of chivalry and focusing on training as a mage. Your future achievements might be greater." "I'll consider it. Let's talk about the salt first." He smiled, then examined my process and my results, and delivered his verdict. "Actually, Baron, you've almost finished, but your filtration method is too rudimentary. It can't truly remove the toxic elements. You can add white pebbles for more thorough filtration. Then, during dissolving and boiling, you must control the temperature, because the solubility and boiling points of refined white salt and the toxic elements are different, and there are other factors as well." And he kept going, and I stood there and understood approximately the first sentence. I know what melting point and boiling point are. Everything after that was noise shaped like words. I have never so acutely regretted not studying harder. There is a saying where I come from: master maths, physics, and chemistry, and you can go anywhere in the world without fear. It turns out that undersells it. It's not just anywhere in the world, it's anywhere in any world. The white stone turned out to be limestone, which I had already found in quantity while trying to make 3-in-1 soil for mortar. 3 days later, working together, we produced fine white salt, and then I significantly simplified the process because that part I can do. Give me a working method and I will make it cheaper. Ask me to discover it and I will boil a pot for 3 days and get bitter sand. And the moment we had it, I needed something I had been putting off. Loyalty I could enforce. So I called Gareth in and handed him 3,000 gold, the assassin's money, and my Tier 1 magic crossbow. Take half the Night Squad to Fort Grey. Buy contract scrolls from Sterling. Voluntary contracts, the kind that require both parties to consent or they fail. The going rate I'd learned at the slave market: an ordinary slave, 10 gold, a Tier 1, 100, a Tier 2, 300, a Tier 3, 800. Above 4th I hadn't asked. 3 Tier 2 scrolls, 11 Tier 1, and 100 ordinary, all 3,000. Because a man who knows how to make white salt in a province with no salt mines is not a craftsman, he's a leak. 2 days later, while I was learning wind-chasing archery in a courtyard, Duncan came back at a run. Could it be the Gale Wolves? No, sir. Ogres. A group of ogres is heading towards Stormwind City. 11 of them. By their size, 1 Tier 4, 2 Tier 3, 3 Tier 2, 5 Tier 1. Ogre. Everyone in the room reacted, because ogres are one of the stronger races in the Barren Mountains, and they come into human territory every year as winter approaches to hunt serfs for food. But it was spring. There's food everywhere in the mountains in spring. Lyra, standing behind me, spoke up. It may have wandered into Gale Wolf territory and been driven out. Back when the black-white giant bear ruled the eastern range, many ogres came east to hunt around this time of year. Which made sense, and I didn't care because the seeds were finally in the ground again, and I was not going to lose a second planting. Ogres reach first-tier strength on reaching adulthood, and their raw strength exceeds a second-tier human professional. They survive anywhere because they eat literally anything: wild vegetables, fruit, meat, and when there's nothing at all, each other. Their favorite food is humanoid flesh, and particularly brains, because they believe it makes them smarter. Occasionally, an ogre mage is born, with magic and martial ability together, and those are genuinely terrible. Duncan had checked for 2-headed ogres, which is the tell, and there weren't any. So I emptied the castle at them. Duncan's Night Squad, Brendan's Infantry, Rowan's Spears, Tristan and Kaelin's 2 veteran archer squads, Lyra, me, and Arthur volunteered. Arthur, who was a second-tier mage who did not know a second circle spell, volunteered to go to a battle. Because he heard the word ogre, and ogres are extinct in the south, and an ogre's brain is an excellent potion ingredient, and capturing one alive would be of great research value. He asked me, sincerely, whether I could take a first-order ogre alive for him. I laughed at him. 8 kilometers northwest, the warning came in properly. 11 ogres, 2 kilometers ahead. Danger. And I noticed something new about my own talent. It said danger, not extreme danger. The warning has grades. And a Tier 4 ogre with escorts against a first-tier knight with intermediate speed rated as merely dangerous. I looked at the ground, high ground and forest on both sides, a low valley in the middle, and it was so obviously an ambush site that I felt slightly insulted on the terrain's behalf. Duncan took half the Night Squad to bait them. 2 companies and 2 archer squads went into the woods on the heights, and we scrubbed our scent off the ground with purifying agent. Lyra, your target is the Tier 4. Ogres have no equipment worth anything, they're pure strength. While you're on him, I'll support with arrows. Take your moment and use the 3rd-tier enchanted short sword to kill him. Then go straight to the Tier 3s. Yes, sir. Arthur, support the regular soldiers. If any ogre is about to break the infantry line, put a fireball on him. Yes, your excellency. Half an hour later, Duncan came down the valley at a flat run with 11 ogres behind him. And then he pulled up, turned his horse, and prepared to charge them, which delighted them because ogres love a head-on fight and are not remotely afraid of cavalry given their size. They came screaming into the valley. "Do it!" Both archer squads fired down from elevation at short range, and in 2 volleys, every ogre except the tier 4 was wounded, and 2 unlucky tier 1s were dead with arrows in their heads. I put 3 arrows into a tier 1 and a tier 2, then switched to the 3rd tier enchanted bow and aimed at the tier 4. The ogres tried to withdraw, and withdrawing spread them out by strength, which is exactly what I wanted. Lyra went down the slope and straight into the tier 4. The others tried to reach her and got pushed back by spears from both sides, while the archers kept working. Duncan and half a knight squad surrounded the 2 trailing tier 1s. The 2 tier 3s and 2 tier 2s in the middle, seeing they were enclosed, started swinging bone clubs into the infantry. A shield bearer tried to block one. His wooden shield came apart and he went through the air, and I did not see where he landed. Spearmen swarmed forward and forced them back. Arthur threw a small fireball and pinned one in place, and I drew the 3rd tier bow to full and shot at the tier 4. Wind chasing archery was still only at beginner level, but I had 2nd tier basic archery under it and a 3rd tier enchanted arrow on top of it. The tier 4 felt it coming and threw everything into dodging, which was exactly what Lyra had been waiting for. She unleashed a great warrior's power, activated the 3rd tier enchanted short sword, a weapon designed for assassination and consequently obscenely sharp, and cut through the bone club he raised and through the neck behind it in the same motion. He stared, and then he fell over resentfully. "Arthur, the tier 3! Fireball. The tier 3 blocked it with the club and lost his vision to the flames for 1 second. 3rd tier enchanted arrow through the skull. Then I drank 2 tier 1 recovery potions immediately, because a 1st tier knight firing a 3rd tier bow is a man spending money he doesn't have. Lyra killed the last tier 3 before I could take it, which cost me 100 essence, and Duncan killed a tier 2, which cost me 10, and I would like it recorded that I was extremely mature about both. 11 ogres, all dead. And then Brendan came to find me. "Sir, we suffered heavy casualties this time. 7 infantry and 8 spearmen wounded. 3 may not survive. 2 others will probably lose their arms." I want to be honest about my first reaction, because it wasn't grief, it was acceptable. The world is cruel, and I had already adjusted, and more men were going to fight and die for me, and what I owed them was not sorrow. It was the promise, kept. "Take me to them, and call Arthur." Because Arthur knew a 0-level spell with no elemental affinity, minor healing, and although he'd said it only handles minor external injuries, you try. The 3 men had all taken bone clubs to the chest, ribs, and organs. Arthur looked once and shook his head. "I'm sorry, Your Excellency. Injuries like this need a 6th circle spell, the Great Healing Spell. I truly am powerless." I nodded and pointed at the others. "Then go and treat the wounded, especially those 2 who may be crippled. Do your best. If even one of them fully recovers, I'll award you a 9th class merit." Arthur went very still. Because these were serfs and elite soldiers who'd followed me for about a month, and a 9th class merit is what you get for killing a 1st-level professional, and by any noble accounting, 2 crippled infantrymen are not worth that. This seems to be a very benevolent lord, he thought, and I know because he told me much later, in a tone that suggested he had also been thinking, and an idiot. "Yes, Your Excellency, I will do my utmost." Then I looked back at the 3 men on the ground. What are their names? Do they have families? Brendan was surprised by the question, which tells you something. These 2 elite soldiers are Kieran and Bryn. Both have families. Kieran has his mother, wife, son, and daughter. Bryn has his wife and son. They're all at Fort Grey. The sergeant's name is Reese. He has no family. I stood there for a while, and then I did something I had not planned, and I want to be extremely clear that I had not planned it, because I have since heard it described as a masterstroke of manipulation. I knelt down and said it loud enough for the whole company to hear. "Kieran, Bryn, your families will receive the best care in Stormwind City. Not a penny less in compensation. And once Stormwind is safe enough, I will bring them here to live, and your children will have priority for the army." Then I turned to the 3rd man. "Reese, although you have no family, you died fighting for Stormwind City. You died fighting for me, Ethan Vance, so I will still give you the respect you are owed." The valley had gone completely silent. "I hereby declare that Reese is no longer a serf. You are a lawful civilian of Stormwind City." A serf, being freed, while dying, which changes nothing about his death and everything about what it was. "And this valley will be named after you. It will be called Reese Valley. It will be the cemetery of every soldier who dies for this territory. And Stormwind City will build a Hall of Heroes, where the names and souls of all who die for the territory will remain and be honored by Stormwind for generations." Then I ran out of official language and said the last part quietly, and it was only for them. "Kieran, Bryn, Reese, I hope we can fight side by side again in the next life. Rest now." I do not know whether they heard me. All 3 of them smiled at the same moment, and then they died. Behind me, men were crying, openly. Especially the serf soldiers, who had spent their entire lives understanding themselves to be nothing, and who had joined my army for the food and the wages and the faint outside chance of not being property, and who had just watched a lord give a dead man a valley. Brendan and Rowan went down on one knee. I swear to serve you to the death, my lord. And then the rest of them, ragged and out of time. I swear to serve you to the death, my lord. I am not going to pretend every man in that valley meant it. Only they know that. But something had changed, and it had changed from money into something that money does not buy. And Arthur stood at the edge of it, completely lost. He had never seen a noble lord do that. If it was manipulation, it was wildly excessive. A pointless waste of resources that violated the basic noble principle of self-interest, which left only the possibility that I actually meant it, which made me an even worse nobleman. I wonder, he thought, whether following such a benevolent yet eccentric lord is a good thing or a bad thing. I made one more announcement before we left. Today is April the 18th. Remember this day. From now on, every year, the 18th of April is the Day of the Dead of Stormwind Territory. We will pay tribute to soldiers like Kieran, Bryn, and Rhys who died for this land. Then we buried them in Rhys Valley. Only afterward did I open the panel and find 121 essence waiting, and the notation that wind-chasing archery had gained a skill point, which taught me that real combat sharpens martial skills faster than any amount of practice. And then, because I am who I am, I tallied the loot. Ogre hides make excellent enchanted armor and price similarly to scales. 11 of them came to over 1,000 gold. Hearts, stomachs, and especially brains are premium potion materials. I had no idea of the local prices. Arthur knew Geralt prices, which might be nothing like these. At Arthur's request, and because he knew how to preserve them, I kept every scrap of ogre material. Then I announced the merit and paid it out on the spot. A collective 8th class merit, 500 gold, distributed by contribution. Lyra got 100, Duncan 50, Arthur 20, Brendan, Rowan, Tristan, and Kaelin 10 each. Everyone else got at least 50 silver. And several serfs in the archer squads earned their way out of serfdom that afternoon, in public, in front of everyone, exactly as promised. Nobody objected to any of it because nobody could find anything unfair in it. Then, on the way home, Arthur suddenly stopped walking and ran off the road to a stand of saplings. Your Excellency, these should be arrow trees. I looked at a grove of sticks, thickest of them no wider than a child's arm, thinnest about the width of my little finger. Arrow tree? Your Excellency, arrow trees are a second-tier magical material. Second tier? Yes, they're used to make magic arrows. Most first and second-tier magic arrows are made from arrow trees. In our kingdom, the price is about 30 to 50 silver a tree. 30 to 50 silver in a country where they're common. At Fort Grey, materials for first and second-tier magic arrows run 1 to 3 gold apiece. There were at least 1,000 of them in front of me. Ha ha ha! It's a magical material. We're rich. Arthur, can it regenerate? What's the growth cycle? The arrow tree is regenerative, my lord. As long as the roots aren't dug up, it grows back. And the cycle is very short, 1 year to harvest. 1 year. 2,000 gold a year, forever, growing by itself in a wood I owned that every previous baron had walked past. Brendan, harvest this grove right now. Do not damage the roots. But sir, how? Do we just cut it down? He'd heard extremely valuable and gone rigid, which was the correct instinct. Arthur taught them how to cut it and how to grade it, and after watching him 4 times, they had it. 862 trees, 523 first tier, 339 second tier. Arthur explained that the first tier ones would never become second tier, inherent deficiency, insufficient nutrition. If I wanted the whole grove at second tier, I'd have to bury a significant quantity of magic crystals in it. I decided that first tier was quite valuable enough. Brendan, 2 squads on this grove every day. Nothing gets in, no animals, no serfs who don't know what it is. We're 2 kilometers from the castle. There shouldn't be danger. If anything happens, run home for help. And then I went back to the castle and immediately started spending money I hadn't earned yet, which is the correct use of a renewable resource. First, the blacksmiths, because I now had an iron problem, a weapons problem, and a very large number of people who needed tools. I went to the smithy and found 4 thatched huts. 4 thatched huts next to the inner castle, housing the department that repairs every farm tool and every weapon in a frontier territory that is constantly at war. Both of those things break constantly. Without smiths, the territory stops, and they were living like the serfs. Inside, a shirtless young man was hammering red iron and didn't notice us come in. Blacksmith Derek, the Baron is here. He spun around, saw me, dropped everything, and ran over and bowed. This humble man, Brogan, pays his respects to the great Baron, and he was excited, not frightened, and the reason he was excited is that I was the man who had freed him from slavery. He was a commoner blacksmith now. All he had to do was work well and earn wages, and then marry and have sons, one to inherit the forge, the others to join the army and find something better. He had spent 30 days rebuilding his entire idea of his own future, and it was all downstream of one promise about a plow. Get up, Brogan. Did you make all of these? I pointed at the long swords and spearheads hanging in the yard. No, Your Excellency. Those came in for repair. The farm tools over there are ours. Can you forge weapons? Long swords? Spearheads? A little. Connell and I can both forge basic long swords and spearheads, which, in this world, is a rank. Ordinary blacksmiths make farm tools and do repairs. Only a few skilled ones can make weapons. And above them are the ones who can forge iron armor. And those men are masters and never appear in a slave market at all, because nobles and armies fight over them. Men like Brogan and Connell should have been in demand. For whatever reason, they hadn't sold, and they've been packaged off to me with the rest. Then you'll be busy. There's about to be a great deal of iron ore. I let that sit for a second and watched him work out that his territory had found a mine. Today I came to see your equipment. If it's inadequate, we replace it immediately. He showed me the furnace. It was a hearth, an open hearth, with no bellows and no blower of any kind. I stood there trying to work out how they melted anything at all, and concluded that mostly they didn't. Mostly they got it hot and hid it. Brogan, your equipment is really bad. Is everyone else's the same? He was baffled by the question. Is it bad? The equipment at Fort Gray looks the same. Reporting to the Baron, that's how it is. We only know how to build this kind. Go and call the stonemason, the bricklayer, and a carpenter. Then, wait, just one carpenter, because the carpenters were building ships. Yes, sir. And I got charcoal and animal hide and drew a blast furnace from memory, from a documentary, again, and I want to be honest that my drawing was closer to an emotional impression of a blast furnace than a technical one. Then I explained a bellows, verbally, because I cannot draw one, and hoped the carpenter would understand a man miming air. I also wanted a water-powered hammer and had to shelve it, because Stormwind City sits on a hill with deep wells and no running water. That would have to wait for the expansion. The blacksmith's eyes lit up when they saw the furnace. They understood immediately because it was their field, and they thought better of me afterward, because it turns out the fastest way to earn a craftsman's respect is to be usefully wrong in his specialty rather than uselessly right about everything else. The stonemasons and bricklayers came, and I showed them the plans and told them to ask questions immediately because they had to understand it that day. The carpenter listened to me describe a bellows for 20 minutes, then went away and drew one properly and brought it back to show me. We worked until nightfall. Before I left, I gave them 7 days and told them that if they were short-handed, they should go straight to Captain Rowan. And then I went home and sat down and realized that I had spent an entire day inventing a furnace and that I was a first-tier knight with a stalled cultivation and an assassination contract on my head, and that my most urgent problem was that Stormwind territory had absolutely no talent in it. 50 ordinary contract scrolls and 11 first-tier ones were coming. I needed people to use them on. If nothing else works, we start teaching people to read. Set up literacy classes immediately, because you cannot cultivate talent out of people who cannot read. And every single thing I want to do next requires men who can hold a number in their head, which is how, on a frontier where nobody could read, in a territory of 800 serfs, I decided to build a school. 7 days later, Rowan reported the smithy rebuilt, and mentioned in passing that the stonemasons seemed to be making progress on bricks. I went to look and found 6 experimental kilns belching black smoke, each one slightly different, because I'd told them to try variations and see which worked, and they had. Cautiously, then enthusiastically, like men discovering a vice. The stonemason in charge was called Finn, and he came running out covered in ash. Sir, these are the best we've made. They turn red after firing, so we call them red bricks. I picked one up and tried to snap it, and it gave slightly, which told me everything. Finn, these are enough for houses. They are definitely not enough to replace stone for docks and castle walls. Keep experimenting. His face fell. Sir, can things made of clay really be as hard as stone? Don't be discouraged. Bricks are naturally not as hard as stone, but past a certain hardness, you can build a castle from them anyway. Then, you're still cooling in air, correct? If air cooling doesn't reach the standard, try water cooling. It's much harder. You'll have to think about it more carefully. He nodded reluctantly. And then I gave him the thing that mattered. However, the fact that you produced red bricks at all is an achievement. Therefore, I declare that Finn the stonemason is now a legal civilian of Stormwind territory, and you begin drawing wages today. He cried, actually cried, and thanked me in a stream of words that stopped being sentences halfway through. Now go and find old Silas, have him build a proper kiln for these, start mass production. And I told the others that if they worked hard, they'd be next. And every man in that yard went back to work like the kiln owed him money. Then I put Luca the bricklayer, freshly promoted to commoner, in charge of mortar, and gave the order that changed how Stormwind City looked forever. Replace every house in the castle, all the wood and packed earth. Red brick. For the serfs, free, because I had noticed that the entire outer city was a slum, and because a man who lives in a house he could never have dreamed of does not, generally, run away. 3 days later, while I was practicing the meditation technique with no success whatsoever, Arthur came in with a bottle. The dire wolf fire potion had worked. How many? I had bought 100 sets of supporting ingredients at Fort Gray. The main ingredient, magical wolf marrow, I had a warehouse of. Reporting, sir, it was my first time refining a knight's potion, so I wasted about 20 portions before succeeding. Now that I've mastered the trick, I can hold a 30 to 40% success rate. In the end, I successfully successfully crafted 28. Then he gave me all of them and immediately followed it with a warning, because Arthur is constitutionally incapable of letting me enjoy anything. My lord, a normal first-tier cultivation potion increases skill level by about 20% and doesn't work at all for the next tier. This one gives 30% at first tier and 10% at second. So its medicinal effect is extremely potent, and it cannot be taken in large quantities, or it will increase the difficulty of transforming the fighting spirit seed. Huh? Meaning? An ordinary cultivation potion can be used about 10 times per person. More than that affects subsequent breakthroughs. This one can be used about 5 times. After that, absolutely not. I looked at the bottle differently. Then isn't this potion just as good as the 20% ones? Yes, sir. Which is true for anyone else. Because when I broke through to first tier, I saw what second tier costs. 1,000 attribute points. And I knew immediately that I would never accumulate that honestly, so points were reserved for the hardest breakthroughs, which means the potion damaging my breakthrough was irrelevant. Life source liquid itself can be replaced by attribute points. A potion's interference is noise. A cultivation potion nobody else can use properly is a cultivation potion nobody else will bid against me for. I made a note. Collect more recipes like this. Cheap because damaged. Free because I'm broken in the right direction. Then I drank one, and it was like someone lit my heart. My fighting spirit began circulating on its own, and fast, and I started the flame-breathing technique and did not stop. A full day went by before the drug wore off, and it was the first time I had ever cultivated continuously for that long. And here is what I learned, which nobody had told me. Breathing techniques are agony. Every improvement is a fight with your own body. Without medicine, you get half an hour to 5 hours a day, and nobody can do it daily, or you go mad, and that isn't a metaphor. This world has a word for what you become. So the potion's real gift is not speed, it's time. It buys hours your body would otherwise refuse. My talent is poor, 1 hour a day, 2 points. Flame breathing, 41 out of 1,000, 31 points in a day. 28 potions was not going to reach 1,000, but it made the number stop being theoretical. After Gareth finishes surveying the bay and old Silas produces salt, send Gareth to Fort Grey with the salt and the arrow trees and have him buy every potion ingredient we need. 3 more days of potions took me to 134, and I did the arithmetic and set myself 2 months to second tier, which was the moment I understood the actual curse of the panel. It makes you greedy. It shows you every single thing you could be learning and the exact number of points it costs, and there is no natural stopping point, and I was working harder in a fantasy world with a cheat code than I ever had in an office. After 4 straight days, I wanted a break, and then Arthur knocked. Sir, I would like to visit the mouth of the Cane River in the west. What for? Checking on the Narcissus? That's the first-tier meditation potion herb, which Arthur couldn't use anymore, and I couldn't use yet. Checking the daffodils is one thing, but mainly, I want to see if I can find my magic staff. I was afraid the 8th-tier sea dragon would come back, so I didn't dare look for it after it fell into the sea. I just ran. Arthur has a staff. A magic staff increases casting speed and spell power both, which makes it the single most coveted item a mage can own, and they're extremely difficult to forge and consequently rare in the Alpha Kingdom, to the point that I did not know where you would even buy one. Alright, it's still early. Go find Brendan, have him gather half the 1st Infantry Company at the gate. I'll come with you. Half a day west, everyone stopped talking at once and got into the trees, because the sea was red, not stained, red, and every so often something enormous came out of it. Arthur and I both got out our monoculars, which he had made, incidentally, with magic, after I mentioned wanting a telescope and admitted I had no lenses. He made several, better than the ones I described, and when I stared at him he explained that being able to make a telescope and a navigation needle anywhere, at any time, is a basic skill for a maritime trader, and that anyone who can't shouldn't go to sea. Through the glass, sharks and whales, enormous ones, killing each other. Holy crap, what's going on? Why are they fighting in coastal water? Arthur didn't answer. He was staring and thinking. Arthur? He came back with real regret in his voice. My lord, there must be a treasure down there. That's why 2 groups of whale sharks are fighting here. Those narwhals and sawtooth sharks are almost all extraordinary magical beasts, mostly 2nd and 3rd tier, some 4th and perhaps 5th underwater. I've seen battles like this before. There was a 6th-tier water coral at that one, the main ingredient for the potion that breaks a mage through to 6th-tier archmage. Then, quietly, if only we'd come sooner. Then we, and 2 sawtooth sharks and a narwhal came out of the water at once, and the narwhal fought both and threw them. 7th rank. 3 of them, all 7th. I swallowed whatever I'd been about to say and got smaller. Arthur, with monsters at that level fighting, what kind of treasure is down there? This, I don't know either. He'd never seen it. He'd never heard of it in his own kingdom. So we lay at the edge of the woods and watched in shifts for a full day and night, with the infantry camped deep in the trees and a runner sent home so nobody worried, and orders to prepare every cart, wagon, ox, and draft animal in the castle for immediate deployment. Because I want to be honest about why I was lying in a wood eating rations while 7th-tier monsters killed each other. I was not going to compete for the treasure. I didn't have the courage, and I didn't have the tear. I was there for the bodies. Monster meat, monster cores, monster hides. All of it money, and all of it about to be floating. Next day at noon, Arthur came running. "Sir, the sea seems to have calmed." It had. Flat water, the smell of blood, and hundreds of corpses on the surface. Are they still fighting on the seabed? Produce not. The water isn't deep here. Even fighting underwater, there'd be noise on the surface. Then, the question is who won and whether the winner has left. So what do we do? Send someone down to check? That works too. He said it without hesitation. Then he looked around at the available personnel. One first tier me, one second tier him, one fourth tier Lyra, who was mine, and asked, very carefully, who should we send? I looked at him. We looked at each other for a while. Forget it. Let's wait and see. Yeah, right. Let's wait. There are too many corpses to collect anyway. Let's go once the ordinary sea creatures come back. Two great minds. I sent for Gareth and Clear's 2nd Infantry Company and every cart in the territory, and they arrived at dusk and saw the sea and stopped talking for a long time. Nobody slept. At first light, I saw movement through the glass, fish feeding on the carcasses, seabirds coming back, and Arthur immediately volunteered. "Sir, I'll go take a look first." And he had a boat carried down and rowed out without waiting for my agreement. "Arthur the magician is really bold," Gareth said with genuine admiration. My mouth did something. "Let's go. Have the men start pulling up bodies. Prioritize professionals." Shouldn't we wait? What if there's danger? Don't worry. Arthur spends his life at sea. Would he not know if there was danger? And while Gareth and I were having that argument, Arthur started shouting and waving from the water. It was too far to hear. His posture said he'd found something important. I took Lyra in another boat. "What's wrong, Arthur?" "Sir, look quickly. This narwhal head is still alive." I very nearly kicked him into the sea. "Why would you call me over if the narwhal is alive? To die together?" Then I looked where he was pointing, and it was a little narwhal about 2 meters long with an enormous set of bite marks along its body, so badly wounded that surviving was already a miracle. "Arthur, do you want to save it and keep it?" "It's a dying baby. Why are you excited?" "My lord, you don't understand. Narwhals reach the 5th rank on adulthood and exceed 15 meters. They're the best mounts on the sea, practically miniature magical warships." I remained unmoved because the sea is far too dangerous and I had no intention of building a career on it, and because the Alpha Kingdom's navigation technology is a disgrace and one second-tier potion master was not going to fix that. But I didn't say so because he was still thinking about going home and I did not want to take that from him. "Arthur, since you like it so much, it's yours." "Give it to me? Really? Thank you, sir. You are the most generous lord I have ever met. By the way, I didn't know you could use contract magic. How are you planning to subdue it?" "My lord, there's another way for magicians to contract magical beasts without contract magic. You use mental power to leave an imprint in the spiritual sea of consciousness, a mental contract. But it requires the other party's consent, so it's usually an equal and morally binding agreement." Then, pointedly, the biology book I recommended has an introduction to it. "Oh, that? I forgot. I had not read it. I had not opened it." "Then you should try it." He towed the little narwhal into the shallows, asked Lyra to watch it in case it woke up and did anything untoward, put his hand on its head, and closed his eyes. And then nothing happened for 2 hours. I went and checked on Gareth, who was directing 100 men cutting and hauling meat. "Gareth, how's it going? How many magic cores?" He froze. Sir, I'm afraid you may be disappointed." "What? Not much? There don't seem to be tier 3s, but I saw plenty of tier 1 and 2 corpses." "Yes, sir, we're moving 1st and 2nd tier meat now, but the heads of all these corpses have been bitten. There are no magic cores inside them. Whoever won had been thorough enough to strip 1st and 2nd tier cores off the field. Then take more meat and more hides. This much 1st and 2nd tier meat will speed up the soldiers' cultivation. And don't waste the hides. They make excellent leather armor even without enchantment." I went back to Arthur's boat, and he'd been at it for another 2 hours, taking breaks to recover his energy and going straight back in. Then he opened his eyes and shook his head. "No, this little narwhal won't talk to me. It's almost dead and you're trying to save it and it's ignoring you? I've promised so many tempting conditions. It's really strange. So what do? Kill it? Oh, this isn't good. This is a rare opportunity. Then, why don't you give it a try, sir? Maybe you can do it." Your talent is better than mine. If a 2nd-tier mage can't handle it, how would I, a man who has not yet successfully meditated once, manage? I refused outright. "Sir, why not try? I'll also teach you how to use mental imprints and sign a mental contract. You'll definitely need this someday." "Okay, let's give it a try." So I got a lesson in using mental power, entering another creature's spiritual sea of consciousness and communicating there, and after several attempts, I actually got in, and immediately heard a child's voice. "Get away! I'm not going with you. I'm waiting for my father and mother. If you don't leave, they'll beat you to death when they get back." "Little brat." I tried the honest approach first. "Your parents can't come back right now. How about I take you to find them? Also, I have lots of delicious little fish and shrimp." "No, go away. I don't want to go with you. When my parents come back, they'll beat you to death, you liar." It knew I was lying. It was hours old, and it knew I was lying. And I would like to explain that I had been standing in cold seawater for 4 hours. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me. I happen to need a whale skin as a cushion, and yours looks pretty good. You dare? My parents are… Forget your parents. I'm a human being who lives on land. And then I laid it out for a newborn whale. After I skin you and use your hide as a cushion, gouge out your eyes for marbles, dig out your heart for soup, and cut off your flesh for barbecue, after I've eaten and drunk my fill, I'm going back onto land. Do you think your parents will be able to find me? Silence. You… Release your spiritual sea of consciousness now so I can leave my mark, or I'll stew you alive. And a terrified newborn opened its consciousness and let me brand it, and did not negotiate a single condition, and signed an entirely unequal contract in a state of complete panic. I came out of it feeling like an evil old man in a children's story, because here's what that contract actually was. Not a partnership. Through that imprint, I could communicate with it at short range, and I could also attack its spiritual sea of consciousness at any time, causing unbearable pain, or shatter it and kill it outright. I had absolute control over the life and death of a creature that was 4 hours old. I went back inside and was extremely nice about it. Little whale, do you have a name? No, I was just born. Before I even swam into the deep sea, a shark attacked and bit me. I feel like I'm going to die. Born on a battlefield. Marvelous. Don't worry, you won't die. I have medicine, and since you have no name, I'll give you one. From now on, you're Arrow. My name is Ethan. Really? Thank you so much. And it thanked me, warmly, having completely forgotten that 90 seconds earlier I had described eating it. Outside, I opened my eyes and let out a long breath. I never expected to contract a Tier 5 seedling that easily. Once it grows, it can hold this bay. My lord, please rest before continuing, Arthur said kindly. Establishing a mental contract with a magical beast requires gradual communication. It cannot be rushed. He thought I'd given up. No need, I've succeeded. This little guy seems to click with me. We chatted a bit, and it agreed. Ah, Arthur said and then said nothing at all for a considerable period. That's it? They hit it off? Is that a thing? Then he snapped upright. My lord, you didn't promise Arrow any harsh conditions, did you? A mental contract must not be detrimental to yourself, or it's easy to be controlled by the other party. Haha, no, don't worry. Then, briskly, this little guy is badly injured. Treat him first, and he was just born. How do we get him back to Stormwind Bay? 10 kilometers. I did not have a bucket that size. That's all right, my lord. Although he hasn't reached professional level yet, he's still a fairly powerful sea creature. Ordinary or low-level sea beasts wouldn't dare provoke him. We wait until he recovers a little, and then simply follow him back along the coast, which is what we did. A day later, Gareth had about 50 tons of whale and shark meat on carts, 21st and 2nd tier hides skinned, much larger than Gale Wolf or Naga, enough for over 100 pieces of leather armor once cut, and a pile of megalodon teeth and narwhal horn, all usable material. There were still bodies out there, but they were far from land, our boats were small, and the sea was filling up with things drawn by the blood, which had started fighting each other over the corpses. So we stopped, and I sent Clear's company home at speed with the meat so Silas could salt it. And then, at the exact moment we were leaving, a soldier spotted a flock of ducks 100 meters upstream with tail feathers the color of open flame. Fire-tail ducks. I would like to record that I did not know what they were from any book. I knew from the previous Ethan's memories, which were mostly about clothes. High-quality fire-tail feathers sell for 5 silver each and are extremely fashionable among wealthy women for evening gowns. And the meat is delicious and extremely nutritious, which makes it valuable for children who haven't started cultivating, and runs a silver a duck on the mainland. We must catch them. I've heard they taste really good. The problem was that they can fly and dive, and I could get maybe 2 arrows off before the rest went underwater. Sir, what's wrong? Arthur asked. Are these ducks any good? The meat is tough and the eggs are fishy. They're useless. That is the difference between a potion master and a man who has been eating salted fish for a month, I explained. Firetail duck? The meat is delicious? His eyes lit up, and then he produced a vial. My lord, I have a way. This is a sleeping potion I developed myself. It's not entirely successful. Its effect on first-tier magical beasts isn't obvious, but against common-level monsters like these, it's extremely effective. Attach it to an arrow and shoot into the flock. You have such a good thing? What level are you developing it to? Tier 2. My goal is to put a Tier 2 magical beast to sleep within half an hour. Great. Keep up the good work. I meant it. I meant it very much, and I filed it under things that will eventually let me capture something I cannot beat. How am I supposed to detonate it? I can't put a barrage into them from this range. It's all right, sir. Just shoot. I've left mental energy on it. I'll detonate it. I put the arrow into the densest part of the flock. Arthur set it off. Every duck in the river went underwater instantly. It's okay. It'll be fine in a few minutes. Sure enough, when we paddled out on rafts, fire-tailed ducks began surfacing one after another. 16 of them. Let's go, Arthur said after half an hour. No more will come up. So we crossed the Cane River, collected a recovering arrow, and walked a whale home along the coastline. And when I got back to Stormwind City, there was whale and shark meat drying on every surface in the outer city. Young master, you brought back far too much. I've used all the salt, and it still isn't enough. Then Silas brightened. Fortunately, several serfs suggested the fish could be smoked and then air-dried, which preserves it for a long time. So most of it has gone to a grove east of the city to be smoked. Several serfs suggested. A serf had proposed a solution, unprompted, to a problem the castle had. I rewarded that man with 20 kilos of ordinary shark meat, publicly, and made sure everyone knew exactly what he'd been rewarded for. Because I had spent a month trying to get craftsmen to have ideas, and it turned out the price of an idea was one demonstration that having one was safe. 5 days into the next round of potion training, a rider came in from Gareth. He'd bought the potion materials and the craftsman's slaves at Fort Grey, and on the way home, 20 kilometers west of the Cane River, he'd run into 300 pigmen. They'd taken the 20-odd craftsmen. Gareth had run rather than lose nights over it, which was correct. But the pigmen hadn't gone north into the barren mountains with the prisoners. They'd gone south into the Grey Mountains, which meant they were going to hit a bandit stronghold. So Gareth had gone after them and sent a rider to ask what I wanted. I called every company commander into the council room and got the numbers. 300, a Tier 2 Vanguard captain, strength otherwise unknown. If the Vanguard captain is Tier 2, the leader is Tier 3, maybe Tier 4. We can plan around that. I left Briar in command of Stormwind City with Wizard Arthur as backup, left Tristan and Kaelin, both bad-legged, to hold the walls with 3 archer squads, and took 2 infantry companies, a spear company, and 2 archer squads out at a forced march. 3 days later, we met Gareth coming back the other way. The pigmen had already stormed the stronghold, taken grain and over 300 serfs, and were returning. We've investigated thoroughly. The leader is Tier 3, 1 Tier 2 Vanguard captain, 2 Tier 1s, not strong. We can handle them. Then let's start setting traps. These are all battle achievements. Clear's company dug a pit across the return path. Brendan and Rowan took half each and hit on both sides 200 meters short of it. Ron and Yuri put an archer squad on each flank, and Gareth reported one problem. The captured serfs would be in the middle of the column. If they run around during the fight, there may be nothing to be done. Then when it starts, shout a few times and tell them all to lie down on both sides. If they don't listen, forget it. That's the whole of what I can do. And the fate of a serf captured by pigmen is to be food. So lying down badly was still better odds than they had. Half an hour later, I put a 3rd-tier enchanted arrow through the Tier 2 Vanguard captain from behind a tree, and the archers opened on the rear, and the entire column folded in the middle. Both flanks came down shouting. Gareth called for the serfs to lie flat, twice, then took the night squad into the 2 Tier 1s. I did not shoot the leader. I annoyed him, ordinary arrows, constantly, from a direction he couldn't reach, because as long as he was distracted, the column stayed broken, which took pressure off Brendan and Rowan. Eventually, he lost his temper and charged out of his own army to kill the archer. Which is when Lyra found him. He turned to run, and I put an enchanted arrow through his chest, and Lyra took both his legs off, and I finished it. 100 essence. I was going to need every point of it. After that, it was a stampede into a pit. 206 pigmen dead, Tier 3, Tier 2, 2 Tier 1. 71 captured. 65 longswords, 124 spears, 53 leather armors, 3 iron, about 100 damaged weapons, and 50 tons of grain. And 312 human serfs recovered, of whom 280 survived. Which is when I stopped and looked at that number again. Such low casualties? Someone was directing them. The bandits? Your Excellency is wise. It was the bandits from the mountain stronghold, desperately telling the serfs where to lie down during the battle. Fight to the death? For serfs? Sir, these thieves seem different from the ones we've met. According to them, they've never robbed anyone. They've lived by farming and gathering in the deep mountains. Bandits who don't rob. I whispered something to Gareth, sent him away, and went to talk to the 2 prisoners. What are your names? My name is Kale, sir. My name is Liam. I hear you were desperately trying to save those serfs, and you don't rob. Sir, we are not thieves, so naturally we wouldn't rob anyone. As for saving those serfs, that's our promise. Ha ha ha, if you're not thieves, then what are you? With your professional status, you'd do well anywhere, so why hide in the mountains? Didn't you do something illegal? Because I have met men forced into the hills who had done nothing wrong, and I have never met one who was still innocent 2 years later. Lawless ground does that. Sir, there's nothing funny about this. We were framed by our superiors and had no choice but to hide in the Grey Mountains. We have never done anything immoral. They said it flatly, not indignantly, like men repeating something they'd stopped expecting anyone to believe. Then Gareth came back and leaned in. Sir, it's true. They've been up there less than 2 years and have never gone out to rob, and they've been protecting the serfs. I'd sent him to interrogate the serfs, separately, and every account matched. Which means either these men had brainwashed 600 people, or they were telling the truth. Tell me your background. If there are no problems, I may consider not making things difficult for you. They looked at each other, sighed, and told it. They were the original 3rd Company of Fort Grey. Their commander, Anya, was a 2nd-tier warrior, and, incidentally, the bandit leader the pigmen had just killed. 2 years ago, Thorn transferred to the 8th Battalion and brought Gideon with him. Somehow, Gideon became commander of the 3rd Company, and Anya was demoted to deputy. Gideon tried to recruit Anya to Thorn's faction. Anya refused, repeatedly, because he was a commoner-born 2nd-tier warrior, and he knew perfectly well that a man like him in a great factional war ends up as a piece somebody trades. Gideon took the refusal as provocation and started making their lives impossible. Anya held out and prepared to request a transfer from Captain Sterling. Gideon took that as a serious provocation, and on a mission, he framed them. Anya survived the Tier 3 bandit who was supposed to kill him. She was branded a traitor and could never go back. So she took Kale, Liam, and 10 elite soldiers into the mountains. And there it was, the whole shape of it. Gideon, who framed them, was dead, killed by us on a road. The Tier 3 bandit who hunted them, dead, killed by us in an ambush. Since you've done nothing wrong, I won't make things difficult for you. Thank you, sir. I waved to Gareth to untie them. Since you can't return to Fort Grey, and you can't go back to the stronghold, how about I invite you to join Stormwind territory? They stared. Oh, I haven't introduced myself. I'm Ethan Vance, Baron of Stormwind territory. Of course, if you join, you sign a 10-year contract with me, but you receive the same military pay as everyone else. They had already worked out I wasn't a Fort Grey officer, because military officers are forbidden professional slaves, and I had a 4th-tier demi-human standing behind me. Stormwind is dangerous, Kale said, but it's safer than a bandit stronghold, so naturally we're willing. But Fort Grey is close to Stormwind. If Thorn and Gideon, you don't need to worry, Gideon is already dead, and as for Thorn, he'll be gone soon. My lord, I forgot to report, Gareth interrupted. Thorn has been transferred. He's no longer at Fort Grey. Oh, really? That's fast. Both of them just stood there. Gideon is dead. Thorn is gone. Then they went down on their knees. Kale is willing to pledge his loyalty to you, sir. Liam is willing to pledge his loyalty to you, sir. Not because I'd rescued them, because a lord who worried about serfs during a battle was a lord worth following, and they'd watched me do it before they knew who I was. How many are left in your team? They went quiet. Of the old brothers of the 3rd Company, only the 2 of us. Captain Anya and the rest all died in the pigmen battle. We have 8 new recruits under our command. What a pity. They were brave and skilled warriors, which is all you can say. That evening in Stormwind City, I signed both of them and their 8 men to 10-year contracts that guaranteed loyalty and restricted nothing else, and made Kale captain of my personal guard and Liam his deputy. I'd decided that before I invited them. A man who protects serfs he isn't paid for 2 years, in a lawless place, is the only kind of man you put between yourself and a knife. Then I had them pick 42 of the best serfs in Stormwind and use the last of the ordinary contracts, and I had a 52-man guard company built around 2 Tier 1 warriors and 8 elite veterans living in my house. Improve their combat effectiveness as fast as possible. I'll inspect personally in 2 months. Then I handed Arthur 100 sets of direwolf materials and 100 Narcissus sets and told him to hurry, and went out to walk the territory. 1,500 mu of new paddy cleared, another 1,500 planned, but the serf population was suddenly spread thin. The rammed earth plant, the brick kiln, the rebuilding of the outer city, mining preparations, fishing in the bay. Everything I'd started was eating people. More population. Always more population. Then, at last, I got what I'd been waiting 3 weeks for. Gareth came back with 12 vials of Phaeton potion and 11 of life source liquid. So I called in Brendan, Rowan, Tristan, and Kalen. The 4 of you are all at the peak of elite soldier. You displayed great bravery in the Sea Monster War, the Ogre War, and the Pigman War. You've accumulated a 9th rank battle merit each, so you can exchange for Phaeton potion. Silence. Of course, it's fine if you don't want to. You can keep saving merit, but I recommend you take it because earning merit gets much easier once you're a professional. The 4 of them were shaking, because among the working class, a professional is not a stronger man. He is a different category of person, and under my territory's policy, becoming one meant one of their descendants would automatically be trained as a professional too. They took the potions and went into seclusion. Then Eric and Thomas, both at peak apprentice night without the merit for life source liquid, got the same offer Duncan had. Borrow now, repay in merit later. 6 people, 5 succeeded. Only Kalen failed. And Kalen, who I expected to be crushed, was completely unbothered. He had a feeling that one more dose would do it, and as a deputy archer captain, his odds of earning another 9th rank merit were good. 12 professionals in Stormwind territory now. When I arrived, I had 1, Gareth. I spent the next month on the potion. Intermittently, 3 days on, break, 3 days on, because you cannot do it continuously without going somewhere very bad. And after a month, I felt the ceiling. Flame breathing technique, 1,000 out of 1,000. 32 dire wolf potions total, and the last one had given me almost nothing, which taught me the real rule. Cultivation potions do not break realms, they only fill them. I'd also trained flame triple slash the entire time, because night breathing isn't like a mage's meditation. You don't sit still, you move. So I might as well be swinging something, and worked lava meditation on rest days as relaxation. Then I slept for a full day and night, and Silas nearly called Arthur, and Lyra stopped him because at 4th Order Great Warrior, she could tell the difference between a man dying and a man who had simply run out. I woke on the second evening, ate an unreasonable amount, sat down, and spent 1 attribute point, and my heart changed again, less violently than the first time, but longer. Flame breathing technique, Tier 2, Intermediate Night. And then the panel did something it had never done before. Base level increased. Panel functionality improved. 10 attribute points gained daily. Skills of the same type can be fused. I read it 4 times. The panel upgrades, 10 points a day instead of 1. And skill fusion. Skill fusion, 2 archery skills can be fused. I fused basic archery into wind-chasing archery. Knowledge poured in and settled, and when it stopped, wind-chasing archery, grade 4, 1 of 10. Level 1, 15 of 20. Basic archery was gone, absorbed, and the experience had carried over, which meant every point I had ever spent on a low-level skill was not wasted. It was banked, and that grade, 4, 1 of 10. But wind-chasing archery is a 3rd-tier technique, unless fusion raises the ceiling. Unless 1 out of 10 means it needs 10 2nd-tier archery skills to become a 4th-tier one. I need to collect low-level skills, garbage skills, cheap ones. 10 a day now, I can train a 1st or 2nd-tier skill in a few days and feed it in. Then I went to the training yard. Come on, Lyra, let's have a go. Ah, but sir, it's all right. Use half your strength first, then increase it as I tell you, because I wanted to know what a 2nd-tier knight with triple speed actually was. By the standard tables, I should already be faster than a 4th-tier Grand Knight. Except standard tables assume nobody has skills, and a real 4th tier has a lifetime of them. Lyra at half strength could not keep up with me at all. I suppressed her on speed alone, and I could not touch her, because her experience and swordsmanship were on a completely different level, and no matter how fast I moved, I could not get through a defense built by somebody who had actually fought. I had her step it up, then further. And I was still faster, much faster, and I could only dodge and run, and eventually she knocked the sword out of my hand with 1 strike. Then she told me exactly why, and it was the most useful 30 seconds of my life. My lord, your speed is very fast, but your movements are chaotic and disorganized. You haven't used your speed advantage at all, and your swordsmanship is only 1st tier, which is completely insufficient against 3rd or 4th tier professionals. Then the sentence that mattered. It means when someone doesn't know your speed, you might land a surprise attack. If that fails, you may not get a second chance, which is exactly what happened with Gideon, and exactly what Gareth had warned me about. So I dropped 10 points into Flame Triple Slash, 2nd order, 51 more points to 3rd. Then let's keep adding. 51 points and Flame Triple Slash hit its 3rd tier limit. Go again, same strength you used to beat me, and I drew and went in. First strike, aura up, sword 2-handed, a thrust and then a rising diagonal cut. Lyra stepped back on instinct. Second strike, I didn't stop. Aura flared again, I spun through it and cut horribly, and she had no time to move and had to catch it on the blade. Clang, both of us thrown back. Then toe to the ground, spirit slammed down through the leg and up, high, and third strike, 2 hands, straight down, everything. Boom. And a 4th order great warrior, forced onto pure defense by 3 linked strikes, went off her feet and into a wall. Cough, cough, cough. Lyra! I had known the 3-hit chain multiplies. I had not known it multiplied like that. Sir, I'm fine. Then she got up, coughing, and stared at me. My lord, what was that sword technique? The same one from before. It just needs a 3-hit combo to unleash its full power. I couldn't resist trying. My lord is truly remarkable. This sword technique is only 3rd tier, but the power of those 3 consecutive strikes was approaching 4th, and you have only just been promoted to 2nd tier. Then, professionally, with your speed, a typical tier 3 knight would be no match for you in a head-on confrontation, and a 3rd tier warrior is definitely no match. So that's where I stood. 6 points brought fused wind-chasing archery to tier 2, and then I spent essence on a new innate talent. Absolute defense, basic defense, increases physical defense, aura defense, and magical and mental defense by 2 times. Defense, which meant by the pattern that intermediate would be triple, so I put 101 into it immediately, and it was. I looked at 3 talents, 1 mental, 2 physical, none of them elemental attack, and thought, everyone else awakens fire and lightning. I'm building a person. By that trend, the next one is probably strength. Then I had Lyra test the defense, which was a strange afternoon. Result, my pure physical defense could now eat an elite soldier's sword strike and reduce damage from ordinary arrows. Add aura defense, a 3rd tier enchanted inner armor, and an iron outer layer, and 4 layers together meant that even Lyra, a 4th order great warrior, could not break through me quickly. Indeed, among all martial arts, layered armor is the best. And that was when Eric came galloping into the brickyard, shouting that something had happened at the Arrow Tree Forest. Is it a magical beast? Yes, sir, a 3rd tier crimson flame boar. 2 men from the squads guarding the Arrow Tree Forest are already dead. Thomas has lured it away alone. A 3rd tier, damn it. Lyra, Kale, with me. Eric, lead. Then over my shoulder. Liam, get Brendan and Tristan, 1st Infantry and 2 archer squads to the Arrow Tree Forest, and tell them to bring a cart. Because it had killed my soldiers, and because a ton of 3rd-tier magical beast is worth a great deal of money, and I have never in my life let those two facts point in different directions. We found Thomas 3 kilometers northeast in serious trouble because a Crimson Flame boar is both earth and fire attribute, and its earth spike talent had cut off his escape. I put an enchanted arrow into its backside, and it barely went in. 3rd-tier wind-chasing archery, 3rd-tier enchanted bow, and the head just sank into the meat and stopped because pig-type beasts are naturally armored, and this one had earth magic layered on top of that. But it hurt, and it abandoned Thomas and came for me. Eric, Kale, get Thomas, then swing north and cut it off. Then I put another arrow into the front of its neck. I had been aiming for the eye. It knew. It ran with its head down and swung the head slightly as it came, protecting exactly the 2 places worth shooting, which is more tactical awareness than several human officers I have met. Then it looked up and spat a fireball the size of a bowl at me. I jumped off the horse, my riding is still beginner level, and mounted combat is not something I can do, landed, and put a 3rd arrow into its left foreleg. It went down and rolled 6 meters. And Lyra, who had been waiting for exactly that, put the 3rd-tier enchanted short sword into its soft belly. It screamed and immediately layered earth over the wound so she couldn't work the blade, then turned and threw fire at her. And Lyra stepped half a pace sideways and let it go past, then pulled the dagger out and took its left eye. By then it had stopped being angry and started being sensible, used earth spikes to push her off, and ran north, which is where I was standing. I would like to record that I was offended. It looked at a 2nd-tier knight and decided he was the exit. I drew and charged, gathering flame triple slash, and just before contact went to triple speed, reversed the grip and drove the sword down into its skull through the ruined eye. It went into the ground and stayed there. 100 essence. I had expected a long, grinding fight with a 3rd-tier magical beast. It took under 2 minutes, and the credit is not mine. The credit is a woman who sidestepped a fireball without changing her expression. Sir, it's nothing, Lyra said when I said so. These are all experiences I gained from slaughtering pigs when I was in the White Wolf tribe. So, she's a butcher. I shook my head vigorously and declined to associate the beautiful wolf-eared woman with a slaughterhouse because I have very few illusions left and I was keeping that one. The core came out red and yellow, being both attributes. And when Brendan's cart finally arrived, Arthur had come too, which I found suspicious. Arthur, what brings you here? Sir, I heard a tier 3 Crimson Flame boar had appeared, so I came to see if you needed help. Help? You? Hey, sir. What are you planning to do with the monster core? There it is. I was planning to sell it. If you have a potion that needs testing, you can experiment with it. Sell them? That would be such a waste. Mages won't sell monster cores unless absolutely necessary. Cores replenish a mage's magic power and aid cultivation, better than magic crystals in fact. Then, in the voice of a schoolteacher, my lord, you haven't read magical biology yet, have you? You definitely need to review these basic concepts. As a magician, you can't be ignorant of basic magical knowledge. My mouth did the thing again. Haha. Okay, I'll check when I get back, which was a lie. Oh, right. Arthur, aren't you a fire mage? Then this 3rd-tier core is yours, but you'll pay the compensation for the 2 soldiers who died. And it worked, because the instant he heard yours, he forgot about my education entirely. Then, a kilometer from the Arrow Tree Forest, I saw several soldiers picking weeds by the roadside, some eating them, some stuffing them into their armor. I called Brendan over, and I was not gentle. Brendan, is your company's food insufficient, or are you skimming their rations? Ah, my lord, I didn't, I would never. Then why are those men picking weeds and hiding them in their leather armor? Every head in the column turned. The men in question threw everything away instantly. Brendan went purple and started shouting, "Boar, you bunch of bastards, get over here, and bring your wild vegetables." Then to me, urgently, "Sir, these are all former serfs. They must have been terrified of hunger. Whenever we go out for training, if they see something edible, they eat it like reincarnated starving ghosts and carry it back to camp. I've punished them many times." They hadn't done it in a long time. My eyebrows came down. Then I dismounted and asked the men directly, "Didn't you eat enough in the barracks? Tell me the truth." They went straight to their knees. "My lord, I will never do it again. I ate my fill in the military camp." And I believed them, because that is not the answer of a hungry man. That is the answer of a man who was hungry once and has not yet believed that it stopped. So I took a handful of the weeds and asked a question I only asked to fill the silence. Since you've eaten your fill and your captain has told you not to, why do it again? Is this weed really that delicious? And a serf named Flint nodded eagerly. "Yes, my lord, this one is very sweet. I couldn't resist." Sweet? I put it in my mouth and bit it. And it was. Sweeter than sugarcane, sweeter than beet. I stood on a road in the middle of nowhere with a mouthful of weed and the beginnings of an economy. And then a rider came out of the southwest at a dead gallop, and it was Gareth, who was supposed to be patrolling the northwest. "Sir, a large army of pigmen has come from the northwest. They're heading straight for Stormwind City." Pigmen? Straight for the city? Because that was wrong. According to the previous Baron's records, the only orc tribes near the peninsula are a few goblin and pigman groups, and they harass. They don't march on a castle. My lord, I suspect some escaped during our ambush since we were in the woods. So the plot was exposed. They're probably here for revenge. 600 pigmen. Manageable. Arthur, write down these weeds and this location. Everyone else, battle formation. Brendan, push the boar into the woods and sprinkle purifier on it. Then march. And I rode ahead with Gareth. How strong? How many professionals? They should be quite strong, sir. The Vanguard squadron is led by a 4th-tier pigman. 4th-tier Vanguard, which meant the leader was 4th tier at best and 5th tier at worst, and there is no way to know until you see him, and a 5th tier in an open field would gut my army. How long until they reached the city? They were cutting trees to build rafts when I left, at least 4 hours. 4 hours put it at 3 or 4 in the afternoon, so no open field battle, defensive counterattack from behind walls, where a 5th tier's advantage means the least. I sent riders to bring in every serf working outside and ordered every boat in the bay to the dock. An hour later, in the council chamber, I told them the plan. Gentlemen, 600 pigmen are marching on us. They're the tribe coming for revenge, so this battle is unavoidable. But we don't just have to win it. We have to gut them, ideally annihilate them. Otherwise, the autumn harvest is in 2 months, and if they come then, we're in real trouble. Because orcs don't burn crops when they raid. They want the grain, so they wait for it to ripen and come back. The officers were entirely too confident. 500 men, only 600 pigmen. They probably still think our territory is dirt poor, which is good until it isn't. Gentlemen, this force isn't large, but we stay cautious. If they have a 5th-tier leader, we will still be in trouble. Then I gave the orders, and the orders surprised them. Gareth, Duncan, both night squads leave the city shortly and lie in wait west of Stormwind Bay, await further orders. Brendan, Rowan, take your squadrons to Stormwind Bay, board the boats, and hide on the nearest island in the western bay. Land at night, meet Gareth, and work with them. The rest stay in Stormwind City. There was a pause while everyone worked it out, and then they all said, "Your Excellency is wise," which I have noticed people say when they've just realized something and don't want to admit they hadn't. Whether it's wise or not, we'll discuss after the battle. Get to work. Because a castle full of men looks like a castle full of men. A castle that looks half empty looks like an opportunity. At 3, the pigmen appeared in my glass. At 3:30, they camped a kilometer out, ate, and started building ladders. At 4:30, they attacked. And I want to note that I received no danger warning, which told me there was no 5th tier out there, which meant I could afford to enjoy myself. They committed 400 men immediately, east and south walls at once. No probing, no reconnaissance. They were looking at a new lord who'd been in the territory 3 months. I picked up the enchanted bow and killed the tier 3 leading the charge with the first shot. White light, 100 essence. The war had lasted 11 seconds. That enraged the 4th tier leader in the rear, who joined the assault personally, visibly intent on killing the archer. So I killed a tier 2 in front of him. At which point every remaining pigman professional suppressed their aura and hid in the crowd, and I had to switch to an ordinary bow and start harvesting rank and file. At 50 meters, Kalen's archer squads opened on the south wall and dropped a dozen. At 20 meters, the pigmen went to slings and grappling hooks, and Clear's shield bearers came forward. By nightfall, they'd pulled back and camped 2 kilometers east. And they camped, which meant they intended to try again, which meant they were confident, which meant they'd counted my defenders. Because I'd only shown them 2.5 squadrons, 1 4th Order Great Warrior, and a handful of Tier 1s. Little did they know they'd have trouble getting through the night. The count came in. The east wall, the guard company, and the second spear had 5 dead, 2 crippled, 12 wounded. The south wall, where I'd been standing, had 1 dead and 6 wounded. And that difference is entirely me. 1 sharpshooter on a wall is worth a company. Looks like we need a proper defensive weapon. 600 pigmen and this many got up the wall. If this were a real orc invasion, the casualties would be unbearable. Note that. Write it down. It's about to matter more than anything else I ever built. At 1 in the morning, I sent Lyra down the west wall to tell Gareth to attack from the west and south at 3. At 2, I took my personal guard and the second spear quietly out of the castle and around to the north of their camp. At 3, shouting erupted on the west side as both night squads and Lyra went into the camp. Then Brendan and Rowan hit the southwest. Then, as the pigmen began streaming north, we came out of the north. Lyra caught the 4th tier Vanguard captain and wounded him badly, and I got to the commander's tent and found the leader gathering his personal guards to break out. 1 arrow. At close range, with 3rd tier wind-chasing archery behind it, the arrow was faster than a magic crossbow bolt and made almost no sound. It went through his face while he was still turning toward the whisper of it, and an extremely pure ball of white light came out. I didn't get to check the number because his personal guards did not run. They charged me, including a tier 3. Too close for the bow, so I drew, used the speed, closed, and put the full flame triple slash through him in one chain. By the time it was over, Lyra had killed the vanguard captain, and I had Kale hold the leader's head up and shout, "Surrender and you will not be killed." The ones who couldn't break out did. We hunted the rest until dawn. Lyra and Gareth chased the westward group and did not come back for 4 days, and I only found out later that Gareth had decided, on his own initiative, to track the runners home and scout the pig-headed man tribe. Casualties: 51 total, 11 dead, 2 crippled, roughly 10%. Kills: 19 pigman professionals, 452 pigmen dead, 156 captured. Merits: 2 6th class, 2 7th class, 4 8th class, 35 and a bit 9th class. And Rowan read out the entire breakdown, unit by unit, individually attributed, without being asked. Yes, very good. Future battle reports must be exactly like this. Then, because I had a thought, and count the collective merit as 4 8th class. The territory doesn't have much money right now, so keep it low. But we've got 2,000 gold, divided up. Lyra and I will keep our share and share it with everyone. Which is when Brendan and Rowan both stopped writing. Because that was my money, not merit. I'd just cut 2,000 gold up and handed it out on top of the merits. Then I opened the panel. Energy Essence, 1456. The 4th tier had been worth 1,000, which confirmed the scale. It multiplies by 10 every tier. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. I put 1,001 into super precognition, advanced foresight, 6 warnings a day, 10-kilometer radius, 5 days ahead, and malice sensing out to 1 kilometer, 6 times, 10 kilometers, 5 days. Unless a genuinely high-level professional came for me personally, I would now see everything before it arrived. And the malice range covered my entire city, which meant if there was ever a mole inside my walls, I'd feel him. 4 days later, Eric came back with Lyra and Gareth's report, and the report was an opportunity. The pig-headed man tribe was 15 kilometers into the barren mountains from where they'd taken my craftsman. The first 10 kilometers were easy going. Carts could use it, which almost certainly made it one of the orcs' main southern routes. Only the last kilometer was awkward and still passable on horseback, and the tribe had lost nearly its entire fighting force to me. 200 or 300 able-bodied left, plus about 1,000 elderly, women and children. And Gareth, who had apparently developed an unhealthy appetite for merit, had confirmed their strength by driving a 3rd-tier magical beast into their gate to see what came out. 1 elderly 4th-tier warrior, the tier 3 who'd escaped, 7 or 8 tier 1 and 2s, over 1,000 elderly women and children, I said, and Brendan saw my face change. Because in the barren mountains, nobody supports idlers, which means most of those 1,000 were female and juvenile pigmen. And female and juvenile pigmen are worth more than young human male serfs because they tame easily, they'll eat literally anything, including grass, they have extraordinary digestion, and they're resilient enough that you can work them hard without losing them. I want to be honest about what I was doing there because I was not liberating anyone. I convened the officers, reorganized the garrison, and marched 300 men, 50 naval horses, 30 carts, and 100 wheelbarrows into the barren mountains. The valley had one entrance, on the west. The tier 3 who'd escaped was holding it with 200 soldiers. So if we want minimal losses, we must take that gate by surprise, immediately, Gareth said. I looked at it myself. Only one company could attack at a time, more would just jam. So I took every professional and 70 elite soldiers personally, with an archer squad behind, and went in at 5 in the afternoon when the sun was setting in the west, because anyone at that gate looking west would be looking into the sun. It worked exactly as designed. My shooting decided the gate. 3 pigman professionals, including the tier 3 who'd run, and then Lyra and Gareth went through the opening like a knife and held it until the elite soldiers arrived, and we had the gate before the 4th tier could get there. Then the army came in, and what followed was not a battle. I killed the 4th tier elder personally, which was another 1,000 essence. That night I upgraded ultimate speed, 4 times, faster than a normal 4th tier Grand Knight, which meant a Grand Knight was no longer a death sentence, and if I couldn't win, I could always leave. Then I walked the valley with Lyra and found underground springs and enough arable land to feed an army unit, in a shape that would be extremely hard to break if anyone fortified it. I wanted it badly and could not have it. No population, no resources, and it hadn't been granted to me, which meant developing it would just mean building the kingdom a fortress. The tally: 400 tons of grain, 500 or 600 weapons, all garbage, needing to be melted down, 400 human serfs, 500 gold, 500 hides. They're really poor, I said. And 880 female and juvenile pigmen, which was tens of thousands of gold on the hoof. 12 more professionals killed. 1 6th class merit, 1 7th, 3 8th, 74 9th. And Gareth's eyelid twitched at that, because in a little over 3 months, his 13 men had accumulated nearly 5 8th class merits, and they were now close to the 12 they needed to buy life source liquid for every one of them. They'd already decided among themselves. Pool everything, promote all 12 to full class, and after that, all merit goes to Gareth. I gave Gareth 5 dire wolf potions at internal rates. 1 9th rank merit each instead of the 200 gold I'd sell them for, and told everyone to sleep. And then, next morning, as we were about to leave, Arthur suddenly bolted off the road. What's wrong? Did you find something? He was poking a pile of dung with his finger. I took several steps back. My lord, it seems we are indeed very lucky. This is the droppings of a magic beast horse, and it's fresh. I stopped taking steps back. Magic beast horse? Confirmed. And judging from the tracks, it should be a herd, which is how, 3 days later, 7 of us were lying in a tree line watching 15 flame horses graze. Flame horses top out at 3rd tier and mostly sit at 1st or 2nd. This herd had a Tier 2 stallion, the king, 4 Tier 1 adult stallions, 5 Tier 1 mares, and 5 foals, and no way at all to catch them. Arthur, is there any way? My lord, everything else is negotiable. My current sleeping potion can knock out 1st tier magical beasts. It may not be enough for that Tier 2 horse king, so you and Lyra must watch him. The sleeping potion again. The firetail ducks, and now this. Sponsor that man's research. Immediately. Increase his budget. Then get moving. My lord, this cannot be rushed. We must wait for an opportunity. He watched through the glass for a full hour before he said anything. Sir, the opportunity has arrived. Do you see that patch of blue grass? That's orchid grass, one of the favorite foods of equine magical beasts. Have Lyra sneak over and put the sleeping potion on it. The herd was already drifting toward it. I sent Lyra and reminded her to spray purifier along her own route on the way back because monsters have exceptional noses. Then all 7 of us spread out and surrounded a meadow. Half an hour later, the flame horses wandered in and began eating without hesitation. 10 minutes after that, the 5 foals got sleepy and went down. The mares became agitated. The Tier 2 king came forward to investigate, sensed something, and immediately called the herd away. They got a few hundred meters before the 5 mares and 4 stallions staggered and dropped. And the king got groggy and then spat out a ball of flame and burned it out of himself. My lord, do it quickly. 7 of us converged on one horse, and that horse, out of every available direction, chose to run at Lyra. She lassoed it and had it on the ground before it understood what had happened. Haha, Lyra, well done. 15 flame horses in shackles. A Tier 1 flame horse sells for 2,000 gold, and I was not selling a single one, because magic beast horse cavalry is a different species of army. And then, half a day into the trip home, the warning came. 10 people tracking us from 5 kilometers north. 1 4th tier Grand Knight, 1 3rd tier high-level mage, 2 3rd tier warriors, 3 2nd tier, 3 1st tier. Danger, a Grand Knight and a high-level mage. Someone is tracking us. There's definitely a 4th tier. Everyone drew. Sir, let's take that side path instead, Gareth said. I'll clean up our traces. I shook my head and looked at Arthur. Arthur, if they have a 2nd or 3rd tier mage, can you get us clear? It probably won't work. I don't know any magic in this area, and all I have is purification potions. If their mage is prepared, we basically can't shake them. Then we fight. Kale, Arthur, take the horses forward. Do nothing else. Continue as normal. Gareth, Eric, Thomas, hide 300 meters ahead and wait for my signal. Nobody argued, which is what happens when you've won a few. Lyra, go 100 meters up and get into the woods on the west. Wait for the moment and act freely. And I lay down in the trees east of the fork. 20 minutes later, 10 riders came down the road, stopped at the junction, and looked around. And a man dressed as a magician dismounted and walked forward to read the tracks. A 3rd tier high-level mage. And now separated from his Grand Knight. That's the whole reason the warning existed. A high-level mage under a Grand Knight's protection can go head-to-head with a 5th-tier warrior. On his own, on foot, reading dirt. He is a man standing still. I drew the enchanted bow to full. His mental perception caught the arrow coming. But he was a mage. He was slower than a 3rd-tier pigman. Nothing about him was built to move. The arrow went through his head. Lord Lysander, watch out! The Grand Knight had felt it too, and could do nothing but shout, and then watch. Lord Lysander. So the mage has a name and a title, which means the group has a house behind it, which means I can't let any of them go. I took a 3rd-tier warrior with the next shot, because between 3rd-tier wind-chasing archery and a 3rd-tier enchanted bow, I had crossed into archer level, and beginner-tier professionals in the open were now simply targets. The Grand Knight scooped the mage's body onto his horse, which tells you exactly how much that corpse mattered, and shouted the retreat. I put down a Tier 2 and a Tier 1 before they cleared my range, and the 6 who made it ran straight into Lyra. Because the standard doctrine against an ambush is to clear the area fast so the hidden shooter loses his line, and the Grand Knight had ordered exactly that, and every one of them had their attention behind them. Lyra came out of the front. The Grand Knight was carrying a corpse, which slowed him, and she put him off his horse, badly wounded, and killed a 2nd tier on the way through. He knew he was finished. And there was no point suing for peace, because Lord Lysander was already dead, and nobody leaves a witness after that. Kellen, keep running! Go back and tell Lord Malachi. Malachi. The name from Thorne's office, 4 months earlier, in a report I was never supposed to hear about. I finished the Grand Knight with an arrow and went after the runner myself, upgrading my riding skill to 2nd tier at a gallop, wounded his horse out from under him, and followed him into the trees. He'd already clocked me as a mid-level 2nd tier knight. Good archer, sure, but in dense woods, a Tier 3 warrior kills that man. He hid. I felt the malice from a clump of grass 20 meters away, and instead of shooting him, I put the bow behind my back and drew my sword and walked toward him. Come out. I know where you are. My bow's on my back. If you can beat me, you can leave. He was shocked that he'd been found, hesitated, and came out, because a mid-level second-tier knight with no magic crossbow is not something a third-tier warrior fears. He charged without a word, because he needed it over before the demi-human arrived. It took a few exchanges. 20 minutes later, I walked out of those woods alone with a blood-stained sword. The Lancy Viscount family, the first prince's maternal family. Because before I could even start asking questions, he told me who he was, in the tone men use when they think the name is a shield. The first prince of the Alpha Kingdom. I stood on a road in the barren mountains and understood that the man who had been trying to kill me since before I woke up in that carriage was the heir apparent to the throne. We take it one step at a time, I said, out loud, to nobody. Fortunately, this is the barren mountains, and accidents happen here constantly. They won't find me for a while. Then I went to collect the 2 war horses, because Stormwind needed horses, and I was even taking the one I'd shot. And beside the fallen horse was a large animal skin bag that had come off it. Curiosity is a documented weakness of mine. I cut it open with the tip of my sword, and a young woman fell out. Pointed ears. I assumed elf. Then I saw brown hair with other colors mixed through it, and corrected myself, because pure-blooded elves have flawless, single-colored hair. Half-elf. Are there half-elf tribes in the barren mountains? I had no idea. The previous Ethan had no idea. There are no elves anywhere near the Alpha Kingdom. They all live in the elf forest in the far west, so distant that the knowledge simply doesn't reach here. Lyra and Gareth arrived and were equally surprised. My lord, is this an elf? No, half-elf. Lyra, are there half-elf tribes in the barren mountains? Yes, sir, but not many. They usually hide deep in the primeval forests. They have elven blood, so they're naturally drawn to forests and to certain magical beasts, and they can survive in primeval forest, which makes them very hard for ordinary people to find, especially since primeval forest is full of powerful magical beasts. So there really are. And a Viscount squad had come into the mountains specifically to catch one, and was carrying her out in a bag, for the first prince. Gareth went pale, and started to say the thing. Sir, these people are from the Lancy Viscount family. That is, the first prince's family. We might be— I raised a hand. I know, but don't worry too much. This is the barren mountains. Anything can happen here. It won't be easy to trace it back to us. Then I asked about the loot, because a third-tier mage from a Viscount family attached to a prince should have been carrying a fortune. He wasn't. 1,000 gold note, third-tier enchanted armor, a fourth-tier sword technique off the Grand Knight called Dawn Sword, and spells. All earth, stone smash, earth spikes, earthquake, petrify, stone skin, earth wall. That guy is an earth element mage. Now we have a solution for earth magic. But no potion recipes, no meditation technique, which was disappointing and frankly insulting. They have a third-tier high-level mage from a Viscount family attached to the first prince's mother's house, and this is all we get? It doesn't even feel as good as the Divine Eye Society assassin. Then I picked up the last item, a notebook, and stopped. Enchanting. This contains information about enchanting. Is this guy an enchanting construct master? Detailed records of enchanting experiments, successes and failures both. Gareth, did you search him thoroughly? Any chance you missed something? Because if a man records enchanting knowledge, he theoretically owns enchanting secrets. Absolutely thorough, sir. Nothing missed. Oh, never mind then. I wondered whether I could reconstruct enchanting from experiment notes alone. Probably not. But Arthur could look at it, and better than nothing. Let's go. Catch up with the others before something happens to the horses. Sir, what about the half-elf? I looked at an unconscious woman in magical shackles who could not be left in a wood. Lyra, take her. And on the way, I upgraded absolute defense to advanced, quadruple, which meant every talent I owned was now at advanced level, and I still had no idea whether that was enough to survive a 5th tier. Back home, I gave Arthur the enchanting notebook, and he vanished into it for half an hour. My lord. We should be able to learn enchanting from this. At worst, I can work backward from the successful records and master at least one enchanting technique. I'll try when we get back, which suited me perfectly, because I was a lord and I was extremely busy. We got home a day after Brendan did with the pigman loot, and immediately everything changed shape because of the Lancy family. The original plan had been to sell 880 female and juvenile pigmen at Fort Grey and buy human serfs with the proceeds, which was now impossible. Selling that many pigmen would announce to the world that Stormwind territory had marched an army into the Barren Mountains and wiped out a tribe. In the same season, a Lancy squad disappeared in the Barren Mountains. So all 880 went to the mining island to work the iron instead, which cost me a fortune in cash and saved me a war. I sent Gareth and Brendan to Fort Grey with the merits instead. 3 6th class, 4 7th, 5 8th, 1 9th, and a shopping list that I want to reproduce, because it explains everything I did for the next year. 21 Phaeton potions. 10 Tier 1 magic crossbows with explosive arrows, 10 Tier 2, 10 Tier 3 enchanted piercing arrows, and 1 Tier 4 magic ballista with 5 Tier 4 explosive bolts. Every merit I had converted into a rain of magical arrows because I had watched 600 pigmen come over my wall and done the arithmetic on what 2,000 orcs would look like, plus 22 direwolf potions for Sterling to sell at 4,000 gold, buy 10 get 1 free, which he took instantly, and 5,000 gold of serfs and contracts. And then I raised my own mage level, 71 attribute points into lava meditation, and my head head very nearly came apart, mental strength climbing fast, the spiritual sea of consciousness expanding, and then a seed of spiritual substance forming in it, the magic core, the foundation. Lava meditation, first tier novice mage. And then I stopped and looked at my own panel and felt genuinely tired for the first time, because now I had to drink meditation potions, learn spells, learn potion making, learn enchanting constructs, and learn sword skills, and the panel would happily list all of it forever. But before any of that, the territory needed a plan because it had outgrown its walls. Stormwind City was too small. Expanding outward meant a new outer wall, which was a colossal amount of work, and the ground south and east didn't allow it. So I designed something else. Build a castle west of Stormwind City, build a castle north of it, 3 castles in a triangle. Then, when the population and strength allow, connect the 3 with high walls and make one enormous fortress out of them. This year, start with the north because it's the smaller job. North Castle went 1.1 kilometers north, close to the Storm River, so the river could be led in as a moat. West Castle went 900 meters west on high ground, and I added ramparts, watchtowers, and barbicans to the design because I had spent a night watching pigmen climb my wall and had opinions now. And then Kale came in and told me the half-elf had woken up. I am ashamed to say, completely forgotten about her. She was in a corner of a guest room, curled up, crying. Because she had heard from her elders her whole life that falling into the hands of human nobles was worse than death, and she had gone out to find good food and been put in a bag. I sat down some distance away and used the gentlest voice I own. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. You may not know this, but I saved you on the road. Otherwise, you might be in a very bad man's bed right now. She cried harder. Am I really that scary? I asked Lyra. Sir, she was just in your bed, Lyra said in a completely level tone. This isn't my bed. Lyra declined to comment. And I laughed because I had known that woman for months and had never once heard her make a joke. She was still controlled by the enslavement ring. The ring makes her close to me and obedient to me. It does not touch anything else about her. Everything she is hers. I remembered that later, not soon enough. I tried comforting the half-elf for a while and got nowhere, so I changed tone. Sit on the bed and talk to me, or I won't be so polite. She got up, terrified, obedient. What's your name? How old are you? I'm Sylvie. I'm 36. 36? Sir, Lyra said, elves reach adulthood at 72. Half-elves at 36. She has only just come of age. Ah, Sylvie, what I told you is true. I did take you from someone else. Since you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. I was originally planning to let you go home, but it seems that's not possible now. So, sir, I believe you. Please let me go back. Sylvie, don't interrupt people. It's very impolite. You'll be punished for it. She put her head down instantly. I softened. Tell me who you are and how you were caught. My lord, I'm just an ordinary half-elf from our tribe, a second-tier life mage. I was caught because I secretly ran away to find food. A life mage, the class every army in the world would go to war over, healing and support at a level nothing else touches. I was about to press further when a sound interrupted me. It was her stomach. She buried her face in her hands. I could not stand it. Kale, bring a loaf of bread, 2 salted duck eggs, half a firetail duck, and a glass of milk, quickly. And as I named each item, the half-elf's eyes got brighter. Is this person a foodie? The food will be here shortly. Continue about the life mage. Ah, a second-tier life master is a second-tier life mage, just like your second-tier human mages, except I only know life healing spells. What I mean is, what spells? Zero Ring, Flower Sea Purification and Minor Healing. First circle, Wind of Life and Sound of Life. Second circle, Emerald Blessing and Starlight Tree. A pause. By the way, I can also refine the Spring of Life, but only the first tier one. The Spring of Life, the first tier water heals far better than a first tier human healing potion. And it does something else. It repairs fatigue and damage and eases mental strain, which extends how long a knight or warrior can cultivate before his body refuses. Which means it is not a cultivation potion. It is more valuable than one. And there is no limit on how often you can use it. I had just captured, by accident, in a bag, the single thing my entire training plan was bottlenecked on. Lyra confirmed she wasn't lying. 3rd tier magical shackles meant she couldn't exceed 3rd tier, and the numbers matched. Then Kale came in with the food, and I watched a woman's eyes track a plate across a room without once blinking. What a little foodie. Then the smile came off my face because she finished everything in under 15 minutes and looked up hopefully. I served her 3 more meals, each one a pound of Crimson Flame boar, 3rd tier magical beast meat. She was 2nd tier, and she ate 3 pounds of it and finally, at last, burped. At which point I entirely believed her story, because with that appetite, no tribe in the Barren Mountains could possibly support her. It would be strange if she didn't sneak out to find food. Are you full? I'm full. Thank you, sir. Now that you've eaten, let's talk about your job duties and your salary. Ah, sir, I don't want to work. Can you let me go back? We have a variety of delicious food every day. Firetail duck, sugar bread, seafood, fish, all you can eat, she swallowed. In addition, I'll pay you 10 gold coins a year. 1 gold buys a cartload of grain, and we can sign a magic contract and I promise not to hurt you. Now she was genuinely torn, finally gritting her teeth. Sir, could I not wear that collar? Can I make requests when signing? I looked at Lyra's neck. Of course, no collar. That thing was put on her by somebody else, and I've never put one on anyone. Which was true, and which was also the first time I had ever thought about it out loud, and I did not enjoy the sound of it. Sylvia relaxed all at once. All right, then I'll work for the adults. Very good. You'll have to wait. I don't have a second-tier contract scroll. Once I buy one, I'll take off your shackles. Rest for a few days. There's plenty of food. Just tell the people outside what you want. Thank you, sir. She was already looking at the door, and I walked out having acquired in a single afternoon a second-tier life mage, a fourth-tier sword technique, 6 earth spells, an enchanting notebook, and an enemy with a claim on the throne of the Alpha Kingdom. 2 days later, Sylvie signed a 20-year contract with exactly 2 demands. 1. The pay must include enough food that she never goes hungry or she strikes. 2. The job does not include sleeping with me. She sleeps alone. I agreed to both. And then I turned to the thing I had been thinking about since the night I watched 600 pigmen come up my wall. I called in my best carpenters. Declan, can you build catapults? Sir. Yes, I can. That's great. Then I described the Huihui trebuchet, and I want to be accurate about what that is, because it is the only genuinely dangerous thing I ever brought into that world. It's a counterweight trebuchet, an improved catapult using the lever and a falling weight. Where I come from, the Mongols used them to crack fortress walls, and it ended sieges that had lasted years. It can launch boulders weighing over 150 kilos, 3 to 400 meters. To throw a stone weighing 2 or 300 pounds, Declan said, Sir, that's impossible. 20 or 30 pounds is already the absolute limit. Yours is an ordinary catapult. Mine is different. I drew it. Then I explained the working principle. They listened with the completely blank faces of men being told a fish can operate a bank. Sir, is this really going to work? Whether it works or not, we'll know once it's made. Build one from my design and add your own touches. Then use the lever principle. And then I stopped, because explaining the lever principle to these men was going to take a month. Never mind. We'll test it together later. Which turned out to be the correct approach, because these people cannot originate, but they can iterate like nothing I have ever seen. And 6 days later, I stood east of Stormwind City looking at a machine. We loaded a 50-pound stone. Release! Boom! The stone went 100 meters, and everyone around me stopped breathing. It works. While my carpenters were learning to build siege engines, a man with a hooked nose was screaming at people in a mansion in Frostmoon City, and Thorn was standing in the room with his head down. I got the transcript years later. It's short, and it's the whole story. A bunch of useless trash. Not only could you not handle this, pretty boy, you got yourselves involved. It took me enormous effort to calm things down. And now you haven't caught a single half-elf and you've gone missing yourselves. What use are you to me? That's Malachi, eldest son of Earl Lancey, uncle to the first prince. The first prince's mother, Malachi's sister, died many years ago. The king has long since married a new queen and had a second prince. So the first prince is nominally first in line and has never once been formally named crown prince, and he has spent years trying to marry Seraphina Bloom to get the Marquis of Tulip's power behind him. And the mage I'd shot in the head, Lysander, was Earl Lancey's illegitimate son, Malachi's half-brother. An old man came in and told Malachi not to worry because things change in the Barren Mountains, and maybe his brother's group was simply still tracking the half-elf. That old man was the first prince's personal butler, and then he turned to Thorn and asked, very pleasantly, who else Thorn had hired besides the third-tier bandits. Thorn went white and said nobody. The butler stared at him for a long time, then nodded, satisfied. Very well, if you had admitted it just now, I would have killed you on the spot. Thorn fell over. Then the butler explained to a horrified Malachi that this idiot had hired Divine Eye Society assassins, a taboo the royal family cannot tolerate, and that if it was exposed, no royal elder would ever support a prince connected to them. And then he told Thorn that he was being publicly expelled from the first prince's camp, and that he would continue contacting the Divine Eye Society anyway. As long as you're careful enough, you'll naturally have a share of the credit after His Highness ascends the throne. Thorn kept his head down and didn't speak because he understood the arrangement perfectly. He was now, formally, not the prince's man, which meant that if it ever came out, he was the only man it could come out about. What, you don't want to? I do, Lord Alaric. That is the man who wanted me dead, not a rival, not an enemy. A prince who buys assassins and prepositions the corpse who will take the blame. Meanwhile, I was standing east of my castle watching 3 enormous trebuchets throw 100-kilo boulders 200 meters and having a slightly different problem. Declan, why are these 3 so big? They won't fit on the wall. Yes, sir, I know, but we tested it many times. This is the only size that throws over 100 kilos to 200 or 300 meters. The smaller ones over there can only manage stones under 40 kilos. Then, and this is why I gave that man an estate. However, we've tested it. These 3 giants can be sighted 30 to 50 meters behind the wall and still put a 100-kilo boulder 200 meters beyond it. Behind the wall, firing over it, which means they cannot be shot at, cannot be climbed to, and cannot be seen. Very good. Take 2 days, pick sites in Stormwind City, set them up, test them, and report how many crew you need. I had Liam on the project by then, Kale's deputy, recovered from his wound, and Liam had done something nobody had asked for. He produced a detailed range chart. Every stone weight, every counterweight, every distance. Because here's the thing about the trebuchet that took me a while to understand. Building it is trivial. It's wood and rope and a rock. Aiming it is not, without magicked Karezen. The relation between counterweight, lever, and release is the entire weapon, and consistency is the difference between a machine and a superstition. The design was worth something. The chart was worth a kingdom. And a man made it because I once told him to go and test things. Then I reorganized the army, merged infantry and spear companies into mixed units, since separating them had only made sense while everyone was raw, and set up a sugar factory around those sweet weeds, and gave it to Sylvie, who negotiated for no extra pay the instant she understood that sugar was involved. And on September the 4th, my second autumn harvest began. 2,000-odd mu, about 210 tons, which, for a territory now feeding many thousands, was nothing at all. The territory was actually being fed on salt and traded grain from Sterling. It might take several more years to become self-sufficient, but those fields and that pitiful harvest were the only thing in that territory that felt like a future to the people living in it, and I took it as seriously as the walls. Agriculture and commerce build different kinds of loyalty, and in the early years, the one that grows out of dirt is the one that holds. We had it in 2 days, everyone working, and the orcs arrived at the perfect time. Gareth came back to report, a goblin battalion and a pigman battalion heading for Stormwind at the same moment. 2 battalions? They've come to the wrong place. There's barely any food here, and they want to send 2,000 men? Are they crazy? They probably just happened to be together. I saw them come from different directions. That's really bad luck. Apply all troops, prepare for battle. And here is what Stormwind territory had become in 6 months, which the orcs did not know. 10 large trebuchets and giant trebuchets sighted and ranged, with crews drilled on them. 21 magic crossbows of 1st and 2nd tier, 10 3rd tier enchanted piercing arrows, and 1 4th tier magic ballista set up on the east wall. 2 orc leaders had a conversation outside my walls about how to divide the spoils. Grimgar of the goblins and Snoutfang of the pigmen, both 5th tier, both of whom had attacked Stormwind City before and knew its weak points. They agreed to compete for it. East wall and south wall. Whoever breaches first takes a third. The goblins came at the south wall in 3 squadrons with 3 more behind. No reconnaissance whatsoever. We let them into archery range, dropped 20 with volleys, killed 2 tier 1s who made the mistake of shouting orders loudly, and threw logs down on the ladders. And then the second wave came in, and Brendan gave the order I had been waiting 6 weeks to hear. Large trebuchets, 4 20-pound projectiles, range 300. Giant trebuchets, 200-pound projectiles, range 250. Prepare, release. Boom, 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 boom. 12 20-pound stones and 400-pound stones went up together and came down into a formation. And I would like to describe what a 100-pound stone does to a person, and then I would like to never describe it again. Anything it hit directly ceased to be a shape. The 20-pound stones took arms and legs and turned heads into something you'd find in a kitchen. And none of them stopped. They hit and then rolled, and each one took another dozen men on the way through. One of the 100-pound stones killed a tier 1 outright and wounded a tier 3. The goblin army simply stopped. Then the second volley arrived. Their tier 4 captain, a goblin named Rorg, finally woke up and drove 3 squadrons through 2 more volleys to reach the wall. And by the time they got there, they'd lost a fifth of their strength, and most of those men were not dead. They were on the ground, in pieces, making noise. That is what broke their morale, not the deaths. And while they were running through it, I put a piercing arrow into Rorg's chest while he was busy dodging rocks, and then finished him. The goblins came apart, and Grimgar had to sound the retreat. And as they ran, we hit them with 2 more volleys of 20-pound stones. 64 stones into a fleeing crowd. 2 trebuchet strikes killed or maimed about 150 men. On the east wall, pigmen lost about 180 the same way, plus a tier 4 that Tristan killed with the magic ballista working in concert with Lyra. And then I did something that Gareth thought was insane. I sent Clear's company outside to clean the battlefield and bring back heads. My lord, isn't that dangerous? And it might anger the orcs. Everything's fine. They're terrified of the trebuchets. They won't attack for now. Then, as for angering them, that's exactly what I want. How else do I make them lose their minds? Go tell Clear to mount every orc professional's head on the walls where they can see them. Because I had also discovered a flaw, and the flaw was funny. The trebuchets smash skulls, and the Alpha Kingdom determines an orc's tier from the aura in the brain, which means an orc killed by a rock cannot be exchanged for merit. My greatest weapon was destroying my own accounting. That night, in the goblin camp, Grimgar wanted to withdraw. 2,000 men could not take a castle with magical catapults on it, and it wasn't worth the losses. And Snoutfang said the thing that killed both their armies. What if I said those catapults weren't magical? Huh? My men reached the wall. There were no magical fluctuations. You should have been able to sense that too. Grimgar sat down and went silent for a long time, then stood up. I understand what you mean. I'll do it. After we obtain the secrets of those catapults, we'll present them to the Empire together, and then… This is the Grimgar I know. And that is how a defensive weapon became the most dangerous object I owned. I got the warning at dusk, night attack at midnight, and both 5th tier leaders would climb the north wall personally to hit us from behind, which was genuinely clever and would have worked, and which I therefore found delightful. So I prepared a night battle. Whale oil rendered, stones and rolling logs prepared for ignition. And after dark, men crept out and spread hay in a band 10 to 300 meters from the walls on both threatened faces, mixed with a little oil. Then I put Lyra, Tristan's 4th tier ballista, Gareth's night squad, and an archer squad with 10 magic crossbows at the foot of the north wall and waited. At midnight, the main assault started, and the hay went up. 300 meters of open ground turned into daylight, and Grimgar, already lying flat outside the north wall, got nervous. Snoutfang, why is there a fire that big to the east? Did they prepare for this? Don't worry, that was expected. Catapults are bad at night, so of course they've made arrangements. As long as things go smoothly on our side, that's all that matters. Then 12 orcs came over my north wall in the dark, found nobody there, and slipped into the city. And I lay underneath them and felt the malice arriving. I drew the enchanted bow, put wind-chasing archery to maximum, and shot the 5th tier goblin in the chest. The bolt made a sound like tearing silk and went straight through him, because he wasn't wearing enchanted armor. Damn it, an ambush! Retreat! Snoutfang didn't even look back. Snoutfang, help me! Snoutfang had already sensed the ballista and was gone. Snoutfang, you bastard! Grimgar blocked my second arrow and was then killed on the spot by a 4th tier magic ballista bolt, and every other orc in that group died under crossbows and hooves. Only Snoutfang got out. The one who ran instantly, without hesitation, without a shred of loyalty. He was the most dangerous orc I met that year, and it was entirely because of that. The main battle broke about 20 minutes later, once the 4th tier captain realized his leader wasn't coming and the east side had already gone quiet. We sent both night squads out to chase them past the firelight and stopped. Result? 7 dead, 11 wounded on our side. 398 goblins and 162 pigmen killed, excluding those with unusable heads. Combined with the day, my merits came to 57 9th class, 9 8th class, 3 7th class, 2 6th class, and 1 5th class. And Gareth's team was 4 8th class merits from finishing their entire squad. Then, at dawn, Clear reported 2 trails leaving the goblin camp, 1 northwest and 1 west along the coast. And Hill came in from Duncan's patrol with news that made 3 officers stare. Pigman had only just crossed the Cane River, and there were orc corpses all along it, mostly goblins, including the 4th tier goblin who'd escaped. The others were baffled. I understood immediately. Snoutfang had ambushed the goblin army on the way home, partly to weaken the goblin tribe so he could absorb them later. And I found out much later that he had a better reason. He did not want a single goblin alive to report that Stormwind City had non-magical catapults, because he intended to sell that information himself. Clear, take the 3rd company and bring back those heads. It's free merit. 426 goblin heads and 114 pigman heads delivered to my gate by an orc civil war, which took my running total to 1 5th class, 3 6th class, 4 7th class, 13 8th class, and 92 9th class merits. At which point I stopped exchanging merits for weapons and did something else. I sent Gareth to Sterling with a proposal to trade merit privately, which is a serious crime in the Alpha Kingdom. Merits confiscated on discovery, which is why I asked Sterling to come to the Cane River in person. He came and brought an old man with him. All right, tell me, how many merits have you accumulated that you want a private deal? Sterling got a toothache whenever I mentioned bargains, because I'd sent men to Fort Grey several times now, and every single explanation had been either, we got lucky, or we found a bargain, and he had stopped believing any of it. His family, incidentally, had told him not to look too closely at anything concerning me, and not to tell me anything about the capital. Just trade, don't ask. I listed the merits. Sterling made a noise like a punctured bag, because it was more than the great victory his entire battalion had won at the fortress, and he knew precisely what my territory was, and I had been there 6 months. Is this guy part of the Tulip family? Is what he thought, and he glanced at the old man beside him and asked nothing. What do you want to trade for? 1 1st-tier warrior cultivation potion recipe. 1 2nd-tier knight recipe, 1 2nd-tier mage recipe, and no conditions attached. Both of them frowned. Sorry, brother Ethan, that really won't work. I'd suspected. The nobles and royalty keep recipes so that they can keep selling potions forever, and no amount of merit buys the ability to make your own. That's not possible. If you want potions, we can offer double the kingdom's price. What if we switch? I said. I have a 1st-tier mage recipe, a 1st-tier knight recipe, and a 2nd-tier warrior recipe. How about those, along with my merits? Which was a terrible deal for me, and I knew it. I was trading all my merit plus a tier 1 recipe for 1 tier 2 recipe, so I added a clause. In addition, I need 3 5th-tier magic crossbow bolts, 5 4th-tier, and 10 3rd-tier. And the old man spoke for the first time. Do you have the main ingredient seed for your 1st-tier mage recipe? Sterling cut in fast. This is Kaladin Sterling, my uncle. You can rest assured. Lincoln, as in the Duke. I have. Kaladin considered, then agreed, and produced a magic contract for both of us to sign. The recipe would come to Fort Grey for me to collect. And then, transaction complete, I took out the actual product. Captain Sterling, Lord Kaladin. To celebrate, please try Stormwind Territory specialty, Stormwind Spirits. Oh, spirits? Brother Ethan makes spirits? I'll try some. Sterling grabbed it and took a proper mouthful, and sprayed it across the grass and started coughing so hard his guards moved. Everyone stared. Captain Sterling, this liquor is really strong. You'd better drink it slowly. Cough. Brother Ethan, what kind of liquor is this? It's way too strong. And Kaladin, curious, took a bowl and sipped it correctly, and his eyes changed. What fine wine. Then, immediately, Baron Ethan, is this brewed in your territory? Yes, and my price is 1 silver coin per pound. Kaladin understood the shape of that sentence instantly. Baron Ethan wants to trade this with us? Yes, not only the spirits, this as well. And I put brown sugar on the table. Sugar? This is sugar? They both tasted it, and then neither of them said anything for a considerable time. Baron Ethan, is production volume high, and what is your price? Because sugar is a luxury for nobles. There is only honey. The margins are obscene. 1 gold per pound, monthly output about 800 pounds. If the Lincoln family wants it, I can provide 500 pounds of brown sugar and 30 tons of Stormwind spirits every month. Then the actual point. But the Lincoln family needs to sell me grain. I need it to brew. Kaladin was doing arithmetic and I could read it on him. 1 gold a pound here, 5 gold a pound in the capital. Okay, we'll take them. But I hope that when you expand production, you'll give priority to the Lincoln family. I'm sorry, I can't promise that because I can't make that decision yet. Which was true, and which also told him there was a marquis standing behind that sentence. However, as long as we remain friends, the current supply will absolutely not decrease. He thought about it and agreed, and that is how a man with a food crisis, a death sentence, and no allies acquired a duke's family as a distribution network, using a barrel of bad wine and a weed a hungry soldier stole. The one wrinkle in that deal was Sylvie, who I found loading crates of brown sugar onto a cart with the help of my elderly coachman, having decided the sugar was hers. Grandpa Fletcher, we can go now. We'll leave through the back door. Fletcher, stop! Old Fletcher had been the previous Ethan's driver and was old, and the last time he'd driven anything, it had thrown me into a ceiling. Fletcher, you're still working as a carriage driver? Yes, sir. Then you should change jobs. Some people say you're prone to accidents while driving. Ah, but sir, all old Fletcher knows is how to drive. And Sylvie came out of hiding and put herself in front of him. Sir, this has nothing to do with Grandpa Fletcher. He didn't know I was stealing candy. Punish me if you must. She had misread the entire situation and thrown herself in front of a man about to be fired, which I thought was rather good of her. All right, old Fletcher is getting old and isn't suited to driving. I'm finding him an easier job. Fletcher, from now on, you guard the brown sugar warehouse. Your pay is doubled. Then, but if any sugar is lost, I'll throw you in the sugar jar and boil you down. Understood? He kowtowed until I made him stop. No, this is all sugar I painstakingly made. Sylvie, the sugar is being exchanged for serfs. It's the only way we grow more sugar beets. Otherwise, there won't be any beets next year and your factory closes. Really? Really. Every serf in the territory is building North Castle. Haven't you noticed you're short-staffed? She let go of the cart very slowly. 10,000 pounds of sugar after the soldiers' share, which, with spirits, salt, and seafood, bought about 1,000 able men and 500 women. And around then, I felt Arrow change. He was advancing. Already. He'd been alive a matter of months, which should be impossible. Magical beasts advance slowly because they live for centuries and have no bottlenecks to force. So I took Sylvie out to the bay and she stroked his horn and went very quiet. My lord, I feel like Arrow has the power of a dragon within him. Is Arrow a descendant of a dragon? I don't know. She rolled her eyes at me, which I want noted, and then talked to him properly and came back with an answer. Arrow is not a dragon descendant, but he does possess the power of a dragon. He says this may have been given to him by his Whale King father. A Whale King, 7th tier, with dragon power. And an 8th tier sea dragon fighting something in those exact waters 3 years ago over a treasure at the bottom. I got Arthur and Sylvie examined it properly, and the answer was worse than I'd feared. I suspect what Uncle Arthur saw was not an 8th tier sea dragon. She looked at both of us. He must have encountered a 9th tier holy dragon, and a peak 9th tier at that. It must have failed during its tribulation of legendary and dropped to the 8th rank. 9th tier? Legendary? Arthur said in a very small voice. There's no mistake. Arrow has a Dragon Ball inside him. Dragon Balls are something only 9th tier holy dragons possess. So, to summarize, a 9th tier dragon failed to become legendary and fell into my coastal waters. Arthur's ship blundered into its territory, or, more likely, Arthur's Earth Knight and Archmage worked out what it was and tried to take it, which is why it pursued them with such enthusiasm. And in the fighting, a 7th tier Whale King got the Dragon Ball and hid it inside a newborn calf and sealed it. And I had put a mental brand on that calf and named it and was keeping it in a bay 5 kilometers from my house. Sylvie. Can it be removed? We cannot, or rather, we are incapable. The Whale King placed a very strong restriction on it. Only a mage of rank 7 or higher could break it, and even then, it would require forcibly breaking the seal or killing Arrow. And then, we'd have to withstand a 7th tier Whale King. Can the dragon power be hidden? Hidden well enough that a fallen holy dragon can't detect it? Sir, Uncle Arthur and I are only 2nd tier mages, which was a no, so I reached for the mental imprint, intending to release him and send him home to find his father. And Sylvie added, in her own time, however, the restriction his father left should be able to hide the aura. Otherwise, he couldn't have fooled those 2 7th tier megalodons. It was the breakthrough that leaked some of it, which is how we noticed. The restriction should conceal it again shortly. Just be more careful when he breaks through in future. I nearly choked. Sylvie, in future, try to speak in one breath instead of taking such long pauses. She pursed her lips and declined to answer, and I have carried that argument with her for years. That evening, the dragon power was gone entirely, as if it had never existed, and I let Arrow stay. While I was learning spells in a border castle, a woman I had never met was refusing a prince in the capital. Prince Magnus came to the Marquis of Tulip's villa in person to invite Seraphina to a ball, with impeccable manners throughout, and she informed him she was attending His Majesty's banquet that night, a banquet Magnus had not been told about, because the people running it had deliberately not told him. He left with perfect courtesy, got into his carriage, and hit a maid across the face. Useless trash. Why didn't I know there was a banquet at the palace tonight? Then he told his butler to go and prepare Thorn, and Seraphina, once he'd gone, was asked by her old housekeeper whether provoking the first prince was wise. Don't worry, Aunt Alara, first prince won't amount to anything. He'll die a violent death sooner or later. But miss, it's hard to guard against a villain. This first prince has taken little Ethan to Stormwind territory. And Seraphina's face went cold. I'll settle that score with Magnus sooner or later, which relieved Alara, who was fond of the previous Ethan, and who asked whether they should send men to help. No, if we send people into Stormwind territory, the family, young and old, and everyone else who wants to bring the Tulip family down will make trouble for him. By giving him the cold shoulder, I'm making him safer. Only a short-sighted idiot like First Prince would bother with someone as insignificant as little Ethan. Then she laughed. Besides, isn't little Ethan doing rather well out there? I hear he's hooked up with the Lincoln family and got Magnus's man kicked out of Fort Grey. I never imagined my little husband would become so capable after being exiled. I want to be clear that at this point I had never spoken to my wife, and she had a file on me, and the file was up to date. And that is the only reason I survived what came next. Because 2 weeks later, while I was refining Ogre Potion, the 2nd tier night recipe from the Lincoln deal, whose main ingredient was 2nd tier Ogre Brain, which I found suspiciously convenient, I got a warning. Stormwind City is in danger. A 5th rank Magister assassin will infiltrate in 5 days to carry out an assassination. Extremely dangerous. A Magister. 5th rank. A mage. Looks like I need to plan carefully. A 5th rank Magister should drop quite a few things, which is a sentence I said out loud in an empty room about a man coming to kill me. 3 days later, Gareth arrived with an urgent letter from the Tulip family. I could not work out why my Marquis wife would suddenly write to me. Then I opened it. First Prince, Thorn, Divine Eye Society. She'd had Thorn watched. She'd caught him meeting someone she was confident was Divine Eye Society, and she had concluded, correctly, that Thorn's public expulsion from the prince's camp had been staged, and that this was aimed at me, and she'd sent her Fort Grey people to warn me, even though she knew they'd never arrive in time to help. So now I had a name for the shadow, Prince Magnus of the Alpha Kingdom, and I burned the letter and thought 2 things. First, Seraphina has people planted at Fort Grey, and some of them are watching me. Second, so what? We have no conflict yet. And third, which I did not admit to myself at the time, I had learned in 10 years of compulsory education that a man can be tolerant without being a coward, and I intended to bite that prince to death the moment I could reach him. Then I built the trap, because ever since the pigman slaves arrived, I had been worried about disease, and had implemented a disinfection policy at the gate. Everyone entering strips, deposits their clothes, and is dusted with lime. It had been running for weeks. It was routine. It was boring. It was the single most normal thing in Stormwind City. At noon on the 5th day, a convoy of serfs came up from the mining island with iron ore, and I was on the wall, and I felt it. Faint, disciplined, almost nothing, and completely wrong. If I hadn't known, I'd have missed it. Not everyone in my castle loves me. There is background malice in any city, and I ignore it. But this was too clean. The soldiers stepped forward on cue. Stop. Everyone over there. Take off your clothes. Disinfect with lime. 1 row at a time. Don't crowd. You have to disinfect every single time, my lord. Don't you find it troublesome? I heard those pigmen carry some infectious disease. The Lord's doing it for our safety. Besides, he's not taking your money. That's true. Serfs chatting and complaining in a queue, exactly as they had every day for 6 weeks. And the 5th rank Magister hidden among them relaxed completely, because a fortress that had learned an assassin was coming would be searching, not queuing. I looked at one plain-faced serf for about half a second, and then made myself look away, because a Magister has enormous mental strength, and staring at one from 30 meters is a good way to be noticed. Everyone else had orders to watch the disinfection sheds, and nothing else. The sheds are individual wooden cabins. You go in, take your clothes off, and throw them out. He went into a cabin. And the moment his clothes came out through the flap, I loosed 2 third-tier piercing arrows into the wall of the shed. The whole process, from decision to release, was as fast as I could physically make it, because too much aiming would have alerted him. Thump, thump, a scream. Then the wooden hut came apart. A naked middle-aged man burst out with his right arm gone at the shoulder. The arrow had taken it off, and a second arrow buried in his other shoulder. And I want to note what surprised me. The second arrow had not gone through him. That's a 5th-tier magic field, incredibly powerful. And a naked one-armed magister came out of a shed and found more than 10 soldiers with magic crossbows already leveled at him. 2 third-tier bolts and 9 second-tier fired at once. He had nowhere to go. And so he gritted his teeth and magic appeared out of nothing, and he moved. He dodged most of them instantly. 3 still hit and detonated and threw him against the city wall. I put 2 more piercing arrows into him, one at the chest, one at the face. The chest one hit his shoulder and again failed to penetrate. The face one he dodged. How could he cast that fast? Instantaneous magic? And Sylvie, who was standing behind me casting Emerald Blessing to keep my strength up, answered, "It is a talent spell. Talent spells do not require time to draw spell models. They can be activated directly with just a thought. Innate magic." Which Arthur had never mentioned, and which I had never read about, because I hadn't read the book. But there was no time for that, because a magister who is allowed to breathe will cast an offensive spell, and then my city will have a hole in it. 10 more soldiers rose from concealment near the wall and put 10 more bolts into him. He was blasted into a corner. Then my 5th and 6th arrows, and a 5th-tier magic crossbow bolt. He had now used his innate spell 3 times in a row and was visibly failing, and when that 5th-tier bolt came, he felt what it was. "Ah!" He roared and channeled everything he had left to move. Boom! That explosion was not like the others. Debris across the courtyard, smoke everywhere, and the wall itself shook. And then 40 archers on the wall began firing into the smoke on my order, and the crossbowmen switched to 1st and 2nd-tier bolts and put them into it as well. Because the smoke blinded us, it also blinded him. And 40 archers firing into a fixed area do not need to see. A naked, filthy, blood-covered figure came out of the smoke with arrows in him in places I do not intend to specify, and I would like to record that I flinched. He was finished. And he still ran for the gate, and the gate arch erupted in flame and hooves because Arthur was on the wall directing Gareth's night squad and had put them exactly there. Lyra came off her horse and cut at him, and a dying 5th-rank magister used his innate spell one final time to escape a 4th-order great warrior and found the magic ballista aiming at him. And that fear, that single instant of a man who has spent his whole life at range, recognizing that he is about to die at contact, was all Lyra needed to put a 3rd-tier enchanted short sword through his chest. He looked down at the blade with an expression I still remember. "So Torvin was also killed by you guys." Lyra didn't answer him. I put a piercing arrow through his head. White light came up and went into me, and I sat down on the wall. 10,000 energy essence. That is what a 5th tier is worth. And I sat there and understood exactly how close it had been. My original plan, Lyra and a few crossbows, would not have worked. I had assumed a mage was fragile and slow, because I was a mage and I was slow. I had never heard of innate magic. The only reason I lived is that Seraphina sent a letter she knew would arrive too late to help. Casualties among the serfs in the disinfection queue, several injured by falling rock, none dead. Because when the fighting started, every one of them dropped flat on the spot, exactly as they'd been drilled. From now on, we use this as the model for every serf in the territory, I told Kaelin. As long as they follow my orders, I guarantee they'll be fine. Then Sylvie found the assassin's magic ring in his discarded clothes, and I made the single most expensive mistake of my first year, which was saying, "It's yours," without looking at it. It was a spatial ring, 2 cubic meters of storage, plus a fixed first-level spell. Everything he owned was in it, 12,000 gold. Wind attribute magical beast cores across 4 tiers, magic crystals, a 4th-tier enchanted robe, a 4th-tier magic staff, a 3rd-tier enchanted longsword, 4th-tier mental and mana recovery potions, wind spells from 1st ring to 5th, a map, and the 1st volume of a formation manual called Frodo 13 Array, and a fist-sized white crystal. "My lord, this looks like a magic crystal," Sylvie said. Arthur dropped everything. "Test crystal!" He squeezed it and it glowed red, with very faint traces of cyan and yellow-brown. "It's a testing crystal, my lord, specifically for elemental affinity. Squeeze it firmly. Color shows the element, brightness shows the degree." Then he handed it to me, and before I could take it, Sylvie muttered to herself, out loud, "How can there be such a weak elemental affinity?" The room went silent. Arthur's face filled with resentment. "Sylvie, you should give it a try." She did, and a green light came out of it bright enough that I could not look at the thing. That Arthur, in the voice of a man who has been personally insulted by a plant, handed it back to me. I gripped it, and the room lit up like a broken chandelier. Yellow-brown, blue, red, cyan, purple, white, turquoise, green, black, gold. Sylvie counted them off out loud, one at a time. My God, sir, you have an affinity for 10 elements. I've never heard of a talent with an affinity for 10 elements. Earth, water, fire, wind, lightning, ice, metal, life, dark, light, 10 in total, though all of them are very weak. I stopped listening at 10 because both of them immediately started explaining why it was bad, that the number of affinities is inversely proportional to the quality of each one, that single-element mages have the highest aptitude, that Arthur himself had 3, fire, wind, and earth, and only fire was even usable. That spreading yourself across 10 elements is a waste of a life because your mana and mental strength are finite and you will never be strong in any of them, which is true for anyone without a panel. For me, it meant one thing. I could learn all 10, every element of magic in the world. And if I ever solved mana and mental strength, I would not be a mage. I would be a mage core. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Let's continue taking inventory. So that was the day. A prince's assassin came to kill me, and I took his spatial ring, his 4th tier staff, 5 tiers of wind magic, a formation manual, 12,000 gold, and the discovery that I am the only person on this continent built to learn everything. 18 months ago, I woke up in a carriage with a crying old man over me on a road to a place that had already killed 4 barons, with 2 attribute points and 1 goal: survive. Now the ground I was standing on had a wall, a mine, a distillery, a school, and a bear, and the man who wanted me dead had to spend a magister to get near me, and the magister died naked in a lime shed. Which is the good news. Here's the rest. The people who moved a line on a map to have me killed did it 18 months ago and have not stopped since. Bandits, then a Divine Eye assassin, then a 5th-rank magister, 3 attempts, escalating every time, and I still have not laid eyes on the man behind them. I know his name now. Prince Magnus, first in line to the throne of the Alpha Kingdom, and I only survived this one because of a letter, because a woman I have never met, who ruined my life on purpose to protect her own position, who buried me on this frontier and told her own household to leave me here, kept a file on me, watched Thorn for me, and when she worked out what was coming, she sent a warning she knew would arrive too late to help. I have a wife I have never spoken to, who is the only reason I'm breathing, and I have absolutely no idea what she wants.